Well, congratulations to Mike Money for being first to the chat. Way to go, Mike. I definitely have to tip my cap to you. Just did. Hey, Cerise, good to see you too. Hold on a second. I was just turning my audio on just to mess with Mike quick. I'll be right back in a little bit. I'm gonna get myself something to drink. Hey, Persona, hello to you too. And I'll just be right back. Hold on.
Right in front of me, that's where I find an empty glass, reflecting that's a truth. It's telling words not to be told. I need that mask. I'm a shapeshifter at this masquerade, hiding both face and mind. Chained down to my core. Please don't take off my mask, my place to hide. How to see me? Just a cage of bones. There's nothing inside. Will it always be burning down the walls? Is there a way for me to break? I'm a shapeshifter at Paul's masquerade. Hiding both face and mind, all free for you to draw. I'm a shapeshifter, have no face to show. Please don't take off my mask, my disguise. hiding both face and mind, all free for you to draw. I'm a shapeshifter. What else should I be? Please don't take off my mask, revealing dawn.
Wow, you guys in the chat are all talking when I'm not here. What's going on? Now you're making me all catch up on this? Maddie was lurking. Is that what you said, Maddie? Second best music from the game. Mike claimed to be first even though he didn't like the video. Who has not hit like on this video? Let's see, there's... What was that, 4 people in the chat? We only have 3 likes? Alright, I'm not beginning until we get 4 likes on this video. What if we do this? I always love those YouTube channels where they kinda... Oh, we already got the 4 likes, there we go. Good job, everybody. But I was gonna make a joke. I always like those YouTube channels for like, oh, we're not making another video until we get this amount of likes. It's like, yes you are. It's like, don't even joke around about that. You just like know the analytics, know what the average is gonna be. You're just doing it to encourage more likes. But you're definitely gonna make the next video. Don't bullshit me on that. Anyway, what else did I see here? So Maddie was the first like, according to Maddie. The Mike and Maddie rivalry or something else. That's absolutely right, Persona. You know, even as a newcomer, you picked up on that. Or a relative newcomer, I should say. If Mike ever streamed, you'd get to see me modding for him. Oh, those were good times, Persona. You would enjoy that. Yeah, Mike, I don't think Mike has streamed much since you've been around, but that's always something to behold, especially when we get, you know, Maddie, JP, and I on Mike's stream. It's always a good time. But yeah, I have to actually leave in just another second real quick, because I was getting myself some tea, and then I also kind of like spilt some, it's a little bit like honey or something on me. I have to just clean it up real quick, because I can feel it on my fingers, like, yeah, no. We need the last surprise song? What's the last surprise song? I don't know what that is, Michael. I like how you use your full name for no apparent reason, Michael. Or the music that played in the Velvet Room? Is this song on loop? Oh, it went to autoplay the song. Yeah, I played an extended 2-hour version of this. I guess I left the playlist. Well, that's a first time for everything, huh? Why are you sighing? Is it because I don't know what the name of the song was? I don't recognize the song names. It's... Actually, you know what? Fair enough, in Danganronpa, I think they actually do show the song names when they play them. I don't think they do that in Persona, though. Though, even though I think they show the song names in Danganronpa, I don't actually know the song names from Danganronpa either, so... It's not like that's a defense, I'm just kind of pointing out that fun. And I'm doing well. Thank you for asking, Persona. Hopefully everything's going well with you. I hope you're having a lovely night. Alright, let's see here. So I guess, here, we'll go to the... Oh, J-Pedal's here! Hey, J-Pedal, what's new with you? It's been a while. Oh, we finally have this! J-Pedal, we have found your counter personality. Or I guess it's not like a counter, but they're kind of like the same as you. Persona is also a fan of making massive puns in the chat. So you now have competition. I think this is the first time you've been together in the same chat, so I'm kind of excited to see this. Yeah, this is the fabled J-Pedal, that's right. Anyway, let's go. I'm going to show the cam here, and I'll explain in a little bit what we got going on here. Today I am wearing a hat, as you can see on my head. Why? Because I suddenly went bald, unfortunately. It's very disappointing. Or I just woke up from a nap and was kind of in a bit of a mess. Not that it matters, like, yeah, I really care about how my hair is, but we're wearing a hat anyway. We're being fashionable. We are mixing it up. And we have Tea Master here as well. Hello, Tea Master. Hats off to you, then try. Or hats on, I should say. But I decided to wear a hat. Also that way, if I'm kind of looking down like this, you can actually see my eyes. So if it gets a bit later in the night and start getting sleepy, I'm like, yeah guys, I'm totally up watching the video. Yep, don't mind me. Because I actually can watch the screen this way, but you guys don't see my eyes when I do that, so I can kind of goof off a little bit and fall asleep if I'm getting tired during one of these Danganronpa videos, which might happen, who knows. I'm doing this a bit later than I expected. Like I said, I kind of fell asleep for a little while. Mike and I are sass rivals. I think that JP would be Michael's true sass rival. But you are good competition for him, Maddie. Don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to knock you. I feel like Mike and JP are just like natural born enemies or something like that. It would be in an anime, they'd be like, every yin has its yang, and they share like the birth of Michael and the birth of JP. Was there a line from Danganronpa too? It's like, oh, I think it's when Toko turns into Genocide Jack. She's like, you know, every like day has its night or something like that. Kind of reminds me of that too. Enemies are different than rivals. That's true. Hooray for Danganronpa for my introduction. So, actually, Tea Master, I'm having tea to drink right now, so it's appropriate. We are going to be, well, I was going to say something else first, actually. What was it? I was putting the screen on, I was pointing out that I had a hat. Yeah, so we're listening to Persona as usual. Got the music on in the background. As usual, I'm not really logged into YouTube, so it has stuff that is unrelated to me. You know, I have to make sure I do that. Don't want anything inappropriate popping up. Not that I'm looking at inappropriate stuff, though. We do have a girl in her, no, I mean, it's kind of tasteful, I guess. For the most part. I don't think YouTube is as concerned about that stuff as Twitch, so that's always good. I have no idea what's going on in this video. Someone acting surprised, or maybe they are surprised. But it's always interesting the things that pop up on YouTube here. Oh, shit. Alright, well, we have current events, apparently. Although, yeah, nothing bad is being... I should say, though, yeah, rest in peace to... I guess there's an officer killed in a vehicle attack, apparently. So, didn't mean for that to show up, but that's, you know, a very sad thing. Though, not exactly what I wanted on the stream, I must admit. Yeah, it's just fun to see the things that YouTube pops up with when you're not logged into it. Though, I guess since I have watched a bunch of Persona, it does want to keep on recommending that stuff to me. Yeah, just kind of mess around before we get started here. Oh, Crocodile Dundee, that's a classic. We'll watch that instead. How about that? Watch Crocodile Dundee. That's not a knife! The Joker. Yeah. Oh, and, reminder. There have been people that have been telling me about Persona 5 Strikers. I guess I'm kind of reminding myself more than anything. And I have been kind of looking into that, though of course I did say I'd play Persona 4 before that, so do keep that in mind. Oh, it's a girl playing the drums again. Interesting. Alright, enough of screwing around on YouTube. That's all good. Guess we'll begin some clips momentarily. I have to go pull up the channel. Oh, and a major thanks to Persona Christ in the chat for being the contributor to many of these clips. Like I said, we're going to be watching the Danganronpa clips. I don't know if I even said that on the stream, but I said it in the title, so there you go. We're going to be watching the Danganronpa clips tonight. That'll probably be it. We did have other things like Persona to eventually do, but you know, that might be for like another time, because we've done like 3 of these streams, right? And I'm not sure how much we'll get through tonight, because it's a bit later. But we're definitely going to take care of Danganronpa today, because that's the priority. Something that I was teasing for a while, and we want to just go ahead and get that done. I have to go through and find a good order for these, though, because there were a few clips. Oh, right. Persona, you did put a clip of the Danganronpa 1 finale in the channel. I don't know if there's a particular moment from there that you wanted to recommend, but It's just a link to the video itself. So if there's a particular time clip, you can let me know in the chat or post it on that Discord section again if you want. And as always, if you guys want me to add anything in there, if there's something in particular that you remember that you want me to go and try to find, I will try to do that. You just have to actually let me know. Well, what the? My keyboard's not working. Now it is. I guess maybe I wasn't in focus. Well, whatever. Oh, you didn't include a clip? So just in general? Yeah, we might go to like a few different moments from there and try to watch whatever looks good. We'll figure it out, I'm sure. Oh, let me see. Did I miss anything out in the chat? Oh, Tea Master asked what kind of tea? It's nothing special. It's just with the, like the tea that I have to brew here. It's just kind of, I guess a general black tea. I don't really know much about tea, unlike you, Tea Master. Since you're the master, I'm assuming you know a lot. But it's black tea. I mix it in with honey, in fact. Also, it is not a tea that I brewed hot. It's a cold brew tea that I was in the mood for having a hotter tea, so I heated it up. And they say about the nice thing about cold brew is that it's less bitter. They said in general about tea, and I think coffee too, is that if you brew it cold, it actually has less of the bitterness in it. And I wasn't sure how much that applied to tea, but I actually think it does taste a little bit better than when you, you know, boil water and then pour it. I would have to actually try it more than once though, because this is the first time I've been having it like that. By the time Persona 6 comes out, I might be getting the Strikers. Probably, Maddie. I don't think you're wrong about that. Alright, so we got a couple of clips here. What I might just do is we'll start with the original, right? We'll start with the original Danganronpa. Maybe I'll watch a little bit of that first video, like the intro of Danganronpa. Because you guys gotta remember, that was the first time we ever played Danganronpa. Also, maybe I should... you know what? Here, let's do this. We'll be more dramatic. Is it better if we go old school? Here we go, let's see. What if we do this? Oh man, this feels really, really retro right here. I like how to do the break to make it dramatic. What if we do this, wearing the backwards style hat? Is that even better if we do it that way? That way you guys won't see, we'll be able to tell if I'm sleeping or whatever. Mike, why are you punching that ass? What is that? Oh, we're talking about fruit punch? Oh, I see. Yeah, naturally, fruit punch. Mike's like, oh lord. If we get lemon for the stream, I should do something like that. Well, we all know what the peach emote really is supposed to be. So, you know. But I should get lemon for these streams. I will do that eventually. I'll have to get the, I did it one time where I had the camera set up so it actually ran all the way back to where he was. It's actually in a different location now. And we'd have to have the, get like a tripod to mount it to. But it should be possible, so we may try to do that. Allison, what's going on? Yeah, it's been a long time, no see indeed. Hopefully all's well with you. It was just, I know it's just peachy. I was making, well, actually I wasn't even making a joke. I just saw Michael with the peach emote and I was just, that was my first thought. I can't help it. When I see that emote, that's what I think of instantly. It's just what I've been trained to see. I can't help it. Oh yeah, we're looking for the Danganronpa playlist. If I could actually remember this. Well, I might as well open them all up. Did I ever finish making the plays for the Danganronpa V3? Because it doesn't actually say it's completed. No, I did. Okay, cool. Just making sure I did that. Whoop. I want to just go to this page. How do I do that again? There we go. And Danganronpa. Blind. An execution happy bear. Yeah, so I think I was saying, and I got off track as I always do. I should probably turn on the music too. Well, we don't have the game going yet, so I'll just turn on the music a little bit. So, this is the first time we were exposed to Danganronpa. This is a blind playthrough after all, like I titled it. So, I had no idea what I was getting into when we were playing this game, right? And I guess I'll make this full screen as well, so we could enjoy the full video. At least it's as close to full screen as we can get it. So, we had no idea what we're getting into. We had no idea what was to come. And I feel like something that a lot of people kind of get lost on, the fact that we really didn't know what we were jumping into with a game like this. I think I gave a brief summary at some point, kind of during the course of the game or maybe afterwards. I don't know where I would have given it, but I had heard of Danganronpa before. And the funny thing is, I probably heard about Danganronpa, and here's me trying to be the Danganronpa hipster in the room. I probably heard about Danganronpa before a lot of other people did, because I remember it being mentioned on, I think it was, what are their names? I forget the names of the channel. I think Michael used to watch them too at one point. They were the dudes that always made fun of like other Let's Players. God, what was it? They had the channel where they'd make fun of Let's Plays. Michael will probably remember it, and I can't remember it now because it's been so long. They would make fun of like camcorder Let's Plays and like all that sort of thing. Do you remember this channel, Michael? Yeah, Retsupre. Yeah, Retsupre, that was them. One of the guys in that channel mentioned it because I think he was a mod on the Something Awful forums. And apparently at some point, Something Awful, people started doing Let's Plays on there. And someone did a Let's Play of a game that was a foreign game. And that was Danganronpa. And what's funny is like back in the day, I had like a misconception about the game because I think the person that did the Let's Play was French or something like that. And so I kind of thought it was a French game for the longest time. I want to say this was like around 2012 or so. Or it could have been 2011, 2013. I don't know when Danganronpa actually came out. And I kind of heard about this through that. And I was like it sounds kind of weird. It's this thing called a visual novel. I don't think I even played visual novels, and this is like before I actually started playing them. I want to say. If I have the timeline right in my head, which is very fuzzy, so, you know. You can give me some doubt, I don't mind that. I don't know how to spell them either, Mike. It's like a weird spelling. But there was this Let's Play about it, and I didn't really look too much into it. I kind of like read about the theme of the game, and it was something about like a... It's like a... I forget how they described it, but it's basically it's like a... kind of a subversion of like the dating game to an extent. That's how they described it at the time. Where instead of like dating the kids, it was about like they were in like this horror school of, you know, terrors and people would die and stuff like that. I didn't really know the overall premise, but I got like a hint of it. I didn't really read it because, to be honest, I didn't really read Something Awful that often. I just heard about it from this guy, and I didn't really further look into it other than knowing about the main theme of the game. So that's about all I knew. If I'm being you know, completely forward about my experience with Danganronpa up to this point. All I knew was that it's something that existed. It was something that's gonna have a twist that was kind of like dark, and that people would die to some extent. But I didn't really know about the overall details of it. Best friend, you know about Danganronpa? Yeah. Wait, if I'm your best friend, then how do you not know that I did Danganronpa as like 3 Let's Plays or whatever? But hey, what's going on, MLG Evie? Just messing around. Hopefully all's well with you. So that's kind of how I got into well, that's not how I got into Danganronpa, because I only started to get into it, what, like 4 or 5 years later? That's kind of like the pre-knowledge I had of the game up until that point. Then somewhere over, like 2015 or so, I started hearing about people mentioning it on my channel, like, oh, you should play Danganronpa, you should play Danganronpa, because I was doing a lot of visual novels at the time. And we'd done some stuff that, I guess in a way, sort of leads into this. I actually wouldn't say it's like the genre of game, but kind of like the murder mystery element of it, where I was playing, I guess, the Jisei series, right? I think I showed a little bit of that off in another stream, where I was showing off how I was doing Jisei, and it was a game about murders and trying to solve them. And that might have been where people started to recommend Danganronpa to me, because they're like, oh, this is kind of like a similar game to Danganronpa, where you go in and you solve mysteries, and it's a lot longer and more in-depth and all this different stuff, and maybe that's the tie-in? I don't actually know what inspired people to recommend it, but might be one of the parts about it. I mean, probably people right here that started recommending it to me. I don't know if any of you guys did or not, but possibly. So let's watch a little bit of the intro here. It's a long thingy. Let's see. You know what's funny? Of course, not knowing it ahead of time. The first character that we had, because I didn't... Oh, wait, no, it wasn't the first one. Never mind, I already lied. Like, they kind of showed different characters on screen.
There we go.
I was gonna say, they show up Junko first. Isn't that funny? Let me make sure I close that window so it's not playing music.
Kind
No, it starts off with Hifumi.
It kind of looks like a hamster almost. The guy on the left reminds me of Sora or something like
Yeah.
that.
Those are 2 things I thought of right away. Like, the first guy looks like a hamster, and this guy looks like Sora from Kingdom Hearts or something. The game still reminds me a lot of Kingdom Hearts in a lot of ways.
Almost.
Good and
The
bad.
guy on the left
I
reminds
should
me of
say.
Sora. This.
And then we had
Oh, we got
Junko
different
show up.
characters each time. They have a girl.
I guess
Well, so
spoilers,
maybe
although
we'll see what
obviously it should be
happens.
expected. Junko for the first time. Here on this side.
Oh,
here's
wait,
me
have your
encountering the
logic
weird
difficulty, kind,
difficulty settings of this
gentle,
game.
or mean. I don't know what that means at all. Logic difficulty.
I always love when games do this, where they have this weird rating system, essentially. They kind of had that in, I think, Resident Evil when we first played that too. It's like, do you like hiking or mountain climbing? It's like, what? What are you talking about?
There, but I guess we'll just do everything.
Like,
on
how's the
time.
vibe
Yes,
on
we'll
this?
do
I think
kind.
it's-
It's the normal
I think it's
option.
decent.
Sure. All right, now
Makoto,
loading.
the
Okay,
ultimate
game's
average?
getting underway.
Oh
How's that?
yeah! This is kind of a shame. This is
It's the bear.
the wonders of YouTube. We had to remove the intro,
Yes,
I
and
guess.
he has some kind of button in front of him, which looks bad.
Yeah.
Oh,
The hell?
Yeah, I'm so glad
What is
YouTube
going
does
on
this now.
here?
Though to be fair, when was this? I think this is a problem we first had back, like when it first happened too, May 5th, 2016. So just about oh my god! This is almost 5 years old? Dude, that just blew my mind. I can't believe that. Like, I'm seriously taken aback. I didn't know it was that long ago. Holy crap, man. That's scary. I have to take a drink after that. I seriously did not remember that. This is actually 5 years old at this point.
Now that was dark.
All right, well,
So
obviously
this
we're
is
not
very
seeing anything here.
difficult
So let's listen to
The only way
Makoto's
is if you're scouted by the school itself.
boring, average intro.
And standing there at the gate of
His
the
very
ultimate
average
school,
intro.
filled with the ultimate students. I'm guessing it also takes an ultimate paycheck.
What? I kind of like
Was
miss.
me.
I just
Hello.
accidentally clicked in here. And
Who am I?
I don't know what I'm talking
Grades,
about.
Special
which is
abilities.
probably about
even personality.
expected.
What kind of special ability? Are there superheroes in this game? I mean,
Yeah, that was kind of my thought at first.
Do.
That's what they
It's
were
not like
going
I'm a
for. Kind
psychic
of like
or a mutant or whatever.
X-Men thing. Like I even
Okay,
just said
so
that
yes,
right now.
there are
And then
superheroes and mutants.
the
That
game
kind of
makes the
thing.
joke for me.
I guess so.
Hey, JP, what's going on?
Like if you ask me.
Oh,
what my
you just
favorite
missed it,
song was or
JP.
my-
We were just talking. I was looking at the video and I checked the date. I'm like, this is from May 5th, 2016. That is almost 5 years ago now. And that just absolutely flipped me out there. Oh, can't make it that full screen because that just makes it too big.
my favorite movie or TV show.
I should get like a napkin or something.
It'll
to keep
just be
getting.
whatever's popular at the
tea
particular
on my
moment. That doesn't make you
face.
average. That just makes you, I don't know, into pop culture, I guess.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. He's always about, oh, I'm average. Like, I listen to whatever's on the top 40. I'm like, that's just. I mean, it doesn't make you
Even among the
average. It just
average,
makes
I'm
you listen to
completely
mainstream
average,
culture,
okay?
which
So I can't even
It's
say
what a lot of
I'm your
people do.
everyday
It's-
hero type.
nothing.
That's just who I am. They're also just 16. I mean, what do you expect? I mean, I don't know. He looks 16 or 15. I could be off in age a little.
Yeah. This is my guess. But of course, later on, as they say during the Danganronpa series, everyone is over 18. Wink, wink. It kind of gets a bit obnoxious, especially in a certain game. I don't know if we're going to talk about that. Maybe we'll eventually talk a little bit about Ultra Spare Girls, especially kind of the note we ended it off on. But maybe it's also better left unsaid. I'm not sure about that one. Oh, here we go. This is going to be a cool part. They kind of covered the ultimate, so let's go see what we think of them as to kind of show them off here.
Who are way beyond your average high schooler.
Just going to
Oh,
max out
what
the
the heck?
volume.
For example, one incoming student is the ultimate pop sensation. But
I also
wouldn't
thought it
you
was
know, of
really
course-
weird.
Wait,
at the
what's wrong with
time,
girl in the
anyway.
Back to the right.
I was
Just
looking
how
at her
She
face
has
as
a
red
well.
dark face. I guess she's a high school girl who's also led.
I love how, like,
also leads
As I was
singer
watching
for
this video,
pop group
that's the
games
first
all
thing that
over
drew
the
my
country.
attention too. Is this
Let
like
this
kind
sound
of derp
like
face
Japan
she's making here? I love how I said it in the
my
video
God.
too. It just
Some
I stayed
baseball
consistent
player
at the
that's
very
clearly
least, I
on
have to admit.
roids. There's also the ultimate baseball star.
so I love how they
He
have
was
all
a
these
cleanup
like
hitter for the-
talents, and they're things I weren't expected at the time. Like, oh, there's gonna be like all these ultimate students. Like, oh, I don't know, maybe someone's like the ultimate historian. They're the ultimate like artist student, which actually does come up at least in Danganronpa 3 or V3 anyway. And like other sort of things they'd actually expect being like talents, but then it's like the ultimate pop sensation. I'm like, oh, all right, so it's gonna be on a different note entirely.
the national high school champs.
And then it gets
Pro
even
teams
weirder
already
from
have
there,
their eyes on him.
obviously. Clearly on the roids, all the roids.
Bam.
You know, he gets those
Very angry
steroids like they
too.
do in 7 Days to Die.
And
They're
there's
just lying on the
ultimate
bathroom floors.
fashionista. Well, of course there is.
And of course,
He's on all the magazines.
You have to
these
pay
days.
close
You can't get
attention
away
here.
from her. Was
Because
that
they do give
Junko
clues in this game.
Enoshima? She's been the cover of tons of fashion magazines. She's what every high school girl wants to be. So
oh really?
fashionable.
Oh
There's
boy.
Kuwabara.
There's Kuwabara. What is the ultimate biker gang leader?
Yep.
Wait, why is that something?
Why not?
That's just so random. The ultimate biker gang leader. The ultimate drug lord. Like, what is this gonna go into next?
Yeah, JP. Exactly. Everyone in Ultra Spirit Girls is 18 or older. Even the people that are already told to be like kindergartners or whatever, because they're at like they're at the Hope Peak, what do they call it? Like the daycare center. It's like, all right, why do they have 18-year-olds in the fucking daycare center? That makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Yeah, the ultimate bike gang.
How is that an actual
biker
thing?
gang? Right.
The scary thing is he's also the de facto leader of every biker gang in Japan? What? Gangs everywhere love this guy. Okay, this is getting a
Who
little
wouldn't
crazy.
love Kuwabara?
I mean,
Yeah, this is where it's like what, the first 9 minutes, and we take a long time to read all this stuff. The first 9 minutes, it's already just gone so nuts. It's like, all right, we have the ultimate pop sensation. All right, I guess. The ultimate baseball starts like, yeah, they're athletes in schools. I guess that makes sense. The ultimate biker gang leader, who's in charge of every gang in the country. Wait, what? Excuse me? Why they want this guy at your school? Whack. Yeah. Oh, you know what I could do? There we go. I'll represent the whack gang.
you can't get away from the guy. On top of that, there's the ultimate martial artist.
The funny thing is, and of course, the talents in the what's this called? Is there a subtitle for this game? Well, anyway, the people in Danganronpa 1 have the most normal talents of all of them. Like, it just goes even further off the rails from here.
Of course.
It's just so silly.
The ultimate fanfic creator.
Oh my god, what?
Wait, that's where you say what? You didn't think the ultimate biker gang leader was the worst?
Just because he's a biker kingpin doesn't mean he doesn't want a quality education. I know, we have to give everyone, it's a no kid left behind, even though the kids look like they're 40 years old in this game. Because that's another thing. There are some people that look extremely young, and I'm not just talking about, I'm not talking about Ultra Spare Girls, I'm talking about in the other games too. There's ones that look very young, like Himiko in V3. And there's ones that look like they are extremely old. Who's the guy? Not Gundam. I always want to call him Gundam, but he's not Gundam. He's the coach in Danganronpa 2. He's the coach who always says, I have to take a shit. Like, I really need to take a shit right now. I can't remember the guy's name, but that guy, and Hiyoko in number 2 as well, looked like she was like 6 or something. Nekomaru, yeah. Nekomaru, who looked like he's 40 years old. He's like the best coach in the country. It's like, wait, hold on a second here. They're supposed to be high school kids. How is he a coach? Like, he would have actually had to play the sport at some point. When did he have the time to do this? It's just,
No.
I don't really know why they had to do this, because this was an artistic choice for them. And I like this turning into the arguing about the logic of Danganronpa stream in a sense too, but this is a part of my Danganronpa videos where I would argue about the logic of it several times. Why did they have it where they're all high school kids? Like, they're all going to the Ultimate Academy. They could have had, like, any other pretense for having these people together in an island or in some kind of building. But they kept going with this, like, oh yeah, they're high school kids, even though the situation doesn't necessarily entail them being high school kids. Like, oh, he's a coach. Oh, this guy's the ultimate tennis player. It's like, no, he doesn't have to be a high school kid. He could be something else. But it's like, oh, that's what they want to do, I guess, for whatever reason.
Why would a school invite the ultimate biker gang leader? That's just...
I think I almost misspoke there, but this would also been hilarious if there's also an ultimate banker. Why did we never have that in Danganronpa, the ultimate banker?
doesn't make sense.
Alright, let's go skip ahead a little bit more. I want to go when we actually meet the kids, because I think that'll be a funny moment. I do want to see what we say here during this part when they start having the weird...
I mean, we did see the intro. There's a killer
the
bear
fade
running
out thing.
around, so probably not
Oh,
the best
Chihiro?
idea.
Oh, yeah,
They'll
we'll get
kill
started on
some time
Chihiro
for
in a little
nothing
bit too, I'm
else.
sure.
Trying to play it cool.
Yeah,
I took
this-
my first step into hopes
Like I
to
said,
take
this game was probably the most normal out of them, for whatever that's worth. Though you also had Sakura, who looked like she was a little bit older too.
Academy.
I don't know,
It was
maybe
also my
getting
first
muscles
step
makes you
towards starting
age
a new
another
life
extra 20 years,
in a
but
new school. Oh,
I don't think it
anyway,
necessarily does.
Fantastic. I'm sure it's the start of many good things and no bad things.
Oh yeah, we'll see in just a bit. Just
At
hit the A
least that's
button,
what I was
try.
hoping for. Wait, what?
Being flushed down a
What the-
toilet.
Alright, so there's magic taking place now. But the instant I took that first step forward, my view became warped, twisted.
It's super high school level, so it makes more sense. I know that's what they say, but that's kind of what I'm saying. Like, that's the premise that they went with the game, but My question would be, why did they have to go that way? Because you could have done anything else. Like, they didn't have to write... Okay, technically I do know why they did it. It's to appeal more to a younger audience, which makes sense. But if they're doing stuff like, oh, he's the ultimate coach, this person's the ultimate, like, whatever, stuff that wouldn't entail being a kid, it's kind of a bit silly that they kind of go with this conceit still.
It was like some kind of delusion.
That's kind of my
melting
argument
away
about it.
And mixing together into something
I know
else.
It doesn't really make sense
Spinning,
to argue about video game
mixing,
logic,
melting
but
away,
I feel the need
then
to anyway.
spinning again. And then the next moment,
And I am aware there's
everything went
always an
black.
excuse or another.
that was how it all began. And how life as I knew it came to an end.
Or is it a
And then he's
beginning?
forever a victim of the school and kept prisoner in the dungeons.
Kind of.
At that point, I should have realized. The reason I was brought to Hope's Peak Academy wasn't because I had ultimate good luck.
Oh, here we go.
Uh-oh.
It was ultimate bad luck?
It was so I could experience ultimate despair.
Oh no!
Alright, you said so.
Dun dun dun. So
we got another-
dramatic.
What?
Oh, it's Despair High School. The name was misleading.
Oh, okay.
I hate those
Well,
false
welcome to
advertisements. I know which I will
Wanna save
think
your data.
of
Sure,
the
I
World
guess so.
End Club.
Oh, yeah, plenty
The World
of seats,
End
lots,
Club.
looks
What
like.
is the World End Club?
You should have put it in slot 25.
I'm trying to remember. Is that something from Danganronpa? Okay, let's skip ahead to when I see the kids, because I'm sure that'll be like we're like, what the hell?
Evil. Is this
Did
the
I
main
forget
hallway?
about something already? The World End
Back
Club.
around here? I guess this leads to the gates. I guess so. By the time I got back to the main hall, everyone else was already there. So there are other people.
Oh boy.
Whoa.
Another new kid?
Yeah, there's a ton of people.
These people don't look like high school students.
Oh, there's something
A
else
lot
that's
of
made
them
by the
don't, no.
creators.
Maybe
like
just a
another
few of
game, you
them.
guys mean?
Huh? Then you guys are all.
Oh, okay, I see. You guys are talking about some other game. All right. Well, I'm probably never gonna play it, so we don't have to worry about that, guys. Don't you worry.
Did you all notice anything weird when you got
You don't
here?
have to worry what I think about that game.
Age 15. Seems like a good cutoff.
I think it is funny though, because I think people did suggest those games at one point, and I was thinking about playing them, but as we
15
kind of
is a
got through
good cutoff
Danganronpa, I'm
point.
like,
I don't know.
"Eh,
Guess.
I don't know. I don't know about playing more.
Standing
of
before me were the
Danganronpa-inspired
ultimate
games.
students that had been handpicked by the school. I looked around.
Because
at
technically we never
everyone
made it
gathered.
through Despair
Look at that guy
Girls.
on the right,
I know.
taking in their faces one at a time.
I'm like, what's with the
Maybe-
guy on the right? Yeah,
Outta
that's
here.
Sakura. Not that was
guy on the
that sure of it at
right.
the time.
I know.
Taking in their faces one
Actually, they
at a
didn't
time.
introduce themselves.
What
Maybe
about the
there's-
redhead in the middle with the bulging eyes?
Yeah. What is going over there? That's probably not a good sign. Look, there are a
Yeah,
few
not to
people
mention
with red eyes,
Ifumi,
actually.
Mr. Hamster.
2 of them anyway. Maybe I was just imagining it, but I swear I could feel a kind of aura coming from each of them. Well, you did say some of
Maddie says it's a death game, but even younger kids. Maddie? Are they also younger kids who all happen to be over the age of 18? I said it's gonna be a Danganronpa 4 that comes out eventually. And it's gonna be a game that's taking place in the womb, starring a bunch of fetuses. But they're all gonna be over the age of 18, guys, so don't worry about it. It's okay.
Some of them were psychic. So
I
that could
swear,
be-
that's gonna be Danganronpa 4. I'm
that's an
predicting it
actual
now.
thing in this
Which
game.
one is the ultimate fanfic writer?
I don't know.
It's like
now,
got
now I
tuplets
can't
or
see them
whatever.
all. How's it going? My name's Makoto Negi. I don't know how to pronounce that. Do you know?
Naegi.
Oh, there we go, the
Naegi.
pronunciation guy.
Naegi.
Nayagi. Whatever.
Good job.
They're gonna push
Sorry,
them
I'm
as
late.
much as
Probably
possible.
not to say that ever
I think
again.
it's about as
A
far
bunch
as you
of
can
stuff
go,
happened, and then all of a
right?
sudden, I was just asleep.
Like, you can't get much younger than that, Mike.
Whoa, you too. He has the ultimate hairdo, I guess. Or is it her? Things just keep getting curiouser and curiouser.
Okay, Alice.
This guy is so weird looking. So strange. I declare, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that this is a
The only
strange
way they could get
situation
worse.
indeed.
Okay,
I
maybe.
realized who
okay.
he reminds
All right,
me
maybe I
of.
shouldn't.
Doraemon.
Okay, that's going. Okay, I'm not
You know
making
what
that
he
joke.
looks like?
I'm not
He's
going
like
that far.
Blue, whatever. Never mind. You don't know who he
From
is.
what?
From Doraemon.
Okay, no.
Hey, it's okay. It's all fictional.
Sorry.
Oh yeah, I always love
what
that
are you talking
excuse.
about? I honestly have no idea what's
That was
going
another
on here.
good one.
Oh.
Just a moment. There's something else we must address.
Oh, I always loved him.
They all look like
I
someone.
love doing the voice for
Makoto,
this guy
your
too.
tardiness is unacceptable. Who does he look like?
Kiyotaka,
That
right?
Phoenix Wright guy when he's
yeah,
pointing.
he does act like.
What is this? It reminds me of a manga. There's a weird death game where you find out they were like legit babies who were at risk pregnancies. What? Huh? I'm so confused. I don't, Maddie, the thing that I'm kind of worried about is I'm not sure if I want to know more or not about that.
Phoenix Wright with that. Hold it.
Yeah.
It's like
Surely you were aware the meeting was to start.
Starship Troopers. Would you like to learn more? I'm like, I don't know if I'm gonna click on that
8
one.
a.m. sharp. Really? Is that what you're gonna get hung up on now? To be late on your first day is unacceptable. I must report you, and you must accept your due punishment. What? You don't even know like where we are. What's your problem? This is you. You have to read some stuff
Oh,
too.
yeah.
Wait, there was a
sorry.
different one too?
What's your
'Cause JP is
problem?
saying-
It's not like you.
Japan is weird, but I remember a similar one that wasn't a death game. So there's multiple things that are like this. I still don't really understand the concept. You drug that memory out of the recesses of your mind? Yeah, you know, maybe we'll just sum it up that way. Japan's weird.
Wanted to be late.
Sounds good to
You
me.
didn't have any control over it.
Yeah,
I don't
so,
know what
like,
else to
finally
say.
There's girls that can speak now. I have a chance to take a break.
Everyone just calm down. Listen, why don't we all go around and introduce
I always love
ourselves?
when I don't have to read.
She looks
God,
pretty
I can
normal.
finally take a
Yeah,
break.
I like her. But he's my favorite, obviously.
Wait, should I do Kuwabara's voice for him?
Not that I can
Can
do
you?
that.
I
Do it.
can't.
You're a Meshi, what the hell? Now's
That's so
time
terrible.
for freaking introductions. Alright, I'm not gonna be able to keep that up. I'm gonna just have to do a normal voice. I'm sorry. I'm gonna wear my throat out by doing that.
Maybe, but it may be
Japan
good
has
to
always
at
been
least
weird.
find out who we all are before
In some
digging
regard or
into the
another, I
bigger
guess.
problems here. I mean, how are we even supposed to talk to each other if we do not know each other's names?
It's also
Maybe she's
funny because you have to remember in the beginning of Danganronpa they don't show off anyone's voice. I think they wait quite a bit until they actually like have them speak, and then you kind of get an idea of what they're supposed to sound like.
Fanfic writer.
So they do make you come up with your own
It's
idea
like the
for what
nerdy
they sound
type
like. I think that's different in V3, and maybe the second one too. Because I think in V3 they pretty much all start talking right away. Probably because they had much more voice acting in general for that game.
Whatever.
That's a good point.
Or
No,
could-
it's probably her.
The other one's probably
Lame that change your voice for each character. Yeah, that's kind of the thing that I'm talking about, Mike, is you didn't know what they sound like at this point because they haven't really given them a voice yet. Eventually, you do kind of hear their voices and you kind of get an idea of what to go for. I think in the later videos, we do try to like customize it for each character.
the
But not yet.
ultimate
And like the voices that we do come up for them are like nothing what they actually sound like in the game yet.
gothic Lolita type, and she's probably the ultimate fan writer because she looks rather ordinary. Or her.
Okay.
It's something you
let's
don't
get
remember.
Introductions out of the way.
Because I
Then we can
didn't
move
remember
on to
until just
whatever
now
else.
that, yeah, they
Sound
really
good?
didn't do the voices for them for the
I'm
longest
not
time in
gonna
this
remember
game.
everyone's different voice. There's too many of them.
Yeah,
Yeah, they
think
did it in
same
the
goes for me as
trials.
well.
They did
I'm
it in
still
other,
totally lost,
you
but
know,
I think it's best to just focus on getting to know each other for
intimate story scenes,
So I
I
guess
guess.
this is a good chance
like
to
kind of when
say
you're hanging out with Sayaka, I
gonna
think some of
guess.
them are voice acted, maybe.
now. I already looked
Probably a few
everyone
other
up on
things
Hope
as well.
Speak Academy
Not that I
thing
actually
online.
remember.
It's
This is like all new to
listed
me as I'm
on,
watching
the
it. Oh wow,
anonymous
what is this
boards,
game?
Everything about them.
It's like I'm watching it
Still
blind
don't
all
really know
over
what kind
again.
of people they actually are. Time to find out. Yeah, isn't Kuwabara supposed to be actually like the biker gang leader?
Yes.
That's great.
Yeah, I remember that at
I'll
least.
start by talking to those
Alright, let's
five
do
over there,
Kiyotaku's
or to
introduction.
keep track of how
Skip
they
ahead
go.
a little bit.
Oh, okay.
What's important to the overall story? Their
The
introduction?
conversations.
Oh.
I guess you're gonna say something. that
Wrongfully
we can keep in
gender
mind for
profiling
later.
two people?
Hello.
Such that the guy yelled at us.
Well, I mean, they kind of are already,
All right.
the
thank
game
God
kind
I
of does
didn't
that
pronounce name.
intentionally to make you think it's the wrong,
The
Ultimate
ultimate moral
moral
compass.
the wrong gender.
All right, if you say so. I already don't know even how to pronounce it.
So I don't know if I can
That's
take
Kiyotaku.
responsibility for that one.
Kind of what I saw about him on that.
Yeah, it really
thread.
has been 5 years. It's
He
crazy,
went to a
Maddie.
famous private school and won
Don't
top
ask me how that
honors every
happened.
year. He's basically a flawless honor student.
Oh, yeah, and that was kind of like the
He
funny
has
thing about
been
this
angry-
game, too, is that Makoto was kind of like a weird stalker online, wasn't he? Like, somehow he did all this research into every character he was going to school with, which is just think about how strange that is, right? Like, imagine you're going to a new school, and, like, you find out who's going to be in your class, so you spend hours and hours scouring the internet, finding, like, every detail about these kids. And it's funny, too, because when you think about it, this is 10 years ago, right? The game itself came out like about 10 years ago, about 2010 or so. So there's a lot less information online at the time. And also, they're kids, so they're supposed to be kids. You know, whatever the Danganronpa classification is. I don't know what they want to call it. But usually they don't have information of kids like this online for you to research, so it's just really fucking strange that Makoto did like this intensive background check into all these
Bigger
characters.
issue. He's also known for the work he's done with the
What? Wait, try if you're going to a school where all your classmates should be famous? Well, if we're going by the game's logic, they're like famous for high school kids, but not totally famous, so it's not like they should be as easily accessible to find out information about as actual celebrities, right? Like, it's still weird. And some of them are, yeah, like they're kids, but I mean they're supposed to be they're like very talented kids, but still it shouldn't be something where there's like a whole bunch of information about them. It's like, oh, like Hina's a swimmer or whatever. Like basically all you know is like, oh, she's a swimmer, she gets this time. Like they're not gonna publish like intimate details about her. And like Kiyotaka too, like whatever he's doing here.
He's public morals committed.
It's just
Wow.
so funny that he just found
They
all
say
this
he
information
respects
just like
the rules
right
above all
online
else,
about him,
as we've
just
already
like that.
seen, earning him the title of the ultimate.
Yeah, essentially he's more like the
ultimate.
ultimate stalker than
What a
anything.
title. Anyway, you can call me Taka. You said your name.
And also, it's not the fact that there is online about information online about them, because yeah, I'm sure there is. Like, if you did it intensely enough, you could find information about a lot of people. It's that he went to all this like depth to try to actually find them, which would have taken a long ass
Name
time.
was Makoto Negi, right?
Did Hope Peak announce that stuff? According to the game, and we saw that before, he went to 4chan and he read about it. So I don't know. I guess that's what happened. Like 4chan doxes people that goes to, yeah, look, it says 2010 actually. So we were right about that, or I was right about that anyway. Now I have to find out where it was again. Anyway, I don't need to read everything about him. Let's go find a little bit about Toka. This guy's kind of annoying. In that sense, it's kind of like, don't take it personally, babe. I guess everyone's just supposed to be on 4chan all the damn time.
This guy is kind of annoying. Yeah, I have to agree with you there.
He is annoying, but I
let's
really
talk
like
to
doing
Toko.
his role, doing his voice acting, stuff like that. I'm kind of,
Oh, really?
I was
So
always
she's gonna
kind of
be
disappointed that he
type.
died relatively quickly in that one.
Ah, she gonna
Yeah,
say
this is when they
everything?
first start doing the
Writing
voices at this
prodigy.
point.
Is that the fanfic
that must-
writer?
And you don't
always
or
hear a
is
lot
she
of
just
their
a writing
voices.
prodigy?
I don't know. It could be either one.
Oh, she's not fanfic. It was a novel.
Ah, I see. Yeah, she wrote a novel when she got. Yeah, she wrote a novel when she was 10 that got everyone talking and launched her literary career.
Jesus.
Then 2 years ago, she released So Lingers the Ocean, a love story said to be her masterpiece. She's writing masterpieces at high school age. That's awesome. The book was such a hit with women that fishermen quickly shot to the top of every hottest men poll. Wow.
I think the thing I found
Despite
kind of
her
weird
age,
about
she won
Danganronpa,
countless literary prizes, and all
is,
her books are instant bestsellers.
and I know I've made this
Which
point
is why
before,
she's
and I'll
come to
always
be
keep
known as
making
the
it.
ultimate writing prodigy.
Then
It's
why
how
would they
reliant
not
they
know
are
her
on all
name?
this stuff
She's
with
like
like the
most
ultimate
famous
talents
author
when
right
it's not
now.
really needed for the game itself. Like
What else would you call such a young,
the idea of
talented
having
author?
a
But I figured she'd be a
a killing
lovey-dovey
game,
type.
a murder
Well,
mystery
her
game like
masterpiece
this in
being a
itself is
romance
very
and all.
interesting. And it was always weird to me how much they focused on the whole ultimate aspect of it,
It's
because
not polite to stare, you know.
it seemed like such a secondary thing to be focused on.
Whoa.
Stop staring at me like I'm some filthy creature.
It seems like everyone has some hidden anger
Look at how
issues.
small her hands are. Oh my god.
It's like, yeah,
freaking
everyone
me
has some
out.
kind of issues in this
That's
game.
pretty creepy. Filthy creature? No, I just thought.
I know what you
For those like, if
just
you have any
thought.
info or anything strange, I
You
can
just
give some
thought
info
you've
on it, guys.
Never seen such an ugly
I'm not
woman.
sure about that
You just
persona.
thought it was
I know
so
you're joking,
funny.
by the way.
Wow.
Just messing with you back.
This person gets triggered easily. No, that's not what I was thinking at all.
Yeah, I guess we
Don't
can give
bother trying
Makoto a
to
little bit of a
lie
break
to
there.
me.
4chan did the
I
stalking
know
for
it's
him.
true. Otherwise,
Then
you-
again,
I know
maybe
you
he was
can't
the guy
stand
on
looking at
4chan
me.
posting about them. Like he's trying to
Whatever.
create
I
some
don't really
plausible
care. I'm used
deniability
to
with
it.
his
These
narration
inspections
here.
are going well.
He's like, oh
Wow.
yeah, I was seeing
Talk
other
about an
people posting on
inferiority
4chan.
complex.
I totally wasn't the
I
anonymous
was
there.
way off about what a successful author would be like. Let's hope this person's normal.
Oh yeah, let's watch Sayaka, since she's kind of an important character, especially for the beginning.
Well, that's a promising start so far. What is she? Oh, she's the pop sensation. Really? I wasn't able to tell. I guess she's not wearing pop outfits right now. The way she
Yeah,
moves
'cause they're
is
all dressed,
positively
rather
memorizing.
subdued.
Mesmerizing, even.
I don't think they're in uniform,
In that
right?
pleasant
She
sense.
kind of looks like she's in a
Can't
uniform,
quite
but
place it.
there was no school uniform. if I
Sayaka
remember correctly.
Mizuno. When I saw her name in that thread online, frankly, I was pretty surprised.
Oh, you're being serious? Okay, I thought you were joking
There
around
she
about
is.
like getting like
She's in a pop
information
group
about
famous all
people.
across the country.
oh
In
information
fact,
on the game.
She's their lead
Okay.
singer. As
No,
the
that's
ultimate
all
pop
right.
sensation,
We don't need
she's
any
in
more
high
information.
demand to appear on
We
TV
beat the game a long
and in
time ago. I don't
magazines
need any more
everywhere.
information on Danganronpa. I
But
assure you
actually,
that.
that's not the only reason I was so surprised to find out she'd be going to the school.
Let's hope this person's
sure she
normal is
doesn't
so funny in
remember,
retrospect.
but-
Indeed. I mean, that's kind of like the wish that we
Well,
had behind
never
all
mind.
these. Like, oh, maybe
matter
this
how
person
you
will be
slice it,
normal.
she's really
Maybe this
beautiful.
one.
Almost like
No.
a doll or something.
Actually,
What's
she
he
was
gonna
rather
say?
normal. Until
Maybe they
she
went to
tries to kill
school
you.
together.
Or not kill you,
Like,
but tries to get you
elementary
set up
school
for
or
murder or
something?
whatever.
I'm not a doll, you know. I'm alive.
Huh? Did you hear me?
I'm psychic.
Oh, she's
Oh, we
psychic
forgot about
too.
her name from the intro.
course.
Did we? Was her name in the
Huh?
intro?
Kidding. I just have
I thought they
really
only
good
mentioned her name
intuition.
now.
She's a sharp one.
Huh? Hey, by
I'm
any
not sure. What are you
chance-
talking about, Mike?
Really good intuition, my ass. She read our mind.
I know.
She knew what we were thinking. Now,
Yeah,
what?
that was always a weird thing about Sayaka,
Yeah,
right?
it must be.
And it's
I'm
another thing
sure
that
of it.
Danganronpa kind of invokes but doesn't go
Hey,
anywhere with.
Makoto, did
The idea of Sayaka being psychic or
What
just
is
really
going on
intuitive.
here? Not this guy again. Jeez, you guys. How long do you plan to waste our
Yeah, it was a
valuable
weird
time just
stick,
making this
and they
back
never did
forth?
anything with it.
sorry, just
Which
got
I think
carried
happened a few
away,
times in
I guess.
Danganronpa.
Wow,
Like,
what an asshole.
yeah,
Self-introductions for
this is really weird when Kiyotaka starts interrupting your introduction just to be an asshole.
introducing yourself, not bumbling through a bunch of idle chit-chat. What the hell? What is this guy's problem? Moral
You're
compass, my
right.
ass. He's a jerkwad.
Sorry, Makoto.
She was actually the most
Didn't say her name, but she was pictured in the intro.
normal one
Oh,
to
okay,
talk
I'm
to
not
so
good.
far, and I'm gonna get interrupted with her.
I
We
know.
can talk
I know
about
that
this
back in the
later.
day you were a big Sayaka
It's not
fanboy.
like Sayaka really
You wanted
had
to
something
spend
she
all
wanted
our
to say.
free time with her
But it's not
back
like we'll
before
never
she
see
started
each other
murdering
again.
people.
Q, that's the last time we ever seen her. Like she said, we can talk later.
All right, let's skip Leon because he's gonna be boring. Let's go see Fumi
I
a little
thought
bit
for
because
sure it would
he's
be a
Okay,
girl.
I was thinking so too. By the way,
what we're talking about.
baseball to the ginormous balloon-like guy. Wow.
I am Hifumi Yamada. But if you want to call me by my nickname,
What?
The Alpha and the Omega.
I don't mind.
I love when he does that voice.
Why is that your nickname?
He's the fanfic writer.
Oh, this is the fanfic writer.
Oh, that's
I
right.
thought for sure it would be a
okay.
girl.
I was thinking so too. By the way, how much do you know about the world of 2D art?
Oh God.
World of 2D.
Him his random 2D diatribes
well, in
and
that
rants.
world, I am well known and supremely well regarded as the ultimate
Kitaka's
fanfic
just for
creator.
getting all the attention. That might be a
I once
possibility,
sold
Mike.
10,000 copies
You could be
of
right
one of
there.
my fan comics at a school festival. The event has passed into legend. Some of them didn't get it. Of course, saying I'd tainted the event. How stupid can you be? Well, that's too bad about them. But selling 10,000 copies like that is definitely pretty remarkable.
However,
The words of such idiots mean nothing to me. I am like Van Gogh, utterly unappreciated in my time. Yeah, I'm sure you're just like him. I am a soldier serving night and day to destroy all mindless preconceptions about fan fiction. What do you think about this guy?
He's amazing.
He is so awesome. I'm sure if you were to observe my work,
Okay.
Mr. Aegi,
There's one more
You'll
character I want to see in
comprehend its
particular,
greatness
at least,
immediately.
before we move on to something else with this game.
for my work is filled with the deepest of
I think you
meaning.
can probably figure out who that's gonna be.
What kind of
That's gonna be
meaning?
the next part. It looks like. Let's go jump forward.
All right, everyone,
we
how's
get
it
it.
going? We're back.
Fumi's
for
a weirdo.
Danganronpa. And in this episode, we're gonna talk to the rest of
Oh,
these
you know
people
what?
here. Competition she's been
Before
in
we
since
see that, I want to
elementary
see what they say
school.
about Hina.
She's even been chosen as an upcoming Olympic cadet.
Yeah, so it kind of knows about her because I guess there's like talk in the papers about her being in the Olympics or whatever, so that kind of makes sense. Oh, well, this is the part where it gets creepy.
And proportions has been widely discussed online.
All right, that's where it gets creepy.
Proportions, what does that mean?
It always goes a little bit too far.
Like that.
Turn into my brain right now.
Oh, you heard thing about like writing down the name 3 times or whatever? Oh, you know, Mike was a big fan of Chihiro. At least back before back before Mike learned about Chihiro's extra something. So we'll go watch Chihiro's intro.
nice to meet
There's probably still
Chihiro.
comments about Michael being like, "Oh, Chihiro is so cute. I love
There
Chihiro.
we go.
What a sweet girl."
Oh, she's the ultimate programmer. Okay.
Sorry, I get kind of embarrassed whenever I introduce myself like this. Anyway, I hope we can get along.
Well, as long as you're not yelling at us or screaming at us, should be good. Same
Yeah, this
here,
was a
nice to
decent
meet you.
intro at least.
Huh?
I just said it was nice to meet you. No need to read any more into that.
Maybe it's just my imagination, but have we met before?
Oh, have we?
Oh yeah, this is kind of
I don't-
interesting. Chihiro is like the only character to kind of, I guess, have some kind of like memory of like the past year or whatever that was erased from their mind. And I think they're the only one to mention it, which is interesting. And at the time, you're like, oh, like what's going on here? Like, what's this character talking about? They're just kind of like what's the word I'm looking for? Like a klutz. Like they don't really know what they're talking about. But then, like, it does come into relevance later. Of course, at this time, you have no idea whatsoever the significance of
I
that.
don't think so. We just met for the
I think we
first
even kind of like make fun of like Chihiro a bit here because they keep apologizing. Like, what are you apologizing for? Like, calm the fuck down.
time.
You didn't do
Shimai
anything.
Said, nice to meet you. Wow. Sometimes we're a little bit condescending.
Yeah, even Makoto kind of has a bit of a tone with him.
Yeah,
At that
good
point.
Sorry.
Wow. We like practically made her cry. What a dick. You don't have to apologize for that. Maybe you shouldn't have put it that way, Makoto.
Oh, yeah.
Chihiro Fujisaki is known for all the cutting-edge programs she's created. She is the ultimate programmer. She's also
We
got
can
that
accept
timid
Mike while
little
still
bunny
teasing him
type
relentlessly.
thing.
Accept Mike.
Yeah, of course. Which is
I like the way you
endears her to a
word
legion of
that, J
fans.
Pedal. It's like, have you accepted Mike as your
Okay,
Lord
so
and Savior?
listen.
I'm sorry.
I'm really
But yeah, you
sorry.
can accept Mike. Of course
Huh?
you can.
What are you apologizing for now?
Well, just because you seem upset, you must be mad at me, right?
No, not at all. I was just lost in thought about something.
Huh?
Oh,
Lost
no.
in thought?
She cries so easily. Yeah, it had nothing to do with me being upset or anything.
Thank you.
Oh, that's good. I was afraid maybe you didn't like me. I'm glad.
Yeah, I was always kind of weirded out by Chihiro's like almost like manic emotional reactions. Like all of a sudden they'd be on like the verge of tears, and then all of a sudden like later on they'd be like, "Oh, that's good," and they're extremely happy. It's always like weird to me.
I'm
How they
starting to understand why
quickly
her
start
fans
going
are
like
so
back
into
and
her.
forth like that.
Wait, really?
Ew.
Like the smallest
Okay.
thing, they start like busting up in
Kyoko.
tears. Oh, Kyoko. I guess we watched Kyoko
Oh,
too.
she's the distant.
I like. I was
fan.
like, oh, it's gonna be at least one more we'll watch.
We're
And I'm
gonna
like,
have a
oh, let's
standoff
watch
here.
like 3 of the next
Wow.
ones.
Can I ask you your name?
This will go well.
Kyoko Kirigiri.
All right.
We don't know
Oh, she's
her.
the ultimate unknown. She's one of the secrets. She's pretty tight-lipped, huh?
The only one, of course.
Oh, but you know, her name didn't show up anywhere in that Hope's Peak Academy thread.
I do like how they only
did
do
see
that
that they
once
were
in each
students like
game.
me.
There's always one
Ones who
unknown.
didn't have any real identity or presence. Could this girl be one of them? So what are you doing at the school?
What?
What's that supposed to mean?
No, I just meant getting invited here means you're some kind of ultimate something, right? So which ultimate something are you?
That doesn't matter.
Why should I tell you?
Wow. Huh? Well, I guess you don't have to tell me.
No, I don't have to tell you, so I'm not going to.
Well, it sounds kind of suspicious, though.
Yeah,
Nothing about her
Kyoko
turned
probably
up
is the
online,
most
so I was
interesting
thinking maybe she
girl
got
in the
picked by
game.
chance like me.
And character
But-
overall, I would say.
She's being really secretive about it and suspicious. Her face is like an iron mask. She doesn't want to tell me anything, no point in asking.
Yeah, it's kind of easy.
Okay.
I don't think any
Move
character
along.
comes close in this one.
Whoa. Ah,
Because we must
Wait,
accept
wow.
Mike as our Lord and Savior. Oh god. Are we really gonna start a cult
She's
for
a
Michael? Alright,
fashionista.
hold on, let me pause this. I guess if we really want to annoy JP, then yes, we'll start like a cult for Michael. Have you accepted Mike as your Lord and Savior?
I can tell. Look at that smile. The ultimate fashionista, in fact. Anybody would recognize this one. Yep, it's here in all the magazines. She's got more charm and presence than any high school girl in the country. She's the ultimate fashionista. I've seen her in tons
Kind
of
of just like
magazine
reading the
covers,
headlines. Yeah, what did that say?
but the ultimate fashionista. I've seen her in tons of magazine covers, but
Wait, what did that say? Hold on. I'm trying to read this one magazine cover. Now to show 20 more centimeters height highly? The world's cutest girl with the cutest eye patch? What is this? 20 more centimeters height? Weird.
I feel like that doesn't quite match
Hey,
up to
Ishi, what's going on with you?
Oh,
What?
That's all good. Don't worry about having to do stuff
Oh, are you talking
in
about
real
my
life.
cover photos
It's all
and
good.
junk?
wait, what?
Oh,
Is she another psychic?
Passing by this part
I feel
here.
like that doesn't quite match up to
So yeah, this is where they start pointing out the stuff about the stuff with Junko not quite matched up, which I think is really interesting. It is cool that they give you a little bit of a hint, even all this time. Like by the time you're actually at that trial, it's what, like 60 hours later. So they give you hints so early on about this.
reality.
And it
Tons
is
of
cool they
magazine
include it. Of course, though, the excuse she gives is pretty
covers,
decent
but
because I did buy it.
I feel
At the
like
time.
that doesn't quite match up to reality. Oh,
I guess so does the character in the game.
Huh?
Come on.
Oh, are you talking about my cover photos and junk?
wait, what? Is she another psychic?
Well, of course, those are totally photoshopped.
Well, at least she admits to it. Photoshopped? I am totally shocked by this revelation.
Yeah, you know, edited to hell and back with like computers and junk.
Yeah, because when you think about it, even if you are like a stunning beauty, like you're still gonna be photoshopped regardless. That's just how it works.
Oh, so they aren't real. I can't believe everything you say.
What can we do?
Come on, don't act so surprised. You're gonna make me all depressed.
I like your voices. Like, what can we do? You just have to use Photoshop. JPEL should be the cult leader. I mean, I think he'd be more effective than Mike. I don't know what Mike would do with the power of a cult leader. Let's see. All right, let's see in the chat. J Pedal, although I guess, the initials of J Pedal would be JP. J Pedal and Mike, give your pitches for what you'd do as a cult leader now. We'll judge who's the better one.
Best.
Totally.
Who would be more
It's
effective.
totally normal these days to Photoshop the crap out of cover photos. If you're surprised by that, you'd be totally blown away by a certain dangerous little diva of ours.
Oh, it's also something interesting that Ishi said, since Ishi's not always here, I'll read the message. And Ishi says, I have actually hated Danganronpa because of how annoying the fandom is, but I can give them props for the plot twist. It was really good. I actually have very similar feelings about Danganronpa in that regard too. Not to kind of crap on Danganronpa while we're doing a stream kind of reminiscing about it, but I will say its fan base can be a little bit on the more, and I don't use this word lightly. In fact, I almost never use this term because I think it's overused so much. But I will use it for the Danganronpa community, at least a portion of it. The Danganronpa fanbase can be very, very toxic. Just to put it one way.
Oh, really now?
So I do see what you're
They
saying
make
there.
the eyes and junk super
But I
big
think there
and
are
tweak
things in the
skins to
plot-
opal ceramic and porcelain.
And in
Oh.
the
So
not
many
just the
dreams are
plot
getting
twist,
crushed today. Oh
but
my
kind of the
goodness, what an idiot.
the mysteries that are good and do
Ooh,
make it
Kubara,
something that's
let's
fun
see
to
what he has
see.
to say.
And you know what? I do agree with you in this. I think it's the fact that there's a lot of younger players that are into the game as well. And they're trying to be quirky, they're trying to sound older than they are, they're trying to sound very edgy. And I think it's because they see characters in this game and they're trying to emulate it. Like, you get people like Miyu, who are very super abrasive and asshole-ish. Who's the other one? Kokichi, who, I was a fan of Kokichi as a character, but yeah, he's also an asshole who's always talking shit. So, it is kind of a character type that is quite present in the game, and I could kind of see that a bit in some of the people that follow the game, who act a bit similar in that fashion.
The ultimate biker.
Not that I'm trying to paint everyone with that brush, but there's a fair bit of them. I'm just
I
gonna say.
love this guy.
Oh my god, he is the best, Mondo.
Nice to fucking
Mondo
meet
is
ya.
my favorite character.
I know your real name, man. Can't fool me. Mondo Awada, huh? Which means he's the current
Michael
leader of the largest
or
biker
Maddie
gang in
posted a
Japan.
message about the
This is still so ridiculous.
about this one of the comments in the
He's
stream
earned respect, even
or in the
awe,
video we're watching.
every gang in the country. He's the ultimate biker gang leader.
Back when Chris proposed to me, it was very
Does
romantic.
Japan really
Yes.
have an ultimate biker gang leader?
Obviously.
Oh, and Mike was calling me out for being mean at Chihiro. God damn it, Mike! What are you talking about? I know I do get annoyed at Chihiro later. I think the main reason I got Chihiro, I got mad at Chihiro later on in the game, was I think there was one point where they kept apologizing so much, and that just annoyed me. It's what are you apologizing over? Nothing happened. relax. And that got annoying to me, that character type where you're just constantly apologizing over nothing. And another time I got annoyed at Chihiro, it was during the trial when Chihiro just made some wild accusation about something. I think it was about us as a character, Makoto. It's Makoto probably did this or whatever, or he got the knife from this, or I forget what the argument is. Maybe I'll watch that. And it was just completely baseless. And I'm like, why are you making this stupid argument that came out of nowhere? Using no facts or logic whatsoever. It's I think this is what happened. It's no, it didn't. There's evidence contrary. We have to prove you wrong. So yeah, I think I was what are you doing? You're being an idiot.
I mean, I guess it has to.
Oh, you were looking for that part in particular, Maddie? That's
nice
funny.
to meet you too.
Yo.
Hell yeah.
Look at
He
his
actually is
hair from
relatively-
the side.
I actually would agree with that too,
He's
Ishi.
actually
There's some
relatively
questionable things
soft-spoken,
about the
which is
game.
kind of funny.
Mm-hmm.
I would agree
Better
with
be
that.
careful around him. One wrong word, and I could wake up at the bottom of the sea, even though we're inside a building and we're kind of stuck inside, it seems. And new people.
Okay.
And what's funny is I'm really all good with people being able to express themselves in different ways. I'm talking about making games, having questionable stuff in it and kind of pushing the limits pretty far. But there are some stuff that they portray in Danganronpa where, and I don't think it's really in the first game, or I think it starts happening more in the second game, but I didn't notice it in the second game. It kind of starts happening more in the third game, and I guess it would actually be Ultra Despair Girls, because that came out first, where things start to get really weird in certain regards, especially regarding kids and certain very not good things. And I don't know why they started including more of that in the games, but Yeah. Anyway, there's also stuff that happened. Jay Petal posted, I think, her proposition as cult leader. I don't think Michael did. Michael's always... He'd be a very lazy cult leader. He'd have someone else in charge for my bet. And Jay Petal says, I put fellow rivals of Mike into power and recreate the shrine I built in real life to put fear into the hearts of the non-believers. That's my pitch. Well, first of all, I would say that pitch would probably win versus another pitch, because I think it's a very good pitch. But the fact is, Michael did not even make a pitch, so you just win by default, too. But I did want to add, I think that's a very good pitch, too. So, it's not just that you win by default. I do think it's good in general as well. Mike's detecting high levels of sass.
These are the last.
Mike has no platform.
Those 4 over there are the only ones left.
Mike messaged me. He didn't actually. I'm joking, by the way. I don't want to falsely represent him and have him sue me. But Mike would be the type to message me and be like, Try, can you think of a platform for me? Like, please help me out here.
Because we were number 15, so there were 14 people to meet.
Right. What is going on?
Alright,
Let
so
me
the
click
main
on
one
him.
that I wanted to
Here
see was
Sakura Oka.
It's a woman.
Junko, which we did.
Oh, it is?
Look at her costume.
Whoa.
Her uniform.
Yeah, Michael would have a group
Shocked.
of pitch makers.
The ultimate martial artist.
Alright, so let's move on from this, because we watched this long enough. It's a very long intro to the game. Like everything else in Danganronpa, it's very long. So, before we get to the parts that Persona linked, I want to make this unfull. If we could use that in a word here. Let me make an overall playlist here. Let me get rid of this. Let's see here. So, what would be a good part to watch? Ooh, actually, you know what? We should watch Monokuma's introduction, right? That'd be pretty cool.
Okay,
So I know
everyone,
the
how's
stuff
it going?
that
Today
Persona
we're back with
linked
some more
to.
Danganronpa.
Happens a little bit
And-
later in the game.
We were heading to the gym. I know that much.
So let's go see Monokuma's grand introduction. How can we have a
Let's say
Danganronpa reminiscence without going over
it
Monokuma?
really does look like an entrance ceremony.
Right, this should be good.
See, told ya. It's totally normal entrance ceremony stuff. Hiro was right, I guess. But in a way, that just emphasized how completely not normal all of us were here.
Hey there, howdy, hello. Is everyone here? Good. Then let's get things rolling.
Well, that's
Alright, here we go. We're about to begin this, but quickly let me go over this. Maddie says Mike's pitch. He'll build a lot of convoluted roads, and not even a single tunnel. And commit to maybe someday streaming a cult meeting. Yeah, that'd be about right. Mike's like, I'll stream the cult meeting one day. Or you know what? No, what would happen, Maddie, is Michael would schedule a cult meeting for all the members of the cult to get together. Then they'd just be there waiting for him. And then later on, he'd come in like half an hour or an hour late and be like, oh, sorry guys, I had to have dinner real quick. My bad. And yet, Ishii also said, your series is actually the one that I watched for Danganronpa. And I actually really appreciated how you guys weren't yelling every 2 seconds and censoring random stuff. Yeah, that is weird. I'm curious what you mean. People censoring stuff, like, were they censoring stuff in the game itself? Or were there channels that were, I guess they were yelling and cursing and they were censoring themselves? Yeah, that does sound very weird. I don't watch a lot of other YouTube channels, so I don't think I'd enjoy that either if people were doing that. Because that sounds very bizarre to me. We're trying to rival Chris's Cult of Hollow? With your own cult? I don't even know what Chris's Cult of Hollow is. What's the Cult of Hollow? This must be like a speedrunning thing, isn't it, Sirius? No, I don't want a cult. See, I am like the least cult-like person out there. Who do I look like to you? I'm saying Michael should have a cult. Well, actually, I'm not why am I saying Michael should have a cult? Why am I trying to encourage this? What the hell? I was joking around. What did I say? I don't even know how we got into this. I think I was joking around about like someone having a cult. And I'm like, oh yeah, imagine if Michael had a cult, because he'd be like the least suited person to have a cult. So it'd just be hilarious. Now we're arguing that people should have cults. Good lord. Look at how quickly this has turned.
a
Cults for
normal
everyone.
voice.
I know, I just like,
Yeah.
I like how I somehow got into arguing for people to have cults. I'm like, wait, hold on a second, what the hell am I doing right now? Try is sus. Oh, so the people were trying to make it directed towards kids? With purpose? Oh, yeah, I've seen people do that stuff. And they were censoring every word the characters would say. Yeah, that's really weird. I don't know why, I guess I know why. I like how I say this, I'm like, I don't know why people do this. I'm like, nah, I know why people do that. Mostly for money. But yeah, trying to gear a game like this towards kids when it's clearly not meant for kids Though it's also kind of weird because in a way the game does try to gear itself for kids when it's not really supposed to be a game for kids. Yeah. Danganronpa is a bit of a weird game.
Got a video.
I think we can all admit to that at least. We all have to have the honesty to actually admit to that fact.
Wow, that girl has really short shorts. Oh,
Probably Junko.
well, hello there.
Teddy bear?
Yeah, it looks like a teddy bear to me.
Not a teddy bear.
He's not a teddy bear.
But it's not a teddy bear.
I am.
Oh, now we're trying to make Maddie the cult leader. Good lord.
Well,
I'm sorry I've done this.
nice to meet you, I guess.
And I am this school's headmaster.
You're the headmaster. Really. It was the strangest thing I'd ever seen. Right before my eyes, what I was seeing was, it was utterly incomprehensible.
No, not really. It's just a bear.
It's a
Talking bear. You'll see a lot of that in the next few years.
Which is half good and half evil.
Mm-hmm.
Such a bright voice and carefree attitude is completely out of place. And all that
Oh, Persona said something which I want to respond to as well. Persona said, I was glad you're able to do the executions. That is something that actually was a bit of a problem, believe it or not. I think there were several times when we tried to upload one of the videos where it would have an execution, and it would actually get hit with a copyright strike. And it'd be like, oh, you have a claim from, I forget what it was, like NBC or whatever, Universal, wherever the hell it is. Or was it WB? I can't remember. And we would have to like argue against the strike and get the video reinstated because, I forget exactly what they did. Like either they just blocked the monetization or they might have also blocked the video in several different countries, which I actually was looking the other day and that happened again with another video. You remember how I pointed out that one of my videos got in trouble for talking about the Illuminati and it had like that warning on it from like Wikipedia or whatever. It's like, oh, the Illuminati is not a real thing. Or it's like, it actually refers to like a Spanish group of nobles in the 1500s or wherever the hell it was. I don't actually remember what the description was. But that video apparently also got hit for, oh wait, no, it wasn't that video. I'm getting it mixed up. It was, what was the name of it? The game that had the Illuminati in it. The game that JP had me play. Fahrenheit. Yeah, Fahrenheit got hit with some, strikes, and it's blocked in several different countries, apparently. So maybe that game's for also talking about the Illuminati, because I know that's mentioned a few times in that game as well.
anxiety I'd been carrying
Just
with
one of
me
those funny
suddenly
little
transformed into
YouTube
outright fear.
quirks that they have these days.
What? That teddy bear can talk? Calm
Oh,
down.
Maddie's posting more
I'm
comments
sure
on
there's just a
Discord?
speaker
Let me
inside
see.
it.
Hey, come on now.
I told you already, I'm not a teddy bear. I'm Monokuma, and I'm your headmaster.
I love how Michael talks about
What?
that possibility
It
too,
moved.
Maddie. That's hilarious.
Seriously, man, calm down. It's probably just a remote-controlled toy or something. How dare you compare me
I do
to a
want to say
child's
something
play-
else, because on that topic, I was very impressed and also very happy that throughout all these games that we played, the Danganronpa games, and we played 3 of them and a half, kind of, we really didn't have anyone spoil the game for us. Now, I say that, there were some people who, after the fact, I guess, tried to spoil the game, and it's really weird because, well, I guess, you know, these people aren't necessarily the brightest people. Like, let's be honest about that. People that try to do this sort of thing. But yeah, like, the games when we played them anyway, the Let's Plays, are from 5 years ago, and, yeah, the other ones are, like, pretty much just as old, like, maybe 3 years and whatever for, V3, so less old, but there are people who, like, tried to spoil it after the fact, and it's funny to me, because I'm like, you do know that I finished the game, right? But, like, yeah, there'll be a post in, like, Danganronpa now, it's like, oh, this person dies in chapter this, like, they're trying to spoil it, and I'm like, yeah, it's an old Let's Play, like, you're not spoiling anything now. But it's just kind of hilarious to me, because that actually didn't happen at all when we were trying to play the game. I did have, and I wish I could remember the people that did this. We had several people who were moderators for my YouTube channel, and they would actually go in and they would try to block any comments that kind of talked about spoilers. And I don't really know if people did post spoilers or not, or if there are people that kind of just like talked about things that would kind of be like spoilers, but I had people like, I know Sanuki was one of them. It's CNOUKI, I believe. And, like he would block a lot of messages that he found that would kind of either like hint at something or give it away. I don't know if there are like that many outright spoilers. And there were other people that would do that too. Like it's possible, Michael might have done that a bit. Oh, actually, he didn't know the game, so he probably wouldn't have. But there are a few people that I had moderated at one point or another, and they kind of went through the videos, and when a new one was posted, they would kind of look at the new comments. So that was a very nice thing they would do. I think that was mostly in Danganronpa too, and they did a very good job of that, if I may say so, because I didn't know anything about Danganronpa 2 while playing that one. And Danganronpa 3, V3, I didn't really get any on that one either. I think there are probably still people that are moderating for that one too. Although, I think towards the end of it, there were less people following because there were large gaps in between the recordings for those, so I think they probably kind of like forgot about doing that for the channel at that point.
My remote control system is so complex, even the folks at NASA couldn't recreate it or even comprehend it. Really.
This full screen.
But don't make me say stuff that might destroy NASA's dreams. I couldn't bear that.
Oh my god.
Hey, Persona. And if J-Pedal's still here, J-Pedal. Do you guys think you'd do any better bear puns than this? Oh god. Yeah, I remember this part here is so lazy with the bear puns.
See what they did there.
I like how even Celeste has to make
Really?
fun of that.
You are unfortunate.
You're unfortunate to be making such puns. Now then, moving on. We really must hurry and get started.
Come on.
Giving up already? No other stupid bear puns?
Come on, I couldn't bear it. Quiet down now. Quiet.
Oh, you're getting ads? Oh no.
Okay, so,
What the hell?
He has abandoned
I didn't know they
the
played
gag.
ads in the middle of them.
Alright.
You know, the weird thing is, they have ads, I guess, on the streams, which just makes sense. But there's like a button to like, it says insert an ad. So I would think they would only play ads when I hit that button, which I didn't hit. So it's weird that they would do that, but I guess that's YouTube for you now. They really do try to like throw in as many ads as possible, I guess.
alright. He barely even started.
I love his bear punch. You just gotta drop your
Everyone,
standards.
stand
Oh,
at
I'm
attention
sorry.
and bow. And
I have to
good
be.
morning.
I have to stop being so elitist with my bear puns, I guess.
Good morning.
What's your problem?
You don't have to say it back.
Maybe you do.
Oh yeah, Kiyotaka
Right,
is such a
that's
tool
just
when it comes to
bullshit.
Monokuma. For whatever reason, always like sucking up to him. It's just
Now
kind of
then,
funny.
Let us commence with the most noteworthy and memorable entrance ceremony.
Okay, you know what I want to do? Before it gets too late, because I'm like, oh, it's already, like, just trying to watch the intro to this game takes for frickin' ever. Let's go and watch some of the clips that Persona posted now before it gets too late. Oh, hey, Terrell, what's going on with you? Terrell says, I think there are two types of ads, right? Ads that pay you and ads that pay Google. I'm going to be honest with you, Tyrell. I don't actually remember, well, I don't, not only not remember, I'm not actually informed as to how exactly the whole ad thing works 100%. But from what I believe, the ads on YouTube, I don't think there's two different, like, there's actually multiple types of ads. There's video ads, as in, like, they interrupt your video and they play. There's those banner ads. There's I think they have card ads now. Not car ads, but card, as in, like, those little things that pop up on the side of videos. I think they have ads for that. And maybe there's some other types too. But as far as I know, they all kind of count for the same thing, where YouTube actually takes a split of what the revenue from the ads are, and they kind of divide that between you and themselves. So I think it's something like 40% YouTube takes or something like that, or 45%, roughly. What? That's funny. Who's Kyle said, in America we have the right to bear arms. And then Kyle also says, every American has a set of dead bear arms hung on their wall. Yeah, that's how it works.
First, let's talk a bit
Just
about
how
what
intended.
your school life here will be like.
And also, hello
Now,
to you, Kyle. Hopefully
make no
everything's going well.
mistake, You few students so full of potential represent the hope
And
of the
again,
world.
that's how I believe it
And
works.
to protect such splendid hope,
YouTube actually doesn't give you all that much knowledge on how it actually works. Maybe they do, but you'd have to like read the terms and service in depth. I think it's all the same thing,
in
though.
harmony together and adhere to the rules and regulations of the school.
Although it is true that a lot of the ads on YouTube these days actually don't even go to the content creator. Because what YouTube has done lately is they pretty much said that, what was it? Every channel that has under 1,000 subs cannot be monetized, right? I think it's also every channel that doesn't have X amount of view hours, which let's say it's like 40,000 hours or whatever the hell it is. I don't actually know it. So they don't get monetization options. But YouTube decided within the last year or two, they're going to run ads on those videos regardless. So YouTube makes all the money from those ones. And that is kind of bullshit in my opinion. Just to be, we'll be polite. We'll just call it bullshit. Your Monokuma voice was so monotone. The funny thing is, on a serious note, I think we do, as the game goes on, the voices do change. So I think I have a totally different Monokuma voice probably by the end of the game, and also by the time we get to the following games as well.
Ah, now then.
Kind of bullshit. Yeah, there we go.
For this
That's
communal
how you
life.
put it.
There isn't one. Wow. That is too
Oh,
bad.
and something else that happened. I keep interrupting this to go on rants about YouTube now and rants about other things. That's just how it is. I should do a podcast where I rant about various things about YouTube and Google. Something that very much annoys me. Hold on. I just had my train of thought interrupted because I read Persona's message. What? Are my jokes too black and white now with my Monokuma jokes? Yeah, that's right. Alright, so what did I say? Something reminded me about it. Oh, that's right. The ads on Google or YouTube. For whatever freaking reason, I don't know why this was, and I think I was watching one of these back before, and I've taken measures. I can't, by the terms of service, I can't mention this, but I took measures to alleviate this. For whatever reason, YouTube now has decided to run its own ads during my videos. I mean, this is what Tyrell was talking about. They're not ads that I placed in here, but let's say we were watching this on some other means. I can't go into the generalities of this. There'd be like 100 of ads that are in this video. Even though when I made the video, I only told it to play an ad when it begins the video. At some point, YouTube decided they're going to insert ads into every single video automatically. And, yeah. So essentially all my videos now have like a bunch of ads on them that I never agreed to insert in there. But YouTube decided on their own to do that. And, it's really annoying. Because I also can't get rid of them all, because to do that I'd have to actually go and manually delete them all. And that would be something I'd have to do for hundreds or thousands of videos. I don't know how many exactly I have. It's probably, it might be over 1,000, but it's not like that many over 1,000. It could be like 1,200 or 1,300 videos I might have, but obviously not something I'm going to waste my time doing. It's just annoying that YouTube did that in general, though. Yeah, that's pretty much it, JP. That's one way of putting it, too. You can't make money off your content, but they will. And also, if they decide that your video content's owned by something else, then you're not going to make the video on those, you're not going to make the money on those videos either, and they will make the money either way. Doesn't matter who they decide the money goes to.
In other words, you'll all be here until the day you...
Alright. You know what, I was going to say, let's move on to, Persona's picks for this. And I completely forgot. Just kept on getting dragged in arguments. Well, not arguments, but rants about the YouTube, essentially. So let's see. Wait, am I missing these? Oh, actually, was I wrong? Oh no, these are Maddie's posts. Yeah, Maddie posted a bunch on Persona. Persona the game, not Persona the user. The time of that Monokuma clip? Yeah, that actually was pretty appropriate, huh? Such is life. Where are they? I thought Persona posted a bunch of them. Okay, here we go. This one's from V3. This one's from 2. Actually, there weren't a lot from the first one. So Persona wanted to watch a bit of the finale. Now Persona, was there a specific part of the finale you wanted me to watch? Of the first Danganronpa game? Because I'll put on the video. Here, let me link it up here. Actually, let me keep this video around in case I want to go back to the playlist at some point. Because I'm looking at the video now. You guys can probably see it as well. Let me make it full screen. It's a 3-hour video. Reacting to the voices. That's gonna be tough to react the voices at what part? I could try to find a part here that's interesting. Maybe we'll look at the reveal of Junko. Yeah, let's go watch Junko's reveal. How about that? Is this when they show her?
Do you have any words?
Okay, here we go. I think this is
Or
about
none
it.
At all.
What? Are you broken again?
The bear's broken. Throw it in the trash. We're not even gonna recycle it.
Come on! It's
Maybe she left.
Maybe she's coming this way. That'd be interesting.
Just takes her a while to walk up to the place. Or I guess she has to take the elevator down.
Oh, but that means we don't get to hear from Monokuma anymore, if that's true.
Oh.
How sad.
I think I was disappointed by that.
The game's over. Over?
Oh, wait.
One of the funny things about Danganronpa is the way Monokuma works. Because I don't think they ever fully explain that. The most they do, I think, is in this first
Not
game,
Exactly.
where they show that, like,
Knew it would be
control
that simple.
cockpit for him. But there are times like this where he's being controlled, and obviously Junko was like on
What's
her way
this?
over, so how was he controlled there?
What?
Oh,
Oh.
here we are.
There we are. Yeah, no freckles. And the eyes are different too.
Bluer.
I think they're rounder too.
All right then.
I feel like the
It's a real thing.
original, or I guess Mukuru, had more kind of like squinty eyes or something.
What?
I guess
Whoa,
it's like
I was not
battle-hardened
expecting that.
eyes from all
I think
those
she might be a
wars.
good match for Byakuya though. Toko, you better start worrying.
Reminds me of like Snake or something. Sounds like a good deal. I think they actually give you a choice
what?
here. Do I accept it? I forget. Oh,
do
home
you think about all
cooking.
this?
Delicious.
What is happening right now?
This is
Metal
so
Gear.
odd.
Have you made your choice? Will you serve under us?
Yeah, okay, whatever. Or,
Yeah, somehow I could picture her with their like battle-hardened eyes, like smoking a cigarette like Snake. I've been through some shit.
I was just messing with you.
What the hell's going on here?
She's
What a
crazy.
jerk.
She is pretty crazy.
It's been so long since I've had an audience. Even I'm not sure what kind
I forget how quickly she switches between voices.
Really? This is
The
the,
home cooking.
mastermind? She's
Alright, I'm gonna
the
use
real
this.
Junko Enoshima. She's absolutely crazy.
Anyway,
Not wrong about that.
I love the
Good
model
lord, it gets worse
pose.
from here.
Yeah. It's just completely drone
Vogue.
voice.
having to play Monokuma all the time, day after day.
I can imagine that'd be a pain.
I was stuck in purgatory. Or like
Now, I don't know. Maybe one of you Danganronpa experts in the chat here can tell me. Because I'm sure someone probably has counted this out. How many days did the original Danganronpa take place over? Because you probably could actually count it up, right? Because you actually do see, like, the days and the nights, you know, when they go to sleep and stuff like that. So you probably could count up how much time they actually were in the school for. You know, at least during the course of when they awaken, you know, when they get their consciousness back or whatever, after they had their mind wiped. How long is that supposed to be? I will be honest, I'm kind of counting most on Persona, because I think they're the best Danganronpa expert in the chat. At least among us right now. 7? No, it'd be a lot more than 7 days, right? Because there are 4 murders? 5, kind of? I mean, you're doing like the Mikuru thing. And there's multiple days in between each murder. Like, I want to say there are at least 3 or 4 days between each trial, right? Where you have free time and stuff like that. There's 6 cases. Oh, yeah, and there's 6 cases technically. But I think the 5th and the 6th take place pretty much back to back. Or maybe like a day between each one. Each murder took place between 2 days. I thought it was more than 2 days. Am I remember that correctly? I could be wrong. I mean, you probably would know more than me. I felt like there were like 3 or 4 days of like free time you'd have between each one. That's a lot shorter than I thought then. Yeah. I was gonna say it's probably like half a month or so. I was gonna say like 2 or 3 weeks. But that's all. Yeah, it feels a lot longer. Probably doesn't help with how long I played the games. Could be 3. Yeah, so roughly, probably about 2 or 3 weeks, I guess. Oh, that's true. Maddie's saying you had multiple free times in each day. Yeah, you had... Okay, so yeah, that makes sense. You had 2 or 3... Actually, I think it's... Sometimes you'd have 2 free times in a day, and then other times you'd have 1, depending on if your character did something else or whatever. So that could make sense, yeah. But there's also a few days before the first murder, right? So, let's see. You have, like... The first day, you go to sleep. Then you have a second day where you do, like, the free time stuff. I think you have 3 days. Because there's the first day. Then you have 2 days of free time with Sayaka. Oh, Mike's going to sleep. Okay, Mike, well, have yourself a good night. So then you have Sayaka's murder. You have the trial, let's say. This is just roughly estimating it. Let's say that happens on the 4th day. The murder and the trial for her. Let's give it 2 days of actual free days between that and the next murder. And that would be the second trial. Another 2 days would be the third trial. Another 2 for the 4th. Another 2 for the 5th. And then that takes place almost immediately after. So maybe it is just like 2 weeks. 18 days. Because it could be like 2 or 3 days. So it's really hard to say. Reddit says 24. And I would say if someone was wrong on Reddit, they'd be absolutely pummeled to death with the voting system. So that probably is accurate. Yeah, it depends a lot if it's 3 or 4 days between each murder, I guess. Because I actually don't remember that. But yeah, that's going to be my estimate. 2 or 3 weeks during the course of the game, and that's just about right. Alright, let's go try to see the rest of Junko's voices here.
So easy, you know?
So bored how to switch up a voice in a second here.
What about her face?
What about my face?
What's wrong with your face?
What's wrong with my
Your
beautiful
face!
People have told me I'm cuter than 100 chihuahuas combined.
Have they?
I feel
Beautiful.
this isn't the
She's
first
a
time
model,
I've
you
seen
idiots.
You guys.
It also is
didn't
really
know-
weird they say this because, yeah, her sister was made up to look just like her. So it's like, yeah, she's going to look familiar. This is like a weird point they raise. I don't know why they do it in this game.
No, I do remember seeing it. We talked about this before. I'm sure I've seen her too, somewhere. Definitely before I got to school.
It's
Before
also weird
I-
too, because like they knew she was a model. That was the whole point of her special, or not her special ability, but her talents, essentially, or whatever you want to call it. So it's weird. They're like, oh, I feel like I've seen you before. It's like, we all know she's a famous model. What are you talking about, Hina?
At school.
Right?
It's like, what are you trying to mention here?
That's
None of
right.
the other ones make
It
sense.
was before I ever came to this school.
Okay, we're gonna see a new voice in a second here.
Magazine cover,
Yeah, come on, guys. Get it together.
and you were on it.
You were on
Jeez, how do you go from a model to like the complete despair of the world?
I don't know.
Interesting career.
Guess she was playing the long con the whole
Wow,
time,
you have a
apparently.
pretty good memory.
Wow.
I guess that's why you've made it this far. Huh.
Oh my god. I love it so much.
So I was right. Then what you told me in the main hall when this all began.
Well, that wasn't her that told you. That was her sister.
Well, I mean, that's not her that said it, but it was what
Mm-hmm.
you know, what's her name said.
Makuru.
I've seen her on tons of
How
magazines.
can you not remember past try,
I
you
feel like that
fool?
doesn't quite match up to reality.
Damn it, never paying attention.
Oh, are you talking about my cover photos and junk? Well, of course. Those are totally photoshopped.
Yeah.
Totally
not as much as we
photoshopped,
thought.
guys.
Photoshopped? What
Yeah, I
is
thought it was a
that?
decent excuse.
Yeah, you know, edited to hell and back with like computers and junk.
Deja vu. Yeah, we just saw this
Oh,
scene.
so they aren't real.
What the hell? Deja vu of deja vu.
Sometimes a little lie is necessary to keep things moving along. Wouldn't you
Her
agree?
voice is my favorite.
The plot of Danganronpa V3 agrees with that, at least.
Because she was a different person all along.
I want to hear her say
does
like,
explain
No
it.
shit, Byakuya.
I mean,
How
Yeah.
can she do it?
Kuro is
I think she does do that voice at one point.
She tried her
Right?
best.
She has a Monokuma voice. I love her
There's
Monokuma
just
voice.
no way she could have passed
Both the
that
actual
grade
Monokuma voice and when she does it with
No,
her
no
voice.
Of course
way.
not. She just didn't have the same vitals, I can tell.
People can never
I think that actually
say.
was something that you could check, right? Because I think we checked it out earlier in the game. Because Byakuya hinted about it. It's like, oh yeah, you might want to pay special attention to, you know, the vitals of this girl. And then we kind of read it. It's like, oh yeah, like what is this? And we're like, oh, she has the same ones as Junko supposedly had. That's weird.
mind and body exist. Not even if they're twins.
Twins.
Wait, they were twins?
Twins?
Ah.
I know. It's such a
Okay.
I know.
About to have the freak out.
I'm almost
in one,
embarrassed to admit it.
3, 2.
So basically,
Alright, the countdown's a little bit off.
your stereotypical twin
1.5.
That's right. I thought they might have been twins like before I saw what they
One.
looked like, but then when I saw what they looked like, I'm like, oh, maybe they weren't after all twins.
Alright, I can't do it.
Mhm.
All right, I guess they were.
Way
again.
off.
Like I had said that evil
Twin
twin
B,
comment, and then
Twin
I was
B.
like, oh, I guess no.
Yeah, when we
Like,
went to the other episode where we finally saw what she looked like, I was like, oh, I guess I was wrong about that at least. But
Mhm.
all right, I guess they don't necessarily have to be identical twins. They were fraternal or whatever.
The older
Oh yeah, I think we had
sister-
a joke going on for the longest time that there's gonna be like an evil twin. I always thought it was funny too. Because I think we used that in another game. We're like, oh yeah, this person's evil twin. And this one actually kind of came true, although they weren't actually identical twins, so it didn't quite count. It was a good effort, though.
I'm proud. That was Mukuro. The younger sister, smart and cute. That was...
Me, Junko fucking Enoshima.
If you say so.
Well. Well, that wasn't quite what I was expecting, but looks like she has another personality switch as well.
I also love how her face is... Well, let's go back. Her
Looks
face
like
is
she has another
like bouncing
personality
around
switch as
back
well.
and forth right here. It's gonna give someone a seizure if it was any bigger.
The Despair Sisters, aka the ultimate despair.
The evil twin trope. Like,
Never mind.
Oh my god, this just got so much better.
She's a total
the evil twin strip. Like I haven't seen that in any other killing
Yeah.
game. Exactly.
You might want to be a little quiet there.
Like I said, I get bored easy as hell. I even get fucking bored.
There we go. The bouncing back and forth.
How are you doing over there?
It's like an angry chipmunk.
Are you just stunned?
I'm stunned.
What is she doing with her tongue? She's acting like Toko or Jill.
Gene Simmons, maybe.
If you're twins, why do you have different last names?
That is a good question I was wondering too at one point.
Oh, that again? You have any idea how many times people ask me that shit?
I also like how she has the Monokuma faces in her where her bow would be. The other girl.
Yeah, that's cool. I do like that effect.
But it bores me
It's like the actual good Monokuma and the totally evil one. Actually, I guess... Are these supposed to be the ones that you see in Ultra Despair Girls? Because eventually in Ultra Despair Girls, which comes out, I guess, much later after this game, you did have the all-white bear and the all-black bear. I can't remember their names. I actually think it's whatever it was in Japanese. It's like, what? Shirokuma and... I think black is Kuro, so Kurokuma? Don't quote me on that.
over and over?
Well, how many times were you asked that question?
I'm pretty sure
lately?
Kuro is
Someone else
black
around.
in Japanese.
Make up whatever answer you want. I don't give a shit.
Because there was a TV called the Panasonic. Was it Panasonic?
Okay.
All right, sorry. I like how calm
Or
she is in
Pioneer.
her
I think
little
there's a
one on the
Pioneer
I know.
Kuro. A Kuro. And that was black.
If she was your twin, that means... You killed your own sister?
Because supposed to be
line.
like
She
an
just get bored
ultra
again.
And the
black
reason
screen,
we're
like no
dumped
light
into the
bleed.
ocean. As if.
All right, never mind. Then.
That's back when they had plasma
I suppose
TVs.
I'd better explain.
Oh,
Which I
Oh,
still think are
you
better
got
than
glasses
LCD
too, and-
TVs.
Pop
Though now they have
yeah.
OLED,
a
so
lot more
it's supposed
pops
to be the
up.
best.
For my plan to work, someone had to be able to control the killing game from
Try
behind
they
the
were
scenes.
Junko? What are you saying,
The
Persona?
so-called mastermind had to operate Monokuma, keep an eye on everyone, things like that.
yeah, really complicated stuff.
But after looking at the situation, I determined it would be impossible for Mukuro to
Oh yeah, her
perform
analytical voice. What is this?
because
I'm a
naturally,
data analyst.
she
I am
turned
going to
out
read
be
all
the
these facts to
letdown
you in a
of the
very calm and
family.
reassuring
Damn.
voice.
Wow.
Leaving me behind to run off and join some band of mercenaries. Such a disappointment.
I feel like they should have her
That is
hair
pretty random,
change
I have to
and like
say.
put on the glasses
I decided
for
to play the role
her
of
little
Western
avatar on the side
and
here.
have her join the
That'd been
rest of
fancy.
you in your school life. I could have let her work alongside me, but she would have been useless to me that way.
Wow.
Besides, 15 students seemed like a solid number to start
The
with.
white and black bear is supposed to be
Of
Junko?
course,
You mean in
the
Ultra
fact
Despair
that she
Girls?
was the ultimate soldier
Ah, okay.
proved something
Like, obviously we never finished the game, so I don't know what
Oh,
the
I see.
story is in that one. It's supposed to be Junko again somehow?
atrociously
I mean, I'd
filthy,
believe it, because it's
atrociously
freaking Danganronpa and everything's Junko. I don't know how it's supposed to be Junko,
It was
but I'll believe you.
atrociously clear just how out of touch she was with the rest of society.
How harsh.
Meanwhile, my ultimate fashionista status has an undeniable appeal that I didn't want
Oh,
to
what an
waste.
appeal. I wonder what the appeal is.
That's-
I wonder what the appeal is right here that we're seeing on screen.
This has an undeniable appeal that I didn't want to go to waste.
And that's why you switched identities?
Sadly,
You must have wondered why they
to
had those
match my
AI, right?
personality was even
I don't think I
quicker
actually
than
did.
calculated.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Persona, by the time we got to Ultra Spare Girls,
She was
I didn't think
nothing
very
more
much about the
than
story at
an
all.
extra
Like, I'm like, alright, this
unworthy
is happening, I guess.
Yeah, the first Junko was a
Like, to be honest, by the time we got to the end of the Danganronpa series, I'm just kind of like, alright, yeah, I guess we're going with it. Like, whatever they pull out of their ass now, I guess I'm just believing it, I suppose. Maddie says the AI Junko was split into two parts, the white and the black one. And you fight a giant mech with them in it? Okay.
extra.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
also
Persona's
because
like,
you die
okay.
right away, so
That's
you're
kind of my
like,
reaction
"Ooh."
to it. It's like, okay. Sure, of course it happens.
So that was part.
I don't know what I'm
two.
supposed to say. Like, yeah, of course it does.
Disappointment that she was. Anyone would have
So technically the
expected
final
her to
boss was
show
still
up
Junko.
right away,
Okay.
Just hold nothing back on this.
which
Nope.
is precisely what
I'm
I
neither
told her.
surprised
To meet everyone's expectations.
nor
Because the dumb blonde
disappointed,
always dies first in the
because
horror
of course.
I guess so. Yeah, and I guess that's who they were talking about in the first place? When she was having that discussion with Sakura way back when? Huh.
Wait, what?
Was having that... Yeah, and I guess that's who they were talking about in the first place? When she was having that discussion with Sakura way back when? Huh.
Oh yeah, 'cause Sakura was the spy.
Can't be your only reason.
Because remember, you know, when Sakura was talking with the mastermind in that, like, one scene we saw? We didn't know it was Sakura at the time, but they're like, oh yeah, we were planning up to kill, like, one person, but then that other person already acted and caused the murder to happen. So they're planning to kill off, whatever her name is, Makuro, way back in the beginning as the first murder, but then she just ended up being a punishment instead.
Right.
Well, no, of course not.
I don't know if that's really what it was. I guess that's my speculation there. That she would have had Sakura kill off Makuru? Possibly as like a distraction if no other murder took place? I wonder if that's true. Because that's kind of my speculation there. I don't know exactly what led me to believe that. But that actually is an interesting idea that I know how I'm congratulating my own idea. Because yeah, originally Sakura was gonna have to kill someone to get the game started. And they never said who that was gonna be. I wonder if it would have been Makuru. It would make sense in a way, because she was trying to get rid of her sister.
Avoid becoming bored.
Of course.
I've never been a stickler for following a plan to the letter, you know?
Of course not.
If I planned everything out and knew just what was gonna happen, that'd be so boring.
What do you think about this now?
I'm horrified.
I have no idea what this is
Terribly
supposed to be.
horrified.
Things just a bit and decided to use Mukuro to make a little point.
You know, the funny thing, Maddie, is I don't even remember making that point. I mean, granted, it is 5 years ago, but I'm like, oh wow, I actually thought that? Maybe that's true, who knows?
In other words, Mukuro's death was a one-sided, premeditated act of betrayal,
Yeah, sounds like it.
just as I suspected.
She had no regard for life.
When
Another funny thing about this, bringing up a premeditated murder, is looking back at the first Danganronpa game, and actually I think it's a fact in a lot of these other ones as well. There weren't really a lot of premeditated murders when you think about it. Like, there weren't a lot of people who planned on committing a murder to escape. So often it did happen for another reason, some other motive, like one introduced by Monokuma or some other external force. In the first case in this game, well, you sort of have Maizono. What's her name? Sayaka? Yeah. Michael would have made fun of me for forgetting her name again. You have Sayaka who plotted to commit a murder to get out, but she's not successful in it. And instead you have Leon who kind of takes advantage of that situation to commit a murder and then get out. But, you know, he doesn't really plan it out ahead of time. It kind of just happens kind of spontaneously upon him where it's like, oh, like this happened to me. I almost got killed. Let me kill her instead. That way I can get out. And he goes ahead and does that. Oh, I think Persona asked me a question. I'll answer in a second here. But in the second one, you have what was it? I just forget it. Like we just went through the names before. Kuwabara, I always called him. It's the biker gang leader, Mondo. Mondo kills Chihiro, but it's not really out of, you know, a premeditated murder yet again. It's more like something that happens in it's like a crime of passion. Like he just gets suddenly like enraged and just kills him after finding out about his secret because he's like, oh, like this guy's stronger than me. And that just enrages me. It's just like he loses control of his temper and just commits a murder right there. Not that it's planned out again. In the third one, I think the third one's the only one that's planned out. And, you know, I guess it makes up for the other ones because it's planned out quite a bit. You had Celeste who made that elaborate plan to frame. Well, first, I guess she corrupted Hifumi to help murder Taka. And then they tried to pin it on which one was it? I think it was the psychic. What was his name? I forget the psychic's name. The really weird guy. The crazy hair. Hiro. Yeah, that's right. Hiro. So they try to pin it on Hiro. But then at the same time, Celeste kills off Hifumi to cover her bases there. Hiro the loser. Yeah, essentially. And then she tries to get away with it all. But she actually gets found out because she was very obvious about it. That was like... It would have been a good plan if Celeste wasn't so focusedly involved in it. Like, at the entire circumstances of the case, like each of the murders, she was like a central part of them. So it made her super suspicious and easy to guess that it was going to be her. After that, what do we have happen? Oh, the fourth one was the suicide. You had Sakura kill herself. So again, not a premeditated murder in any regard. In fact, not a murder at all. In the fifth one, that's when it's a frame job. They just kind of plant the body of Mukuro to set up a murder when there actually isn't one. And that's it. The sixth case, we solved the murder of Mukuro, which was really Junko. So it's like there's only one actual murder that takes place. At least like a planned murder is what I'm saying. Like a murder that someone commits to get out. Junko also commits like the other like premeditated murder, but she's not trying to get out. So it's just kind of funny that way.
Mukuro was killed. She must have been as surprised.
Oh, and what did Persona say that wanted an answer to? Let's see. Or go after Kyoko or Makoto because they were a big threat. Would you try? Do you mean from Junko's perspective? Would I go after Kyoko or Makoto because they were a threat? Like, who's the bigger threat in my eyes if I was Junko? Well, for me, the bigger threat would be Kyoko. And that is kind of funny, though I guess she couldn't locate Kyoko. Because she did try to murder Makoto at one point, right? And you would think if anyone she was going to murder, it would be Kyoko, because Kyoko is the biggest threat. Yeah, I mean, without Kyoko, none of this would have been solved. Makoto was just kind of along for the ride for the most part. It's kind of funny. I think that's what you're asking anyway. Hopefully I
would
answered
assume
that
so.
It
correctly.
was.
Most people would be.
Are there any other Junko voices to go through here?
What? Huh?
Maybe the depressed one?
This wasn't.
We'll listen to that and then
supposed
we'll,
Yeah, and this is what I saw.
I might
way
skip
back
to the
when.
end,
Like,
watch the
oh,
end
that
of
looks
Danganronpa
really,
1.
really odd.
Why me?
So, you figured it out? Well, you're right. There's no way Mukuro could have pulled off such a convincing performance. But she
Jeez,
did
let up
teach
on
you
it.
all a very valuable lesson, don't you think?
How can you talk like that? You sacrificed your own
Oh.
sister.
Wait,
How does
okay.
that not even...
Let me see. Persona's saying if I was in that situation, without them providing a motive, would I commit murder? If I were in that situation, well, I wouldn't commit a murder to begin with. But you mean if I was to commit a murder, and would I go after Kyoko or Makoto because they were a big threat? Oh, okay. Well, I guess hypothetically, if I'm in this this scenario where I'm in this school, I have to get out, and to get out I have to commit a murder, who would I kill because they were a bigger threat, Makoto or Kyoko? That's a good question. And again, I think it's the same answer. You kill Kyoko because Kyoko is the detective. I'm trying to figure it out if I want to say 100, 1,000, or 1,000,000. She is many, many times smarter than Makoto. And yes, if Kyoko wasn't around, I'd feel a lot more confident about getting away with a murder than, say, if Makoto was eliminated. I think that's an easy choice.
even bother you?
What? I sacrificed her? That's what's got you so hot under the collar?
Yeah, that's right, Maddie. The plan that Junko had in this game, she wanted to kill Makoto and then frame her on Kyoko, and improvise it with the, wait, hold on a second, let me just read this. Yeah, but then she had to improvise the Makoto's body. She was originally going to kill Makoto, that's absolutely correct. What I would have done, though, if I was Junko, and I think there is a catch, and I think I mentioned it, but I'll mention it again. I would kill Kyoko, because Kyoko is the bigger threat, and more able to solve a crime than Makoto would have been if it was the other way around. But the catch is, I don't think Kyoko was around. Like, she was hiding in the, like, the alternate part of the school that was locked off and there were no cameras. So I think Junko wasn't able to track Kyoko, and that's probably why she couldn't murder her. But if there was any sense to it, you would kill Kyoko first, because she is the biggest threat and the easiest to get away with, if you were to kill one of them. Because then she's not around for the trials to solve them.
Oh, shut up.
We were the ultimate despair, you know? So we never had any kind of hope. Or
Yeah, Kirigiri definitely holds the most brain
I love how
cells.
now Hiro just
She
looks
holds
so
more
horrified
brain cells than the
constantly.
rest of the cast combined. I think that's easy.
As long as I can remember. Like I never should have been born at all. When I was born, I cried.
Oh no, here we go. The despair one.
What is happening?
I
Grow
have no
mushrooms out of
idea.
your head, kid.
Like, you don't even know if this person's telling the truth or not about anything.
That's why for us, it's not a big deal whether we die or kill.
You just can't believe a word that comes out of her mouth, really.
We're just those kinds of people.
That makes sense, Maddie.
So when we do something,
If they knew she's the ultimate detective, and if you want to get away with a murder, yeah, you would definitely kill the detective.
your own sister and didn't think
And it's kind of weird in a way when you think about it. In V3, no one killed the detective. Although, I guess in a way, like, Tsuchi wasn't really the best detective. And it kind of is confirmed, I guess, later in the game that he, really wasn't supposed to be a detective. With the way the, the plot turns out. But yeah, you think, like, if there's a detective, you'd want to kill the detective. That way, there's no one there to solve your crime. I think that'd probably be a good idea. So, I guess it is for the best that no one knew what her ability was until the very end. She said she was a fighter who wouldn't go down so easily. True. But she still is the ultimate detective, not the ultimate fighter. So,
anything of it.
I would still take my bets on that.
It's not true at all.
What?
Wow.
Jeez, how many people are in there with you?
We were twins.
Why are the
Like,
mushrooms?
Kyoko had a lot of confidence. And that's how she was able to say something like that, and essentially not have anyone threaten her.
Not
Because she pulled that off really well.
No idea. It's so bizarre.
And there's the depressed emo Junka, of course. And the very oddly aroused one, too.
My precious sister with my own two hands.
Aroused by the strangest of things.
That act is filled with so much despair. You can't help but put a super in front of it.
Oh god. Super, super, super despair.
Super,
Alright, we don't need to see all this again.
despair.
So, I think what I'll do here is, let's watch the ending of Danganronpa, because I know how it ends. And it ends with a cliffhanger, so I kind of want to see how we reacted to that. I know I was probably annoyed. Did a few seconds before, I know there's like a big lead up to it. Goodbye to Sakura. Aw.
Goodbye to Sakura. But hey, if we gotta say goodbye, we
I put what I meant up earlier in the chat. Oh, about the question you had? Yeah, I think I answered that, didn't I? Because I answered it a second time to revise that for, I think, the way you meant it.
may as well do it with a smile.
I don't know if you heard it or not.
Hey guys, you guys want your fortunes told anywhere?
Oh,
anytime.
Jesus.
You
I'll still
just
charge you
know
for it, though.
I'll be there.
Oh yeah, will we get that discount, Yasuhiro?
You know how much I hate
Oh yeah, didn't he be like, oh, since we're friends, I'll give you a discount, 50% off of like the 1 million
All right.
whatever fee. I don't know if it's yen or dollars or whatever.
bother listening, but,
Of course. Yeah.
I don't know why, but I have a burning desire to start writing.
Yeah.
I might be able to pull it off. A story about Master and me.
Oh god, alright, we don't need to hear about this.
It does feel kind of strange.
Alright, open the damn door. What is this, Fallout? Here we go.
There it is. It looks like hope really is spreading. As long as they never give up.
What are we, chopped
I
liver?
have to push even harder.
I believe
They keep
misinterpreted
me
what I
going.
said. Oh yeah, I know I did the first time around, but then I answered it again a second time. Maybe I didn't understand it the second time either. I don't know. Maybe you should type the whole question out a third time, I guess. Maybe it'll make more sense.
With hope in my heart.
We'll see.
Since I have hope, I can show courage. Since I have hope, I can move ahead. The world can move ahead.
No promises, though.
Alright. The door began to open.
So much
My
of a
hands
tease. Look at this.
With our hands.
I mean, this is
Hope and despair.
this is
mingled,
Danganronpa in a nutshell, though, if
opening the door to the
anything.
future.
They have
What's
to
it
draw
gonna be?
everything out to such
What do
a
you think?
large degree. Alright, here we go.
Uh-oh. Oh, okay.
Right,
At least we didn't get shot at the
The
end.
machine guns went away.
I've
That's
been
good.
real,
You'll just give
Yes.
up. Okay.
Are we actually gonna see what it is?
No, it'll probably end with this like white
I know it. No.
white light of hope.
Whoa, what is that?
I don't know.
What the heck?
That does look like Fallout. It's the atom
That
bomb
looked
going
really
off there.
bright.
It's the sun.
Oh, it did fade out. No. No.
That is so classic. Okay. Yeah, I think I did answer it. I said I'd go after Kyoko because she was the threat. You know, either way, if I was Junko, I'd go after Kyoko. If I was another student, I'd go after Kyoko. Because that's kind of my reasoning. She's the biggest threat of them all. She'd figure it out. I think that's how I answered it before, too, essentially. So I answered it both ways. If there's another way, then, yeah, I guess maybe we'll just move on from that, because I don't know how else to answer it. Goodbye, despair. Hello, obesity. It's not what you meant. I mean, maybe there's another question you asked somewhere else, but I'm looking at the question right now. So without them providing a motive, would you commit a murder if you're in that situation? And then, where was the other one? Go after Kyoko or Makoto because they were a big threat. Man combining 2 questions into one. Yeah, either way, it's not really important, is it now? So let's see what's in Danganronpa 2. You linked the finale of Danganronpa 2. I'm curious, was there anything else in Danganronpa 2 you wanted me to watch, Persona? That you can recall here? It's probably a few things. Oh, you know, there's something about Danganronpa 2 I remember that was really weird. Let's see here. Now, where did this happen exactly? Slightly secret passage. Okay, I'm gonna watch some stuff first before we get to the finale. So you linked to the finale, and yeah, I did see there's a timestamp.
For now, we should search for the inside of this old building and listen to what the others have to say.
This is when we had the first
Not
murder
just
in
the
this game,
dining
right?
hall. I think we should consider.
And we
this
had
whole
like a
building the
weird
scene of the
glitch
crime.
happening at one point
After
here.
all, the blackout that took place at the time.
Was it here?
Yeah, we'll just leave them alone.
All right.
Yeah, I think it's right around here.
What?
Secret passage?
What? No, how do I get to the secret passage? Like, I tried clicking on something and that ended up happening. Wait, where was that? You saw it too, didn't you?
Yes.
Is it behind this thing?
So there's a part when we're in here and we find a
Use
secret
the cloth
passage,
randomly
but the
shoved
game
in
won't
here.
let us check it out for some reason.
Tablecloth? Wait, what? Hold on, there's something on it. What? Alright, so I knew there had to be something that was going on with, like, how he didn't get dirty. Is this a bloodstain? Eh? A bloodstain? Come here, take a closer look.
But
It's too dark. I can't really see that
Really?
clearly. It's bright as day. You can see it. Come on. Don't bullshit me. There's
Glitches, but
mistaking
hey, it's
it.
just a
This
game.
is clearly a bloodstain.
Yeah, and then I think
Means
that's what
the
I asked about
tablecloth
eventually in the
connected to
chat. Maybe I should look at the
murder,
chat in a
right?
little bit.
And you're the only person that came in here. You wouldn't let anyone else in.
But yeah, we have this
That
weird thing
tablecloth has
happen, and
bloodstain on
it's
it.
supposed to be a glitch, but it shows a
possibility.
secret passage. The funny thing is, the secret passage does pop up later when you're solving the murder during the trial. They mention that there's a secret passage. But the weird thing is, they don't let you actually investigate it here for whatever reason, even though apparently you could hover over it and it says secret passage. The weirdest thing is, you never click on it, so why is that in the game to begin with? The only thing I could figure out is maybe at one point in the game design, they were planning for you to investigate that and that was going to be a clue. But then for whatever reason, they took that out. But somehow that got left in there and maybe there's a glitch where it shows sometimes. I don't know. It's really weird though, isn't it?
Seriously, it is a bloodstain. You can't deny this.
I think there were a
That'd
bunch
be
of
very
people who said like they
suspicious
never
right
saw
now,
that
man.
before.
Hajime.
Try to see if there's
Hey,
anywhere a
Hajime,
glitch in the
How much
Matrix.
longer are you gonna stay in this dark place? You're just wasting your time.
Glitchy secret
No, there's a
passage.
secret passage somewhere.
Somewhere.
I don't know how he found it, but like it appeared for a second, and then no, shut up. We're not
Secret
moving
passage?
on.
What secret passage?
No, he's not right.
I didn't see
We
anything
just
like
saw
that.
a secret passage.
Yeah, and I'm trying to
He's not
find it
right.
and I'm freaking out.
No, shut up. Where is this?
In the meantime,
I don't know.
I think we do get it again somehow.
How did I get to it?
I don't know.
It was really weird because I clicked on something, I didn't see what it was, and then he didn't go to it, and then all of a sudden it said secret passage.
It might be like behind the boxes. Like
Yeah, because I think I clicked on something else. And then
'Cause after I clicked on the shut
Oh
after
my
I hit
God.
it defaulted to another location, and that's where it said secret passage. It was kind of behind the hamper.
sometimes this control is so finicky, like it moves over when I don't want it to, because it'll like lock onto something.
Yeah, it does try to
What about
focus
in
in
between
on,
the tablecloth
I
and the
guess,
boxes?
where it's supposed to be the targets.
Like if you turn and then go in between the boxes and the tablecloths.
Yeah, we do get it at some point. Let me see. Because I know we get it again eventually.
Actually, maybe it like popped up in the wrong spot.
That's
Said,
I know, I saw that.
did it just like glitch out and there is no secret passage?
There was like one other time when we found something, and it was like on the other side of the room. Actually, I remember that.
Yeah, that's why
In
I
the,
was saying like maybe
kitchen or
it's not
whatever.
there.
I don't know. And
Did that happen?
Well, the kitchen.
I guess
would
it
be
did,
on
but I
the
don't remember
back
that.
Wall. It wouldn't be over there.
if that.
Yeah, I thought we got it again at some
things or
point.
something?
Oh, maybe it's when we go back in.
Maybe.
Let's see, because I did. That's smart. I'm glad I actually thought of that.
Whoa!
Oh,
I saw it.
alright,
It just
hold
showed for a
on.
second.
Where is it?
Underneath the laundry hamper.
Yeah, like only shows one time, and then if you leave the area, it
For a
doesn't show
second,
anymore.
If you don't click it, it's
Is it?
I'll probably go back and
Once-
in and out again. Bet a guess.
So like, if
Because the
But either way, you guys get the point.
it's lame. I
And
wanna
That like
you
drove
have to,
me
you have to,
crazy.
like immediately, like when it pops up, like I have to be careful. You know, like towards the end of like this.
Because like you're supposed to investigate things in the game, and you see this big clue, a secret passage, which I mean obviously sounds like something you're supposed to investigate, but then you actually can't.
First time when I
So it's
found
kinda
it, and then I
funny.
can find it again. I'm like, did I just see like the stack boxes and misread it or something?
Imagine if
But
I
I
wasn't
read it
recording it, I
too.
didn't have
And then
proof
it's
of
just
it.
like
I know that'd drive me
it's like I
crazy.
give up. This
I'm
is
glad we
lame.
recorded this at least.
Extreme.
Go in there again.
Mm-hmm.
What? What? It won't let
Yeah,
us
there we
pick
go.
it. There. What?
Yeah, they don't actually let you
Well, let's pick
investigate it.
What?
What is secret passage?
What
What is this bullshit?
What's happening?
I do like the whole time if you talk to Nagi, she's like, "Oh, let's get out of here. Yeah, let's not investigate this room. There's nothing suspicious here whatsoever. Trust me."
Byakuya's
Yeah, people like
so
talking about the secret passage, like the
So-
comments.
This back.
Oh, it is the left.
There's a
wall.
room in between.
Yeah.
Look, there's this empty space.
Yes, I see
There's
it.
probably another room.
And there's one to the left. Is that like an empty space too? So you,
I don't know. Or it could go directly to the other room somewhere.
but it,
Maybe when the gaps in the.
What?
it could. It looks like.
I just read
the-
this
on
guy's
the
comment.
left,
Of
could
course,
go
you guys
to
would find a
bathroom,
glitch revealing a
but
huge
maybe
secret that
that's
would normally
just
only be
not-
revealed a long way into the
maybe
first
not.
case.
What do you
God
mean?
damn it!
Like,
I hope I'm not the only one that thinks this
see,
glitch
to
totally
left
ruined
of
the
main
fun.
Dining hall,
I think
the
that-
bathroom,
that's a
like
bit
that,
of an overreaction. I don't think it really
lights
ruined
all around,
anything.
But I don't know if that's just like.
Again, it's actually kind of
a
funny
border.
because this was like 2 years
I
ago,
think
so this is
the thing
long
that
after we
goes all
recorded the
way
video.
around the
It's just the
building, That's
wall.
just.
But that's a funny thing to
wall
get
of the
mad
building.
at. Yeah, this episode's also
Perimeter
like
building.
5 years old.
But I think
You know, again, another funny thing about this, if you kind of check, the date of this video is August 14th, 2016. Do you guys remember what I showed you here? Oh boy. So part 1 of Danganronpa, the first one, was May 5th, 2016. Look how quickly these two videos are in time. May 5th, August 14th. We actually finished this Let's Play in what? Like 3 months or so? When was the last episode of this?
Hello.
Yeah, May, June, July. We did Danganronpa 1 in 3 months. It took us like 3 years to finish Persona. And what? Almost like 3 years to finish Danganronpa V3 as well. Holy shit. That is amazing. You used to post regular episodes? I know. Yeah, because, what is it, 68 videos? 3 months, so that's about 90 days. Yeah, it's like 1.5 videos a day. Or, it's like 1.5 days per video, is what I mean to say. Oh, and also, I was probably Let's Playing other games at the time too, when you think about it. Because I was probably also playing Soul Set, and maybe some other stuff as well. So, yeah, that is actually quite impressive. Is before Crystal Times. Crystal Times? I don't get it this way. February 10th. So, yeah, this took a lot longer. Well, relatively. Obviously, it'd take longer for other games in the future. But what, from August to February? So, what's that? 6 months or so? About half a year? Your PC's messing up? Aw, I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully it gets fixed. Oh, the stream was buffering for everyone. Well, thankfully there's not much that's going on for you guys to miss out on. I wonder if it was on my end if everyone had it. No, it doesn't show any drop frames. I guess it was just... you know, it could be YouTube. Sometimes YouTube will have an issue and everyone will get it at the same time. Believe it or not, it is possible. YouTube is not perfect. Oh. You know, funny enough, I think we were supposed to watch the Danganronpa finale, weren't we? The Danganronpa 2 finale. There's probably other things I could watch in this one. The first game's short, relatively speaking. It's still 68 videos long, which is pretty decent in length. And the fact that I got 68 videos done in, you know, roughly 90 days or so, 3 months, it's still pretty impressive to me. So annoying, you want to stream? Oh, you're trying to watch the stream, you mean? You having issues? Is it fixing itself for anyone else, or are you still having issues, guys? Let's just assess the situation beforehand. Also, to find the clip. What moment is it in the video? 2553. I guess that's in seconds. All right, let me just copy the link because I don't know how to find that exact time. Oh, it's a joke. Okay, so the stream's working for you, right? I gotcha. Okay, so I want to make sure you're able to watch it. Let's jump into this.
Obviously.
After Junko's death,
I know what this is going to be.
Is that
That
Kazuichi?
Kazuichi?
All right, let's start with a little bit of a pretext to this, shall we? All right, so this is in Danganronpa 2, when you find out that your characters were actually evil in the past, and they were actually a part of the Ultimate Despair group. And I think you have Makoto. This is like evil Makoto. This is the Makoto virus or whatever. It's kind of like a version of Junko, I guess. Again, it's Junko essentially imitating Makoto and kind of telling them a little bit about their past history here. Let me just back up a little bit. Here, this seems to be a good spot.
But did we also destroy our bodies? Or was it just
Well, I don't
him?
know about us. We know at least Nagito did anyway.
real world. What Nagito did was
Akane tore off her shirt, probably.
cut off his own arm and transplanted a woman's arm.
That makes it sound even weirder somehow.
Well, we'll have our little kinks, I guess.
It was the late Junko and Oshima's arm.
Oh man,
Figures.
I like how even Virus Makoto is
Even though
sweating.
it doesn't make any sense.
At least in that one scene.
One with Junko and Oshima. He could make her survive within him.
What? He really
He
did
played
think
too
he
much
was
Metal
freaking
Gear.
Ocelot.
Yep.
Well, I guess I mean.
Oh yeah, I
potentially, but,
forgot about that. Yeah, that's something like they kind of borrowed off of Metal Gear from, because Metal Gear has that part where Ocelot for whatever reason decides, oh, I'm missing an arm. Oh, there's a dead body of Liquid Snake. Let me take his arm and put that on my own. It's like, okay, that makes perfect sense.
Duh.
Sure.
They could have been big Metal Gear fans.
Of course, the best part about Metal Gear is that he then gets possessed by Liquid Spirit, although then that kind of gets like retconned partially in Metal Gear 4, but that whole part was weird.
They had no
Yeah.
problem severing their own limbs.
And he's obviously deranged. He's like, ah, this is the perfect plan.
It is weird that he would go to despair, though.
I know.
Just let it out. I'm pretty sure a select few would demand.
What?
I actually wonder, because this is something I kind of speculated about in Danganronpa Ultra Spare Girls, but I never got that far to finish it. I always wondered if that's where they told the story of how these people turned evil. Because you kind of see that with the kids in Danganronpa Ultra Spare Girls. Like, obviously, they're supposed to be followers of Junko to some extent, and they got brainwashed by her. So I assume that kind of tells the story of how, like, she brainwashes people and becoming a part of her cult. So I always wondered about that, because they're supposed to be, you know, kids who were good, essentially. You know, they were super high school level students of some degree, just in a different class. Then they get corrupted by Junko somehow. And you don't really see how that happens in this game, but I guess they addressed it in the other ones. Oh, JP's gone on a rant here. Now you have Junko too, second of her name, and of all the things you could steal from Metal Gear. Seriously. What? JP, Metal Gear is a completely serious game with only the most high-minded story plot twists and, you know, story arcs and all that stuff. So, of course you're gonna steal from Metal Gear. It's the best twists ever. Why wouldn't you? Oh, Persona says you only see why they go crazy in the anime. It's in the Danganronpa 3 Despair arc, to be precise. Oh. So the Danganronpa anime is a prequel? That's weird. Okay, well, again, I'm probably never going to watch it, so... I mean, I think it would have been interesting if they talked about it in the game itself, but they never do, so I say that for the
Kazuichi.
anime, I guess.
Soon to feel sick. That's not even the worst thing the Ultimate Despairs have done.
Uh-oh.
Well, why are you
It's a
telling this
prequel and a sequel.
All this to us.
The best
Shouldn't
of both
you,
worlds.
Ugh.
Some wasted away
Ew.
the skin and bones through
Which one of us was that?
continuous
Looks almost like...
Oh, you know what?
fasting.
Hold on a
Maybe
second.
they were
But
Hold on, we're going on break real quick. That reminds me of something I saw a little while ago. We have to represent. Okay, hold on a second. We've had a stunning transformation on stream here. We have to represent something. Here we go. I was kind of going through where I have my old hats stored, because I was trying to get one to wear for the stream. And I found this one. So, since we were talking about prequels, of course the best prequel of all time, Star Wars Episode 1. Gotta represent that on stream. At least for the remainder here of the session that we're doing. I just kind of reading what you guys said, still talking about the whole Danganronpa shit. Well, of course they're about Danganronpa, but I guess like the prequel sequel shit, which is confusing to me, but yeah, the whole thing is confusing. So I can't say it's anything different. You have to keep switching from episode to episode. Yeah, that sounds like a really weird way to have done it. The funny thing about this hat was, so obviously I had this a long time ago as a kid. It was on like the tightest settings. It's an adjustable hat, of course. And I could say thankfully it's on the tightest setting because I probably haven't worn it since I first got it as a kid. Now it's on the second tightest setting because my head's small. No, I'm just kidding. Do you want me to tell you the stupid explanation for them turning evil? Shall we? Is as stupid as in the Ultra Spare Girls where I guess they were abused as a kid. So since they were abused as a kid, they turned evil. Like in some way they were physically abused or neglected or sexually abused or whatever. And that caused them to become evil because naturally. Sure, we could spoil it. I don't really care all that much. I'm never going to watch it. So I'm not going to care that much. It's even worse? How could it be stupider than that? Alright, Maddie, what is it? Before we see this part here. Brainwashing? I'm waiting for Maddie's explanation. Maybe she'll sum it up in a funny way. I mean, brainwashing is kind of generic. I'm assuming it's something stupider than that, with the way Maddie put it. What? Why is there a real-life Chiaki who got executed? The whole point of Chiaki in the second game was that she was a virtual avatar of Chihiro. So why was there a real one? I can only imagine Maddie's type. Oh, here we go. I was gonna say Maddie's typing up an essay here. So Junko got the ultimate animation dude. Who's the ultimate animation dude? You mean, maybe it's a new character. I was gonna guess that it was, what's his name? But probably not. I thought it was gonna be Hifumi or something. To make a brainwashing anime. Then play that while she forced the class to watch it? While watching the real-life Chiaki die in a murder maze? What? What? What the fuck? They just watched a brainwashing anime. Yeah, Danganronpa, the story's so good. Yeah. What the hell, man? It's like, yeah, like... Peace, try. Peace. Collect myself. When I played Danganronpa 1, there was so much that I liked about the game, right? There were a lot of interesting things they did with the characters, even though a lot of them were kind of cringy in different ways. But I did like the variety of characters you had and how they all felt very different from one another. There were some questionable choices. I'm not going to harp on that too much, because it happens in all things. I really liked the fact that you had these murder investigations to do. Even though, like I went over, in retrospect, a lot of the murder cases were a bit on the more disappointing side. For a couple of reasons to me. Actually, maybe that's not fair. The motivations that were kind of behind why the murders happened, in retrospect, are a bit disappointing to me. I enjoyed the investigations and doing that sort of stuff. Even in cases where I kind of knew what the outcome was. Like the Celeste murder, where it's obvious she's doing this because of the way she's behaving and all that stuff. I did find it interesting doing those investigations, and it was a lot of fun. and putting those details together in your head. There was stuff I didn't like about the gameplay of the game. Like I said, I was never good, and I never bragged that I was good at doing the rhythm games. I always felt like the arguments you had to make with like the bullet time stuff, where you're like shooting statements, a lot of times were confusing with the wordings they used, and the ways they sometimes wanted you to contradict certain arguments would be misleading. There are other mini games too, but I think you get the point. The whole part with the gameplay in Danganronpa was always kind of a conceit, right? Because it's mostly a visual novel. You know, that's the point why you're playing Danganronpa, because it's a visual novel. It has, you know, this in-depth storyline. You want to see what happens to the characters. You want to solve these mysteries. I've always liked that aspect of the game. Right. Don't get me wrong. I still like that aspect of the game. Even when it doesn't work out well. I'm like, when I'm looking at a new Danganronpa game, like I was going from 2 and waiting for V3 to happen, I'm like, oh, I can't wait to see how the murders turn out. Even if I'm not too sure how the story's going to go, because it's always been very questionable. What about the platforming? We're not talking about the platforming. We're not talking about Ultra Despair Girls. Ultra Despair Girls is not a Danganronpa game. I'm going to repeat this. Ultra Despair Girls, well, actually, maybe it is. I mean, Danganronpa kind of, in a way, is more about the cringiness than anything sometimes. So maybe it is like a Danganronpa game. But it's not a Danganronpa game. What I didn't like about Danganronpa was the twist they have at the end when you find Junka, and she's just a maniacal weirdo who does things because of to despair, and that's her character. For to despair, she planned out these crazy murders. She organized a cult to destroy the world and do all this stuff, and it's like, oh, that's the reason why this all happened. That's what they're going with. And it's kind of like, well, it's kind of supplementary to the storyline. Because all up until that point, it's all about what you're doing with your characters. Like, what's going on in the outside world? It's kind of like a side dish. It's like, all right, well, that's what's going on the side. It's not really important for the story. It's just kind of setting up the setting and world building, which isn't really relevant to the game itself until you get to the sequels of Danganronpa. And then the game is all about that side piece, which is Junko's despair and the craziness she inflicted on the world. Because that's your characters in Danganronpa 2. You're the remnants of that despair. And so all the reasoning behind Junko just being weak and not making sense kind of comes back to bite that game tenfold, because that is then the focus of Danganronpa 2. At least in the ending. You actually don't know that for most of the game. But then we kind of look back at Danganronpa 2, you're like, oh, well, that's why everything in Danganronpa 2 happened. Because nothing in Danganronpa really makes sense, because it's all this, like, really exaggerated and wacky world that, I mean, I could see why some people enjoy, but I don't really care for that aspect of the game because it never made sense. So, and they kind of did the same thing with V3. I guess we can get into V3. I like Danganronpa 2 because it was kind of separated from Danganronpa 1 until you get to the end and they connected all the Danganronpa, you know, the rest of it. Okay? Because again, Danganronpa 2, you're solving the murders, you're doing all that. It's all taking place in its own little bubble away from the wackiness of Danganronpa 1's ending. V3. And this kind of really upset me about Danganronpa V3. Because everyone that I had, you know, kind of following my Danganronpa series up to that point, being like, oh, guess what? Danganronpa V3, it's going to be an all-new game. It's totally separate from the story of the previous games. It's going to be totally fresh and new. I'm like, oh, that's cool. Because I guess the game, you know, they came out in Japan ahead of time, right? So some people might have played it. They kind of knew what was going to happen. And they kind of like built this up to me like, oh, it's an all-new game. It's an all-new storyline. And like, it's not continued from the continuity of the other Danganronpa games. Which, like, in a way, that's true. Asterisk. You know, the big asterisk on that game. And I was all right with that. I'm like, yeah. Because this is what I think I said during Danganronpa 2 as well. I'm like, I can't wait to see what they do with a game that doesn't follow from the storyline that's already been established. Because to me, the most interesting part of Danganronpa 1 is, you know, not just the murder mystery aspect, which is, you know, very interesting. I like all that. But also the fact that you don't know why you're in the school. You've been locked into the school. You have no idea what's going on. You don't know the forces behind it. You don't know the state of the outside world and all that other stuff. But then when you play Danganronpa 2, you're kind of like, well, I kind of know what's going on in the world overall because of what happened in Danganronpa 1. You don't really know that Junko's behind things, but you kind of know once you see Monokuma, you're like, this is probably going to be something related to Junko. And then, yeah, as you go through the game, you learn, yeah, it is related to Junko. And it becomes more and more clear until Junko just downright appears in the end of Danganronpa 2. And hey, TCam, how are things going with you? You happen to join mid-rant about Danganronpa, because we couldn't go talk about Danganronpa without me ranting about it, and the parts of it that disappointed me. So, in the end, yeah, it all comes back to Junko and all that stuff. And as I even said, I think, at the end of Danganronpa 1, or at least in retrospect talking about Danganronpa 1, the ending with Junko is the most disappointing of Danganronpa 1 to me. So, it's like, V3. Ahead of time they tell you it's a whole new storyline, it's all different. New, mysteries to expect. And I was really psyched going to that. And while playing Danganronpa V3, despite the fact that some people, and I don't know why, some people thought I was really negative about V3, at various points when I actually wasn't. And it's weird to me. I'm always critical about things, and, I will judge things, but that's what I do about everything. I think I pointed out, even when I was doing this retrospective, back in the Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess, there's me in the first episode of the game being like, well, look at the stupid animation they made for this character. I always criticize things about games. I just love doing that. It's always fun to poke fun at things. And Danganronpa terrifies you? It terrifies all of us, TCAM, even the people that love it. So, I was excited in Danganronpa V3 to have this whole new storyline. It's alright, so why are they in this school? What's with these students? It still kind of continues the themes with the ultimate students, whatever, but I'm at that point, because of what people told me, I'm accepting that this is a new storyline. It's going to be something different than the first games, why they're the ultimate students or whatever. It's going to be some kind of different reason why they've been dragged into this place. It's going to be a different reason. And they kind of do the thing where they bring back Monokuma, and I'm like, they have Monokuma and they have the Mono Cubs. I think they actually do the Mono Cubs first. And I'm kind of oh, well, they're still kind of doing the Danganronpa thing that they had in the other games, but they have these different Cubs. And oh, Monokuma himself is showing up. Well, it kind of makes sense. To be honest, yeah, I kind of did expect Monokuma to show up because he's such a, a theme, a representative, a mascot of the game, so it's hard to not have him. But I'm yeah, but I guess they're gonna have him controlled by someone else, because the thing about Monokuma is he can be controlled by anyone. And, another asterisk, yes, he is controlled by someone else. Actually, we could safely say, yeah, he is controlled by someone else in that game, despite kind of what they do towards the end of that. So, I was happy to go along with Danganronpa V3 and it having a different storyline and kind of seeing how that turned out. Some intricacies about the cases kind of annoyed me and disappointed me in some ways. Though I think I was, if anything, more positive about that one going through the game than I had been about positive about the other games. I would have to actually watch the entire playthrough to see that as a fact. But eventually what happened is you kind of have the story developing in Danganronpa V3, and it's kind of not the greatest. You have this weird storyline with, what do they say at first? They are all dead. They were seen at a funeral, and I forget how your characters know about it, but there's this memory of a funeral for all the students, they're all dead, and it's what's the story of them all being dead? We don't know why they're all dead. And then they kind of do this thing where oh wait, they faked their deaths because they were part of this thing called the Ultimate Hunt. What is this hunt? Why are people hunting for them? And they were these ultimate students who were immune to a disease which was infecting the planet, and everyone was dying, but they were immune to it. Cut to 2020 or 2021 now, irony. And then it's there were meteors falling from the sky, and they had to go on a spaceship and launch into space to escape from the planet. But there were people that were full of despair, and they wanted to kill these people, so that's why they were in hiding. And it's all this weird stuff, and it's okay, well, this is a really bizarre storyline, but... And that's what I'm kind of thinking at the time. I don't think I really said that out loud. I'm I was trying not to judge it too harshly, because I'm well, at least you're doing something different. It's separate from the other games, and it's kind of really weird what they're trying to do here, but I kind of get it. And they even have that scene when they seem to try to step outside of the, the safe zone of the spaceship, where they step into the apocalyptic world and they pass out to kind of goad you along further into that idea. But then, of course, as I'm sure everyone knows, because everyone here's probably seen V3 at this point, they pull the rug from under your feet at the last minute, and they're oh, everything is related to the other Danganronpa games, because you suddenly have that one flashback where you see, Makoto and Junko and the ultimate hope and ultimate despair in the school and all that stuff. And I'm like, oh. Alright, so we actually are just going to connect this all to the other games and it's all just one big twist. And they do the second twist where they're like, oh no, that stuff isn't actually real either. It's all a fictional metaverse that's inside of the game that didn't actually happen in the game, but it's a fictional, metaverse that it happens to coincide with the game that you played in the past. And you're like, oh. Okay, but why? And that's the question that I had, and a lot of people got annoyed at me. Because like, oh no, you didn't get it. Like, it's not actually supposed to be this, but the main thing that I had at the end of the game is why? Like, what was the point of it all? It's all fiction, it's all a lie. Why? Why? That's the question I had at the end of Danganronpa V3, is why do it that way? Because I just felt like I was jerked along the entire time, and the whole game had no larger point to it, other than to just jerk you around, and kind of lead you by the hand through all these different plots that didn't actually matter, and had no result on anything that was going on. Any amount of time you spent to try and figure out what is going on in Danganronpa V3 was time you wasted, because the game just lied to you the entire time, and had no greater point to it. In Danganronpa 1, you can go and look at everything going on in the game, and kind of piece together what's going on as you're going through it. You can even do that in Danganronpa 2, even though my problem with Danganronpa 2 is they made it absolutely obvious that you're in a virtual world right in the beginning of the game. Would have been more interesting to have slowly given you hints that you're in a virtual world, and have you figure it out during the course of the game. Even that is better than Danganronpa V3, because they're not trying to constantly jerk you around the entire time by faking you out on what is actually going on in the game. So, the parts of the game that were most interesting to me, remember, in Danganronpa 1, were not the trials themselves, I do want to mention that, is doing the investigations, piecing together what is actually going on in these murder cases, or, whatever these cases, because not all of them were murder, mind you. And also, figuring out the mystery at large in the game itself, which in Danganronpa 1, it's kind of this horror setting. Why are you in this creepy-ass school? And why are you being held against your will? What the hell is going on? Like, that whole thing of trying to piece that together, that journey, was one of the highlights to me. In Danganronpa V3, looking back on it, I'm like, well, that was all just a gigantic waste of time. And I get that it was supposed to be a lie and a fiction. The problem is, so what? Why? Like, yes, you could tell that story if you want to, but what's the point of it? It didn't have any larger point. Other than, and this is something else people told me, it's like, no, the point of Danganronpa V3 is that fiction matters. Okay, who said otherwise? Like, it's not even a point they try to argue in the game itself. No one ever tries to say, like, oh, fiction doesn't matter. What? Like, what is that argument? And why is it supposed to be important? So, I had no idea what the relevance of Danganronpa V3 was. It was definitely the most disappointing of the experiences to me. There were parts of the game that I held... Like, if I break the game down to pieces, there are parts of the game which are in higher regards than others. There are things that do better in that game than other games, but they're... Overall, like, the storyline and the highlight of it was a lot less... It was less good. Let's just be honest. It's clever. I know... And that's what I felt too. And honestly, that to me annoys me in things, when they try to be too clever for their own good. And that happened a lot in Danganronpa V3, where it felt like the writers were trying to outfox you. Like, they're like, we don't want people to figure out what we're going to be doing here. Because in Danganronpa 1, a lot of times you could solve the cases beforehand, and in a lot of cases I did. I'm not trying to brag about it. I'm not thinking like, oh, I'm so smart, I'm so good. I never try to claim otherwise. But a lot of the cases in Danganronpa 1 you could figure out beforehand. And same in Danganronpa V2. In Danganronpa 2, you could figure out... Actually, no, you know what? I think Danganronpa 2 had probably the best mix of the actual cases. I think the Danganronpa 2 cases, maybe you could solve a few of them. I actually have to go through and try to remember the evidence you get. but I think Danganronpa 2 does a lot better. It probably does the best overall with the cases. In Danganronpa V3, the cases might be just as hard to guess sometimes, but it's because the game doesn't really give you a fair chance a lot of the times. With first trial, you get an unreliable narrator, so you don't really know what's going on in the first case for pretty much the whole thing. The case 2, what was case 2 in Danganronpa V3? Oh, it was the little guy gets eaten by the, he doesn't get eaten by the fish, he gets killed beforehand, his body gets eaten by the fish. I think that might have been a fair case, as far as I can remember. I don't remember anything jumping out to me. I think the only thing was, there wasn't, I felt like that was the case that had like the least evidence presented as to who the actual murderer was. Because I feel like in all the other cases, they make it very obvious who the murderer was. Like, there was enough circumstantial evidence to get them on it that it was the maid. Because you had, like, a piece of her dress and all that other stuff. Which, I actually kind of like the fact that it wasn't that easy to guess. At least for me. Maybe other people had that easier. Maybe I just, like, missed some facts or whatever. But I actually thought that was actually a pretty decent case. The third one was... Yeah, Realm was the name of the guy. Oh, the third one... Yeah, this one was kind of like a fake out. Because it was when they had the creepy guy kill the girls, right? And my thinking on that, and I think this is like kind of like what the writers were thinking too, they made it so obvious that it was the one guy, the creepy ass dude, that I was thinking, I think Emily was kind of like the same way as me, because I think I said it, I'm like, it's way too obvious it's this guy, and in Danganronpa, it's never the obvious suspect. So I think they made it that way to purposely kind of like fake you out, because like, any rational person, if they like probably weren't familiar with Danganronpa games, they're probably like, oh yeah, like, look at this guy, he's being so suspicious. Like, he's at the center of, like, all these cases being where like, the girl gets murdered. Like, he's, like, in that mood performing the ceremony when the second girl gets murdered, so it's obvious it's him. But you're thinking, because you play the Danganronpa games for 3 games there, like, yeah, like, if I was gonna say it was anyone, it's gonna be Kyo. But it's so obvious it's Kyo that it can't be Kyo. I think that's how I was thinking the entire time throughout that case, and it's like, wait, no, it is definitely Kyo. Like, he just straight up did it. And the fourth case was, the virtual Gonta, which, I think that one was fair. Yeah, it was alright. It was kind of weird, though, because you can kind of get into, like, the, kind of get into, like, the whole idea of, like, virtual identities and stuff like that, and is a virtual avatar that is kind of separate from the physical being really guilty? Or is the physical representation really guilty for what the virtual one did, if they're not really mentally connected in a way? So that's like an interesting trial. But I think that one's fair. Like, they don't try to pull the wool over your eyes on that one, or try to pull the rug from underneath you like they did with the first one as much. And the fifth one I liked a lot, even though, again, that was a trial where you couldn't really know for sure who it was, though I pretty much had a gut feeling who it was the entire time. And I ended up being right. And the fact is, it was down to 2 people that it had to be. And I liked it, because that was so much different from any other trial they had in the game. And it was pretty fair. Because it's not like in the first one when they didn't give you the information, even though you should have had it because you saw that scene play out, but they just kind of hid information from you with the way they told the story. The 5th trial I liked a lot, even though, you know, technically you didn't have any evidence to directly get anyone. And kind of the way they handled it, as in like the students themselves, although you have to keep in mind, they're fallible, like, they're characters in the game, they're fallible, they can make mistakes. The way the students handled it was pretty stupid, because, like, they were trying to trick Monokuma, but then they kind of, like, played into giving Monokuma the answer, and at the last end, like, oh, wait, let's try to not give Monokuma the answer. It's like, oh, it's too late for that. So that was kind of silly, but, like, I can kind of understand why it would happen. I love how we're still being coy about the spoilers. Am I? Like, I think part of it is I don't remember the damn names of the characters, so that's probably why I'm not giving them out. And then, the last trial, of course, is, you know, the last trial, which I actually liked quite a bit. I liked how it actually plays into, like, let's say, I like it up until a point. I like it up until you had the reveal with, you know, the Junko character. I like the fact that it kind of goes back into the first trial, and it undoes what happens in that trial. Because I remember thinking during that case when it happened, it's really awfully convenient that that ball happened to land right on Rantara. Like, this is it's such a convenient thing to happen. There's such low odds of he actually being in the right place as that ball, like, landed. Because, yeah, like, she planned it out that way, but that doesn't mean that the timing's going to be right on, spot on. So it was kind of, in a way, relieving to see that the ball actually did not hit him. Because, in my opinion, that'd be the most likely outcome. That it wouldn't actually work 100%, that the ball would have missed him, in all honesty. 9 times out of 10, that ball would not have hit him. And to see that it actually did not hit him, and that the murder was actually committed by the other character who took advantage of the situation, made a lot of sense to me. I'm like, this is really cool. And I think if you watch that trial, you're not keeping in mind that I get really pissed off later, and you watch me doing that first part of the trial, you're like, damn, like, Try Morning really loves this fucking trial right now. And I'm like, this is like the best thing ever, like, pretty much. And then when they do that to us halfway, I'm like, wow, they took what is the best trial to me, and they've turned into the worst. And I could get on to, like, more about what I hate about V3, and what they said about the ending. I already talked about it just now. I talked about it in the past. I'm not going to go on about it again. Unless we want to do this again at the end of the stream, which we might. But let me read the rest of the comments. Then we'll finally watch the scene, which has taken like a half hour to play out now. You saw the first case in about 10 seconds. Of the first game? Yeah, pretty much. And this is a funny thing. Actually, I had someone comment about this just like the other day, too. They're like, oh, the thing you don't get is that it's not supposed to make sense to the characters in the game because they're Japanese characters and the text is in English, so they're not supposed to get it. And it's not supposed to be really obvious. I'm like, okay, well, there's a couple of things. First of all, it may be obvious to you guys. I guess it's not obvious to everyone. English is my first language. So when I see the name Leon, it's going to jump out to me. It's not my fault that I see the name and I'm immediately able to solve the case. Like, that is not on me. Second, there's another thing to that in the fact that, I think this person even says, like, don't you know that they're Japanese and they wouldn't know what English is? And I'm like, well, you also understand, I don't know what this originally said in the Japanese version of the game. Because this was honestly my first assumption. I thought in the Japanese version of the game, they would have just had the Japanese text for his name instead or something like that. Like, I don't know what they originally had in the game. Because that could have been totally different from what they had from the English. Because obviously it's a translation. How am I supposed to know what it originally said in the Japanese version? Like, how am I supposed to make that assumption? It's just kind of silly. But anyway, that's just another little rant. I always thought it was funny, though, that people get annoyed that I knew the answer. So, how can you blame me for that? It's just so stupid. Peko and Chiaki's were the best. I'm not sure what was the best about them, but I like Chiaki as a character. I think Peko is pretty cool, too. You didn't see a lot of her, though. Ryoma. Oh, Ryoma was the guy's name. I think you were telling me then. You just liked Kyo. Yeah, Kyo was definitely the most... And the twist with Kyo, again, that's another thing which is like, why did they do that in the game? It's just so unnecessary and makes no sense at all. Like the twist with him and his sister. It was just, they just did it for the sake of having something bizarre and weird. And, I mean, it's much worse what they do in Ultra Despair Girls, but that's just on another level. Kind of wish the third case would have been 2 culprits. The third case in the first game? Like, if they had Celeste actually kill someone besides Hifumi, that'd be kind of cool. Or do you mean the third game in V3? I'm not sure which one you mean exactly. But, yeah, I always was wishing that they had a case where there was 2 culprits. Because I thought that would have been really interesting to see how that played out. But, yeah, they never did that in any games. At least in any of the games that I played. And they don't have trials in Ultra Spare Girls, so I guess it doesn't count. Really wish they would have used the role, and then Kyo and known murderer would be in the group still. Oh, because they had that rule that, like, only the first murder would count or whatever? Yeah, something weird about that. Yeah, I think that's what you guys are talking about. Yeah, okay. Just trying to catch up. I feel like the developers missed the opportunity to do 2 culprits in the trial because I thought it would have been interesting for a double culprit. Yeah, that is how I feel too. And they teased it so many times in the games. They're like, oh, what if there's 2 culprits? Well, we'd have to do it this way. And it's like, that'll be really interesting to see how that plays out. It's like the first blood perk in the first game. Like, I thought it would have been amazingly fascinating to see what would happen if someone committed a murder and got away with it. And, like, you're kind of left with that unknown. It's like, what happened to that person? Like, they got out, what did they do next? I thought that would have been really interesting to see how that played out, but obviously it didn't come to fruition, like a lot of other things. Like, I feel there are a lot of opportunities they missed in the games. That is... I would definitely agree with that. Even if it did, the mastermind would steal his survivor's perk anyway? I'm not sure what that means. the Survivor's perk would refer to Rantaro, wouldn't it? He's the only one that had the Survivor's perk in any of the games. Because he was the only one that had like a subsequent killing game or whatever. Or a prior killing game. But how would they steal Survivor perk? I don't know how that works. For all I know, they didn't really do anything with the Survivor's perk, did they? Because what was the Survivor's perk? The perk was that he took place in the next killing game. Which wasn't much of a perk. Okay. The first case in the first game will always be the weakest. Yeah. It's pretty much a tutorial trial. That's how I view it as. I really think it is a trial where you're meant to know ahead of time. Because you get a lot of evidence too in that case to tell you who it is. It's pretty freaking obvious. So it's very much supposed to be a trial game. Or a tutorial trial. Where you know who it is. And it's kind of just like going through the basics pretty much. So it's always funny to me that people kind of react like, oh, how dare you know who the character was ahead of time. It's like, sorry? What do you want me to do about that?
What happened to her boot?
Oh, it was a map of the place and saying the mastermind's one of them? Is the perk? Oh yeah, he had like a map on his iPad or whatever, right? He had a map of the building, that's how he found the secret room. How dare I be smart? I wasn't even smart, I just read the text. Which, I'm sorry for knowing English. I'm sorry, guys. I'm a filthy American. I know there's filthy English people too who would know what it is, and Australians, and New Zealanders, and whatever else there is out there. Who know the English and would have recognized it right away. I couldn't help it. Yeah, the two culprits would have been really interesting. I would have loved to have seen that. Alright, let's just watch the scene. Enough. I wasn't meant to just criticize Danganronpa. I meant to actually watch it too.
I don't know. Who's that?
Monokuma?
No, in that picture.
Someone's
This is kind of what happens in Ultra Despair Girls, isn't it? Because in Ultra Despair Girls, you see their families, and their families are being like terrorized by the Monokuma cult, or the Junko cult, or the Despair cult, whatever you call them. Right? Because they have, who was it? They had, I'm still full screen. Thank you, Cerise. How long has it been full screen for? Yeah, because I went to get the hat and I came back and then we were ranting about that. Yeah, for a fair while. Well, it's good. I was just talking about that stuff anyway. I'll rewind a bit. I mean, there's really nothing going on screen anyway. It's just kind of like text. But yeah, in the second, or not, in Ultra Despair Girls, right? I think it was Chihiro's father. Yeah, you encounter Chihiro's father and Chihiro's father gets killed by a Monokuma thingy. So, yeah, they were hunting the families. It's kind of messed up. It was a good 30-minute rant. This is like the second or third 30-minute rant we've had in this game.
But what happened
or
to her
stream.
boobs?
I don't know. Who's that?
Monokuma?
I don't know who these are in particular, mind you.
Someone's parents.
Almost like Shaki, but it can't be, obviously.
After Junko's death, they slaughtered
Is
Is that
Kazuichi?
Kazuichi? Oh my god, Kazuichi shot people!
I just love the fact that there's a depiction of Kazuichi going on a mass shooting in one of these panels here. Kind of makes you look at him in a different way. That was just freaking hilarious. Yeah, Kane was fasting.
That's Fuyuhiko, I'm guessing.
No boobs. Disappointed.
Ew.
Perhaps they wanted to see her despair.
Well, because he didn't have an eye.
What? Oh,
Actually,
how
I think,
ironic they did-
oh, no, Akane. Yeah, Akane was the one with the boobs, right? Am I mixing them up? I think it was her.
did lose his eye in this as well.
Some even tried to have children with
What?
Junko's
Ah!
What?
Alright, let's play that one more time for you, for the crew out there.
They wanted to see her
In case you missed
Well,
that.
because he didn't have an eye.
What? Oh, how ironic they did lose his eye in this as well.
Some even tried to have children with
What?
Junko's
Ah!
What? No. No. I was thinking, what was in that picture?
That's just a bullshit story.
I thought.
Hold on.
Well, because he didn't have
I
an eye.
want to get this frame without... That is the face of despair. Alright, so... It was Danganronpa 2, where they started invoking things that were really gross and made absolutely no sense whatsoever. Yeah, I forgot that was a thing too. Which girl in Danganronpa had noticeable boobs? I mean, to be fair, there were some girls that weren't. I was getting confused with, I think it was Mikan. Mikan had the ass. She might have some boobs too, but she was mostly an ass girl, if I remember correctly. Mikan was the nurse, right? Hope I'm remembering the names right. The nurse with the booty. Akane was the opened shirt girl whose boobs are constantly popping out. But yeah, fair enough. I would say on average, you know, the average bra size on the Danganronpa females is usually probably a solid double D. To be fair. Oh, so this refers to the other game that Maddie's talking about. The brainwashing of Mikan was pre-brainwashed before the Chiaki Death Maze event. So Mikan was like one of the first ones brainwashed. And that's why she was extra crazy when they had the Danganronpa, I guess Danganronpa 2 Murder 3? Trial 3? Yeah, a lot of obvious fan service. I mean, the fan service, okay, it's one thing. I never mind a little fan service. I'm good with that kind of thing. Where it gets weird is when they start doing shit like this, where like, oh yeah, you start having sex with a dead body for no reason, and even though the fact that Junko's dead body was like burnt, it was incinerated, it was crushed, it was turned into butter like they did with Mondo. What else did they do with it? They did a whole bunch of things to her body. Like, there should have been nothing left after the first game, because apparently it did everything to all the other bodies to her body. So it should have been like beyond recognition. I have no idea what he was having sex with here. The more I watch, the less I understand the series, and okay, there's also other stuff in Danganronpa too that was weird. There was the whole pervy chef thing who made a whole bunch of weird comments to the females in this game. Actually, if I remember correctly, he made some weird comments to the men too, because he's like, oh, I am open-minded, I don't mind.
Oh, how ironic they did lose his eye in this.
Well, anyway, we'll play this one more time.
What?
And I guess I love how they say it for censorship reasons. They try to have children. It's like, they were not trying to have children with a dead body. They were doing other things, but they were not trying to have children.
What?
I assure you of that
No.
much.
No, I was thinking, what was in that picture?
I thought it was someone committing suicide.
Her body was squished. What did they try to do?
And it didn't have an arm. Did Kazui, not Kazui, did Nagito put his own arm onto it?
Oh god, I hope
Who
not.
tried to have sex with it?
I don't know.
Who's left?
Oh my god, that was...
Alright, question. Was the womb surgically transplanted before the first game? Like prior to the events of the first game? Sometime during the tragedy or travesty, depending on how you look at the games? Because how would they transfer a womb of a person who is crushed? Completely flat. Still the question I have here. Her body was squished. I think that is the only argument I needed. Her body was squished multiple times. Multiple times. There are multiple executions that involve people being squished. Leon, he's kind of pulverized. I wouldn't say he was completely squished. They squished the laptop. And they squished, well, they were gonna squish Makoto, or Kyoko. So she got squished at least twice. At least twice. I think she got squished multiple times, though. Even beyond that. I don't know, am I a doctor? You don't need to be a doctor, you just need to know. Human bodies that are squished do not have usable wombs. In fact, the womb of a... I'm gonna dare say the womb of a human is not usable after you're dead. Either way. I mean, they could have just taken her eggs beforehand. Like, that would actually be more doable. You could take her eggs and use them in your own womb. Because Mikan was female. So she could have had the eggs in her womb. I know that. Squished equals no good. No good for sex. No good for babies. I can't believe I have to say this. But I have to say this.
It's freaking bizarre.
This needs to be a quote for the Lotto
the
bottle later on.
guy, I bet.
Oh, that makes so much sense. Yeah, what's his name?
I think someone said it actually was Hajime that tried to have sex with the body. But I think my guess is the cook also is rather valid, given everything else he did.
Forget it.
Mama.
Yeah. Teru.
Oh yeah, that's...
Put us inside this program.
Mama just killed a man.
Oh.
Your cohabitation mutation inside the Neo World program is just a simulation.
You used the eye or the arm, but that didn't stop Nagito or Fuyuhiko. Yeah, that is true too, because yeah, they got her arm. I think I said that the first time, because there's the other scene where you see, I think you see them getting the arm, because there's like a flashback before this. I'm trying to remember. I don't know if they tell you it's Junko's arm in that scene. We might have guessed it because of the nails. But I think I remember like having the arm being like, how did they get an arm from her? Because that didn't make sense either. But the most alarming part to me was the whole sex thing and the whole babies. For obvious
Well, it
reasons.
seemed to work
The
in the
answer is
simulation
yes.
at least.
So you're saying this was like
I'm imagining there's a black market. You know, in Danganronpa's universe, there's a black market where there's these shady such like, come to my bazaar. Yes, I have body parts of the late Junko Inoshima on sale. Like, meanwhile, it's actually like a pig's eye or something, or like, it's actually like a dog's eye. It's like, oh yeah, that's her eye, totally. Yeah, we're selling her eye. It's Junko's Enoshima's eye for the rare price of $1 million. Or I guess since, you know, the world's collapsed, it's like, oh, I could buy it for 10 bitcoins because that's what they're using after the collapse of the world in Danganronpa, maybe. Junko coins.
So it would work,
guess I can say
theoretically.
The spare coin?
But now you've reminded us, so
Yeah,
now,
that
was-
like, now what?
even though it deviated greatly
But
from the
we
original
seem
plan of
okay
graduating
still.
after gathering the hope fragments,
Yeah, even though we know that one of us just screwed a corpse.
I think-
nevertheless,
Not one of
let's
the
raise
living,
your
I think.
unexpected
Hopefully not.
trials and make your
Apparently it was us. Not Makoto, but... What is this? Try got to miss when Junko said yes queen to meaning Izuru. Izuru was the, well, they said it was the headmaster, but I think it was really, what's his name? It's like, Hajame's alternate identity or something like that. And was this, Hajime wasn't brainwashed like the others? So he did it on his own accord? Alright, well that's even worse. This is why I'm never gonna watch Danganronpa the anime. And Izuru form, and in Izuru form, according to the anime, well, I'm kind of confused on this. I might be misreading this, or maybe the wording's a bit off. So he's not brainwashed when he's in Izuru form? Is that what you're saying, Maddie? I might be missing it. You're delirious? That's okay. Sometimes I get that way too.
'Cause
Especially
we
when I'm
saw
watching the
Fuyuhiko, and I
Danganronpa
think
storyline.
Kazuichi was the one with the hat. So,
Alright, so that was the highlight of that, I'm
crap.
guessing.
Oh god. Oh god. I forgot about us.
However,
That's like the only guy left, but Terra probably. I'm gonna go with the fan
But
theory. It was Terra.
he didn't look fat.
You're right. The other ones kind of look like the others.
But it was just
Also
the killer
skinny.
body. It was just the
Alright, let's
I'm
see
not
this
sure if
part.
we want to see this after all. What?
Hey, Joseph. Oh, thank you very much for the congratulations.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Yeah, we've been reviewing
Inside my
different
brain is
videos,
burning.
and we finally caught to the Danganronpa series
Really,
after a
really
long,
bad
long
feeling.
time.
Oh god, we're Harry Potter now.
But thank you. I hope you've been doing well as well. It's been a while since I've seen you, so hopefully life is treating you good. I know you've had some difficulties and various things, and the whole last year just got crazy in general for everyone as well, so hopefully you've been doing well.
Please, Monokuma. Oh my god, what is this?
taking forever. Oh god.
It's still not done.
They love drawing it out.
Oh, that was great.
Did I I'm guessing you meant watch. Did I watch Danganronpa 3 at all? No, I didn't see any of that.
Lucky.
So I had no idea about any of this stuff that you guys are telling me now.
Abrupt end.
Oh, still going.
Oh my god.
I'm doing it CGI too.
The
Come on,
suspense.
We're gonna
man.
have to wait another 30 minutes until the next episode.
What's that?
Of
It's a hand.
Next time
Oh.
on Danganronpa.
Junko. Why is she so large?
Oh wow. Yeah,
They even gave her jiggle physics. Of course they did.
but it can't be.
Well, if she's just a program.
I guess she could just be a program too. What? Are you taking a picture of us? We're calling in?
Look at that old school phone.
We're Junko's cell phone.
I love how she made a little
Her cell phone's
virtual
responsible.
phone to show a little
Uh-huh.
virtual avatar herself
Well-
from her virtual avatar.
I guess we should have known.
Like,
all
why is
along
that
it was gonna be
necessary?
Junko
I guess have someone more her size.
in some form or another.
How strange.
But how? I guess if she's virtual, she can just live on forever, which really sucks.
Yeah.
What? What's going on?
You know what she reminds me of with that pose? With like the
Why is Emily so
the
unimpressed
little,
with
like, crown
Junko?
or, like the queen hat.
I'll let you take a
Remember
guess.
Remember Moriarty in like Sherlock when he
Yes.
took like the crown jewels?
Oh my
Aw.
god.
That's what she reminds me of right now.
Aw. Well, in her pose behind.
I remember when we used to watch Sherlock and it didn't like completely go off the rails like it did in the later seasons. Aw, this is like a sad reminder. It's like a sad time capsule.
Find that she reminds me of the fairy from Ocarina of Time because she like her pose, her.
Kind of. She just reminds me of that with her personality too.
Except
How
the
everyone's
fairy in Ocarina of Time was
absolutely
like
chaotic.
butt
But I
ugly.
like Moriarty.
Yeah, she's just a total bitch.
I know anything
Not that he's
goes
not a little
here,
bitchy, but
but this?
You know, it's like Moriarty and Sherlock is kind of like reminds me of Kokichi a bit. If I had to like compare him to an actual Danganronpa character.
Is clearly not fucking okay.
In the Sherlock, I don't know what's the name of the guy that made that show? I forget the name of him. But like the one in I guess like 2014 or so, 2015. When were the Sherlock BBC episodes aired? You know what I mean, like the recent airing of Sherlock that they had with Benedict Cumberbatch and the dude from the Office, the British Office. I forget the guy's name.
why would they be 100 times our size too, Junko?
See, so that's your reaction.
Very
to
bunch
an extra
Cumberbatch.
large high school girl.
Cumberbutt.
very
Yeah, that's what
big
I'll call him.
personality indeed.
But are they really that big? Don't you think they're pretty small?
Well, I mean,
We always have to go there.
I think they're bigger than we are.
Huge. She's way too huge.
Akane's offended.
But the final boss in a certain action game is much bigger.
Which action game?
Oh, yeah, I
There's
agree
so
with that
many
100%,
action
Fan Sean.
No.
I was always looking forward to them doing something
Oh,
more original.
I missed that one. Sorry.
And even when they tried to do that with V3, they ended up kind of backtracking on that. Kind of using the same archetype.
I see. An estimated bus size of 15 meters, huh?
I'm glad they don't linger on this for too long.
Huge. Hey, want me to squish you in between them?
Looks like
God
Akane's got
damn it.
competition now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh well, what you gonna do?
He's horrified.
At least you're thinking for once,
If
Kazuichi.
this was a pandering fan service game full of pretty girls, there'd be a CG close-up of my cleavage.
There was.
But
Are you saying this wasn't?
Well, there wasn't CG,
this
I
isn't a fan
guess.
service game, of course, since it's not an action game either. You won't
There
even
you go,
get to
Danganronpa
experience
always
the
lying.
sensations
What the hell,
of
man?
traveling in a
Why you always lying,
normal
God
Danganronpa?
damn it, game! Why are you teasing me like this?
So fucking hopeless.
There we go, the classic Junko voice.
This is
Or one of her personalities, anyway.
true identity.
Yeah, that was
There
the same
was.
First game too.
We have to deal with this thing?
Yeah, if this was a fan service game, they'd have a giant woman who has cleavage that's 2 stories tall. It's a good thing it's not, right?
Shocked you'd call me this thing. Oh, you're so mean.
Then we wouldn't be able to sell this game to kids.
Don't even try to confuse us like that.
Is it just me, or did her personality change?
Yeah, you're gonna have to get used to it, Sonia.
I get easily bored of my personality. Like, I already got bored of my person.
Yeah, if this was a fan service game, we'd have multiple optional questionable scenes where characters are almost completely naked that you only get when you find certain items that would play out for no particular reason at all. Good thing we're not.
Personality who gets easily bored.
Well, that is a problem.
And that's when Fuyuhiko would say, "It's too damn
The
serious
fan
and
creation's
you
better than the
got bored,
original
right?"
creators?
Wait, what?
And you mean like
So they
about,
all knew each other.
is that a reference to the Danganronpa V3?
Plenty of data on you guys.
I don't really get it.
So easy for me to know
You just censor everything? I know, apparently that's what
And
some
plus
YouTube
she
channels
is
do.
connected to us all, I guess.
Maybe I
you
should have done that. I think I actually did get a few
Bored of getting bored.
Danganronpa videos that got demonetized for having
I'm dead, I still
questionable
get bored.
thumbnails that I might have made for them.
know. Tough life. Even when
I think there
you're
were a
dead,
couple of
does
thumbnails
that
with like
mean-
maybe
is
I
this
forget
person's
whose
true
boobs, like maybe
identity?
Chiaki's or
Togami.
Yes.
yeah, I think there's one with like Chiaki in a bikini.
Stunning twist.
Maybe one with like Mikan in her
Are you?
her bikini as well or something like that.
Hibyaku's always a red herring.
Did you say Junko Enoshima? Isn't she dead?
Oh, don't worry, she'll still be in 2 more games.
No.
Depends on your definition of dead.
It's true. I did end up dying the last time.
Jesus.
She was only mostly dead.
I'm sorry, okay? I didn't mean to go so fast. I couldn't help it, you know? It was my
Alright, how about fans that make their own Danganronpa game that did it better? Oh, okay. I didn't know about any fan games. I don't really play fan games.
first time.
The only kind of fan games I guess I played in a way are
You're the one who made me
mods that they would make for games like Morrowind or Oblivion, those kinds of things. Because I would play modded quest lines and stuff like that.
Know about an artificial intelligence called alter ego?
Actually, we do.
I do think it's cool how they kind of bring back the alter ego thing from the last game, though it's not really directly related to it. It's kind of, I mean, it's a lot different from the way they had in the first game, actually.
Huh?
Exuberance! We are now an AI. We have transcended humanity.
Oh, the humanity.
Stop saying all this crazy.
What is this here?
This we could
So I'm not
finally
gonna
get
watch the
back.
whole thing.
This will be the end. And our friends who died.
I see
at
we
the
make a
scene
decision here, and we're kind of spitting, so
must
usually
way
needs
beyond
to
what we
spare.
expected. It's safe to say that this is the good ending, right?
Oh no.
But
Oh, is this the part where we do the
impressed. We have
like shooting the hope bullets or whatever? Because that part's kind of funny.
Graduate is playing into her hand.
Right.
Repeat would just have us do it all over again. But now Junko / Monokuma is the only one here. So that also
Wait, hold on a
would
second. Was Nekomaru doing something in particular? Wait, what about Nekomaru? This might have been related to another comment that I missed. Oh, yeah, I think I know. Maddie, you mean during one of the bonus scenes that you get? Because there was one involving Nekomaru and I think Akane, where they were giving a massage, but it was sounding very questionable while they were giving that massage, we'll just say. If Zero was the main bad guy instead of Junko, it would have been interesting. Yeah, that's something they kind of were teasing, weren't they, in Danganronpa 2? And
we don't have an option.
What? The video keeps... Oh, it's because I'm bumping into the keyboard with my, my chair's, arm guard, or whatever. Alright, JP, have yourself a good night. It was a pleasure as always. Glad we got to, reminisce about the finer moments of Danganronpa yet again. So take care, man. Have a good night. You're trying to be vague. I get you. It makes sense, Maddie. Yeah, I think it would have been cool if they did something different. I really would have thought that would have been a good idea. In any of these games, if they did something different. But they just never did. They always fell back on Junko. Like, even in Danganronpa 2, they had another option to go with the whole Izuru thing. But they didn't really take advantage of it. They're just like, oh, we could do this, but why not just bring back Junko for another go? Okay.
Should have pressed them at the same time. Wasn't that what we were supposed to do? I don't remember. What did he tell us to do?
I don't remember.
I think we're not supposed to press anything here.
Majority votes, so just don't think about it and press graduate. Don't you want to go back?
Oh, it's
home?
a
I'm
but
careful,
thou
it's
must
here,
part
but
of the
don't drag us
game.
into it.
They did this a few times
Oh,
in the
God,
games.
we're screwed.
It doesn't really make any sense. Why'd they give you an option here?
All right, I guess we're being forced into signing
Because
the other one.
either way,
Oh,
this gets
no.
interrupted,
Uh,
which is just silly.
this we can find it. That's the way. Depress graduate.
No.
It's a wrong choice. Makoto.
Don't press it.
What?
Oh,
Junko's trapped.
What?
Where do you come from?
and then Makoto randomly
What?
shows up to save the day.
Is this the real one? Well, yeah. If it's telling us not to press, then it must be the real one.
Will the real
Huh?
Makoto please stand up?
That guy from earlier is back again.
It's not again. This time, it's the real one.
Real? I'm Makoto Naegi. Makoto Naegi of the Future Foundation.
Yeah.
Formerly of Hope's Peak.
This
Hello.
guy.
Formerly
It's the
of
real
Average
Makoto
Student.
You look so different.
Prove it.
Formerly of Average Child.
Then
Formerly
this
of
is the guy I
Average
spoke to.
Fetus. An Average Sperm and Egg.
Wait, I actually wanted to come rescue you sooner, but
What, you were held up?
thanks to
The ultimate
virus
boring guy appeared. Aww.
program, I wasn't able to enter.
Just when the chumps are in a pinch.
I will say though, in a way, I actually did like Makoto as a protagonist in the fact that he was more of a blank slate than the other guys. And I actually kind of prefer the more blank slate characters for most games. So I'm probably one of the the few people who actually have that alternate opinion. And actually, I really didn't feel like a lot of people talked about how Hajime was like so much better of a protagonist. I didn't feel like he was that much different than Makoto in a lot of ways. And also, I didn't feel like Shuichi also didn't really... He also didn't feel all that much stronger or more gung-ho about things than Makoto either. So I kind of really never saw Makoto as being that much worse than the others. I might be one of the few people that have that opinion, but in a way, they never really felt that much stronger to me. Hajime had more investment. Maybe? I mean, overall, I want to say they all weren't very strong protagonists. And in a way, I think kind of like Makoto was like the most of a blank slate out of all of them. And kind of easy to project yourself onto. which is kind of what I did in all the games regardless. I kind of just put myself on there more than anything. But yeah, it's not something I'd really argue about much either way, because I felt like they were all pretty much been on the weaker side.
He's suddenly able to enter for reasons
Kind of just playing with like a little string I have here.
Reasons unknown.
If you guys are
Nice to see
noticing
we're
on the side,
distracted.
I'm like wrapping my finger around it.
Yeah, so she's imitating the other students. That was Toko, clearly.
Did you also time my arrival?
Why would she do that?
No, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, and I also like how Jugo's always like this omnipotent villain who somehow was able to predict everything that people would do. You know, I kind of forget about that fact because the fact is V3 is an entirely scripted game. So it kind of makes sense that everything is kind of scripted to go in a certain way. And it tells you not to question it in that way. Which, of course, then I like to do. It's like, oh, this is convenient. But the fact is, everything in V3 is scripted. So even the unlikely bits kind of make sense from that perspective. But in the other games, yeah, Junko is like able to predict everything that people will do. And kind of plan for it accordingly, which is a bit of a cop-out.
I'm going to save everyone.
I mean, she might have,
I'm going to
but
settle this between us
wouldn't it just been
once and
easier to
for
never
all.
have you come?
Yes.
Oh my god, please stop.
How were you able to get here, Makoto? Since I used my tricks to hack into the program.
I like that too, Fantron. I like that more in the second game, though. The reason why I like it more in the second game is when they bring back the characters in the second game, it's actually the characters from the first game. Like, it's actually the original characters. When they do it in the third game, it's kind of exciting at first, but then it's like, oh, it's not the actual characters. These are representations of the original characters who are now just kind of saying, like, bullshit. It's like, try to, like, wear you out and kind of, like, bring down the characters in that game. So it's almost like a betrayal of those characters to see them portrayed in that way in V3. Like, it's exciting at first, but then it's messed up. Because it's like Makoto and all these characters that, you know, did all this stuff to fight for hope and, you know, all the things they represent. Pretty much being depicted saying like this absolute rubbish about whatever, this world that they're in. Where it's like, oh yeah, we're doing all this stuff for the ratings and we have such a successful show and oh, we have this whole history of being a famous franchise and doing all this stuff. It's like, wow, screw you. Because it's kind of depressing seeing that come out of their mouths.
Even though you haven't aged a day, just like these guys.
Yeah, I was gonna say the first time, it looked like he didn't really age at all, but then again, I'm not sure how much longer this is supposed to be after the first game.
True.
I wonder, yeah, how long is Danganronpa 2 supposed to take place after Danganronpa 1? I don't know if I ever found out.
It doesn't matter how you
Yeah, you and Maddie have all the
As
info.
long as you're here, you'll be treated like one of my students.
Uh-oh.
Which means you must respect my authority.
Okay, Cartman.
I already know
I'm glad I went with that.
being here.
I was gonna say it myself if I didn't.
Had such reckless
I almost said if he
I
didn't,
love
like
you
referring to myself as
so
someone else.
much that you disgust me.
Which in a way it kind of is. It's like an earlier version of myself.
What is Junko's trap?
Yeah, it's funny. She does seem like she remembers everything from the first game, too. So
Yeah.
it is funny she doesn't remember that one thing.
Yeah, and like Suri says, even though Junko herself says she doesn't like things to go to plan because it makes things boring. And I hated that was the cop-out that they kind of make in all these games. Like, because the way they kind of phrase it, and, you know, it's probably not really their intent, the way it makes it sound, it's like, oh, you didn't actually do anything to succeed. The reason why you won was because Junko was bored and kind of made her plan fail on purpose because that would be more interesting to her. So it's like, oh, you didn't actually do anything good to win the game. Basically, Junko got bored eventually and then scripted her plan to fail at a certain point. And that's why the game ends. And it's like, well, that's kind of a shitty reasoning, but that's literally the reason in every game. It's like, oh, in the first game, oh, the ultimate despair was to actually fail, and that's why I'm excited to actually fail in this. In the second game, like, oh, I'm like an accurate virtual depiction of Junko, so my plan failed too, how despairful. And then V3, you have Sumugi's like, oh, to ultimately cosplay Junko, my plan had to ultimately fail too. It's like, great. So, me playing as the characters didn't actually succeed. It's the main antagonist who decided to fail because that was more interesting for them. And that's why that happened. Cool.
The numbers
Yeah,
slash
what
the
the heck,
backwards.
man?
It doesn't matter.
Like, essentially the messaging of Danganronpa would be, despair is more powerful than hope, but because despair wants to fail in the end, it's eventually just gonna fail on its own anyway. So, yeah, hope doesn't really matter, actually.
You know, if we get out
Like, that's the message I get from Danganronpa in the end.
peacefully. After all this, I can't let you get in the way.
Oh, come on.
The fact that you guys are even thinking like that is Junko's trap.
There's always traps in these
We were
games.
praising you for so long, Fuyuhiko.
She's lying to you about your
Well, I
dead
can't really blame
friends
too
coming
much.
back
He has
to
an
life.
emotional investment in this one.
Oh, little old me.
More so than any of the other characters.
Who do we trust?
Okay. So I think we watched the main part of interest in that one. It's probably the part where, you find out you have sex with Junko's dead body, and then we just want to see Junko herself. I guess we watched, because we watched the ending of the other one too. Should we watch the ending of this one real quick? And then I think there was like a clip from V3 to watch. I don't know if we're going to watch through V3. I guess we may as well. We'll go a little bit extra, because we'll just get this all out of the way. Of course, since everything in Danganronpa takes forever, it's like impossible to get through all this. Alright, so this is the ending here. We see all the characters kind of uniting here. You're watching this, I suppose. Oh, you have a clip, Maddie? Oh yeah, you can link the clip. Either in here or in the Discord. And I'll check it out. Oh, I haven't mentioned on Discord. Maybe you did that.
Sweet justice.
Yes.
Let me see. Oh, in general, maybe? Okay, I see it.
What is that?
Oh, is this the thing from the anime? I don't know if I could play that. You know, I don't want to take the hit, the risk that I could get hit with a copyright thing.
Whoa.
If that's what it is. I
This
can
is
watch
so
it
trippy.
myself. I guess. And hopefully the audio doesn't cause an issue.
Bouncing
Wow.
boobs.
You know, you would think that like a short 5-second clip wouldn't get hit, but you never really know with YouTube now.
And
Oh, I do
so
like how
she's
they
a
bring
magical girl in the end.
Monomi back to
It's
take care of
insane.
Junko. That is kind of cool and appropriate, I suppose.
Yay.
Until next time, Junko.
I like how bunnies are supposed to be the ultimate,
Because I'm sure
you know,
there'll be next
answer
time.
to fighting bears, I guess. Their natural rival. Yeah, see, she enjoys it.
Yeah, let me guess. You still enjoy the despair of losing too, right?
This
Yep.
is absolute despair. I feel despair upon despair and despair toward despair yet again.
Great. Yeah, like I said just before.
Once you've experienced the despair I've suffered, there's no turning back.
I'll take your word for it.
Living in the shadows of past memories. That's too sad, you know?
Did you guys catch it?
There's no turning back.
I'll take your word for it.
Living in the shadows of past memories. That's too sad, you know?
Junko's calling us out there. It's like, what are you doing rewatching this video? Also, I guess in a way it kind of makes fun of Danganronpa itself, right? Because what, they keep on bringing Junko back for all these other games too. They bring her back again for V3. So in a way, they're both, they're also living in the shadows of the past memories. I feel called out here.
I no longer have to hope for despair.
I feel personally
Very
attacked.
ironic.
Is just so hopeless.
Hey, there they are. The all-star
Yeah,
crew from the
guys.
first game.
That's one claw I'm happy to
Why
get
did
dropped.
Asami appear? She should have already disappeared.
That is a good question.
I guess it's just as Hajime
I
said.
didn't know
Plot
chapters
twist, the
were
creator's
short.
actually the ultimate despair. I was
I
trying to
guess
set up
she
the
is.
series for a failure? I mean, maybe.
This was
What is this? It's like
the ending
the
very
producers. Springtime for
Are you
Hitler.
saying they're moving towards such an uncertain future on purpose?
Even so, the only thing we can do now is leave it to them.
Stop talking like we're not here.
This game world is going to end soon.
You
There's
jerks.
nothing more we can do.
Regardless.
You have to rub the fact in that you were the better protagonists.
All right.
Oh, she's not
See
that
you
short.
later.
Kind of a weird angle we
What
have.
are
We're
they
like
gonna do?
looking up at them.
Any suggestion, guys?
Yeah, the main three of Danganronpa 1.
It's collapsing.
You're right.
I am sorry.
I feel like,
for every-
also, look at the Danganronpa games. The survivors that they had in each game, I think the first game had the most I mean, it doesn't really matter because it's the end of the game, so it doesn't really affect anything. But I feel like the first game had the best survivors, right? You had Makoto, Kyoko, Byakuya, and then you kind of had the others who were kind of like, yeah, you can take them or leave them. But like they're kind of like the most like interesting characters in that game. By this game, you're left with Hajime, who's the protagonist, and like the rest of the crew isn't really. I think I really came to like Hiko by the end of this game because he was just kind of cool, and then he like became really useful in the trials as like a kind of like an assistant there. But yeah, kind of the others are a bit like, yeah.
But even if we awaken in the real world and forget about what transpired here, it will still have meaning, right?
Of course, Miss Sonia. I don't know the proper way to say this, but I kind of feel the same way too.
You're so bad at explaining things. Now that it's the end, you should at least try a little harder.
I forgot how Kazuichi was the ultimate simp, essentially. You know, I think this is a few years before that meme, because that came more popular in the last 2 years or so, really. But yeah, like, obviously that'd be the title I would have given him if we played this game now instead. He'd be the ultimate simp.
I am scared too. But it's okay, right? It makes sense to feel scared, right?
Yeah, I think I really came to like Hiko by the end of this
he's
this
still
game
there.
here.
Mini
It took him a few chapters to kind of.
Aw, that's awesome.
Oh yeah, and they had like a miniature. They called him Mini Maru, I think. Nekumaru.
We'll have regular Maru.
I'll try to remember Kazuichi.
Though he was soda, he was always thirsty. That's true.
Even if I forget.
Yeah, the main three in this game, that would have been it. Like Hajime, Shiaki, and Nagito. Yeah, that would easily be it. That would sum it up entirely. That's spot on. Yeah, and both of them die like right before this.
I will use all my might and remember.
Which again, as I say, it doesn't really matter too much because, you know, it's the end of the game. You're not seeing them again. Although I guess you see them in the anime maybe. I don't remember how that works out, given that's a virtual world. And I didn't see the anime. But, you know, kind of seeing them at the end of the game, it's like, oh, like, yeah, we're kind of missing like the, like, kind of like the main forces that were driving the game in a sense. And that's kind of the sense in V3 too. Because I guess the main drivers of V3 would have been, you know, yourself, Kokichi, and Kaito. Like, they were kind of the main drivers. Kokichi and Kaito, like, their feud kind of drove so much of the action in that game.
So this is
Which I guess it makes sense. Like, you want to see them get into like a climactic battle before the end of the game.
It doesn't change how
Which it
scared
felt
I am.
appropriate having that in the
I
fifth
can't help
trial.
feeling scared. So scared. But
Thank you.
Yeah, Persona also kind of summed it up the same way.
yeah, thanks, Shiaki. I'll always remember you.
I finally said it.
Yay.
It's about time, Hajime.
Suichi, Maki, and Kaito? I would put it more on Kokichi than Maki. Because Maki is... I mean... She doesn't really do much, to be perfectly honest. Like, she kind of, like, works with, Kaito a lot. It's a quartet. Yeah, it's kind of like... I feel like she's kind of like a half step. Like, Shuichi's your character. Kokishi's kind of like this, you know, they're not really antagonists, but they're kind of... There's like another word for it. But he's kind of like a source of conflict. And then Kaito's kind of like the dude that has your back. Like your bro or whatever, kind of supporting you. And that's kind of like the parallel that happens in all the three games. Maki kind of becomes like this, I don't know, like, I like her as a character, she's cool. But in a way, yeah, I wouldn't put her on the same level as an antagonist. You know, Kokichi, Byakuya, and Nagito. They're rivals, antagonists, or something else. You know, something between that they function as. They're like a foil. I think that's the word I was trying to look for. They're a foil, essentially, in those games. Not really an antagonist. Not quite like your friend. They're kind of like a foil to, what's going on overall. Yeah, Fuyuhiko might have the best character story arc of any of them in Danganronpa. I think he does. Fuyuhiko? Yeah, I believe so. I think I would say that. I'm trying to think if anyone else would come to that level. Oh, there you go, pausing the game with my chair again.
Me too.
Aw.
Aw.
Thank you.
So sweet.
I'll never forget about you guys. I'll never, ever forget. I'll be cheering for you guys from now on. From somewhere. 'Cause we're all friends after all.
Game over.
Game over.
So what do they show here? They show like
How it
Makoto.
ends?
Yeah. Actually, yeah. Let me watch this. I was gonna say I'm not
Something
gonna watch this, but
If
you know, I'll
not,
watch
that
it
was a
on
good way
like
to end
double
it
speed.
anyway.
So I do want to watch a little bit of V3 before we end
What is
this.
The phone.
Oh, the giant cell phone. The incident riddled with smaller than the biggest most awful, most tragic event in human history. An incident so small it doesn't even have a name. The world will never know what happened here. Not now, not in the distant future. As long as they remain here.
All right.
Apparently they finished the preparations. We can leave anytime.
Then I guess we should get going.
Hey, Makoto, is this really okay? You're the one who said, leave the questions to me, so I let you take the lead. Are they really going to be okay? Didn't they just...
So I guess what happens here leads into at least the sequel part of the anime.
I mean, if they did turn back, they wouldn't have said that they'd stay on this island.
Yeah, I think this is something that confused me. So they said they leave them on the island, right? But is that referring to the virtual island, or did they go to the actual island at this point? Because, like, what are we looking at here? We see Makoto, Byakuya, and Kyoko, and they're looking at a boat. But where is this boat? Like, where's this island they're on? That I'm not too sure about. Because they did take them on a boat to somewhere, right? So did they actually go to the island to do the VR? I forget about this. The actual physical island. So at the end of this game, did they decide to live on the physical island and not the virtual one? Because the virtual one, I mean, it looked like it pretty much got destroyed at the end there. I'm guessing that's what it is.
I can't really say for sure, but that's what I believe.
So maybe there will be some way to revive them after all.
Whether they know it or not. The fact that they're all
It is kind of silly in a way that they made a virtual world for an island for them to live on.
Too many soft-hearted people here.
Oh, Byakuya.
And
At least
they
you
went
get
to the island to have them in the virtual world, and they could have the virtual world from anywhere.
it. Hey, but close to zero is better than zero.
No.
Whoa, look at her outfit now.
Well,
Wait, what did he
better than
say?
Zero.
The possibility of those who are asleep waking up
Yeah.
is close
So you're
to
saying there's a
Hey,
chance.
but close to zero is... Yeah, they're all fancily dressed. They
They
look
all
so
look
slick.
like
I mean,
Byakuya.
Makoto, I'm used to it, but
Mhm.
Makoto and
Even if
Kyoko?
it's the smallest
Yeah, I think they
It's
showed them
not-
traveling to the anime, or
Oh, yeah, there was
traveling to
one
the
for that.
anime.
No, I know.
You see them traveling to the island in one of the flashbacks in this game too, because you see
Might as well call it a miracle.
you see it from a perspective you're not sure of at first, which later turns out to be Hajime / Izuru, and he meets Nagito on the ship, and they're just like, kind of like you hear like the ship rocking back and forth, and then they're just like chatting about things.
feeling that they'll be able to reach it.
So I think that's watching them when they're traveling to the island.
And they're
Young
trying to
yuppie,
create their own
Makoto.
future. Maybe. For people like
Yeah,
that,
you do see them living on the physical island, and I guess they come back for the
As cheesy as
for the
it is,
anime.
seriously.
They go back to Japan or whatever.
They have the Future Foundation.
I
symbol on
assume
their
that's where
clothes.
they
Oh, yeah.
have the anime
the
take
main
place.
reason We decided to come with you.
Well, who cares? I guess I'll respect your decision. This time. However, what comes next is going to be difficult for us.
Leaving them on this island. If the higher ups at HQ find out about this, it will definitely cause a scene.
How are there higher ups?
we
Aren't you
need to
guys?
work on concealing
No, 'cause someone originally got them all together.
That's not a problem.
And what do you intend to explain to
Yeah, you
HQ?
think they would take over with how
about them.
important they're supposed to be, but I guess they didn't give them much
Good
power.
plan. Good plan, Makoto.
Good luck. I'm not going to help you that much.
We're all in this together.
Why?
You should at least be glad that we decided to respect your decision.
Fine.
Are we gonna see anyone from, like, the main
Then
group
let's
that
go
had this
back as
game?
well. We're not even close to finished yet. There's still a lot we must do.
Oh, they will end it with
Besides the
Hajime.
mission, the biggest, most awful, most tragic
It is kind of
tragedy
funny
in
that they
human
end it
history.
with all these
We must
guys.
end this once and for all. For the
So it is
sake
good they have at least one more scene with
Means
Hajime.
I must fight alongside you all for a little while longer.
I was
Oh.
paying you so much,
of-
Byakuya.
Plus, there's someone waiting for you to return.
Oh boy.
Don't make me remember something so...
Oh. Nice.
Oh, and I saw that someone said like, how much longer does Danganronpa 3 take place after Danganronpa 2? It probably gets answered in the game. Obviously, I never finished it. I was gonna ask you guys, when does Danganronpa Ultra Despair Girls take place in relation to this? Is it kind of happening like simultaneously? A little bit before this or after this?
Then let's go.
Because I kind of wondered about that. I don't think I ever actually saw the
I've been
answer
so
in the
happy to
game.
volunteer for this mission.
Yeah, he's like, oh, please take me with you. Wait, there's
Okay,
a
and that's
possibility
the
of
end of
stuff in the game. It's fine.
And from here, our daily lives have started. Lives that are much more absurd, nonsensical, and irrational than before.
I was kind of hoping we get to see Hajime again.
All right, so it was a little bit before. Oh yeah, it would have been before. Duh. Because you see,
Things will even end well.
yeah, Nagito's in that game. I remember now.
The future isn't a path.
Slipped my mind.
You can try to go anywhere, but it doesn't mean you'll get there.
And he's like weird, evil Nagito too,
Keep on living as
with his weird,
Alright, it's good.
what I want to call it like a sex slave fetish. I don't know what the deal is, and it's even more disturbing because it's like a slave to the kids. So,
Nothing different at all.
ugh.
lies here.
Aw.
Oh, awesome. So we look fine after all. We don't have long hair. We're all good. So we're not the one that did the thing with the
Yeah, I guess he shaves his head, or he cuts his hair anyway. Some point between that and when he got out of the thing. Alright, so we're gonna look at some Killing Harmony. Oh yeah, Maddie wanted me to watch the scene. Alright, I'm gonna turn down the volume, because I don't know if the audio will also get me a copyright thing. I'm just gonna watch it to myself. Quietly. Oh! What the? What the hell? What? What the hell is that, Maddie? I don't even know what's going on in that clip, but I'm pretty sure that is poison. Weird. Now I've been cursed like you have. I'm sorry that you guys had to watch that. I do feel bad for you fans that apparently had to watch that in the anime. I might have to put something there later too. Yeah, if you want to put something in, make sure you do it now, because I'll try to watch it before we end the stream. We're not going to be here for too much longer. Alright, so let's see. Was it just the one clip that you had from V3? Because I might try to, because I remember V3 at least a little bit better than these other games because it's been so long. I think it is just the one clip. So I might go to some other parts of it, which were weird. Okay. Let's see here. I want to see like our first reaction. Yeah, Tarzan. It's probably when we first meet Gonta. I know that was probably going to be good. Because he was so bizarre. I can turn this up now. Oh.
And I have to admit, we've done something different, and that is
Oh,
because
no.
someone's told me that there's stuff that's carried over from the Danganronpa V3 demo. So I actually just went back and played
Oh yeah, I
that
remember
real
people
quick,
told us this at one point.
and I kind of feel glad I didn't really play that before I started playing this game, because there was some stuff that's kind of spoilery, like they talked about the characters a bit, and I wasn't paying like full attention because I was trying to rush through it. But it was kind of interesting. They also had Hajime in it and Makoto. It was really kind of weird. I don't think it has anything to do with the plot of this game.
So what did we get for it?
I don't really remember what was in the demo. I think it was
We
just
got some
demonstrate
presents somewhere,
what the game would be like,
I
which
think.
obviously is kind of similar to this game.
This one.
Yeah, there you go, a nail brush.
All right, let's go meet
This is a
Gonta.
nice little
Pretty.
area. Ooh, a water fountain. Can I?
Getting
There's
distracted by the
cutscene happening.
sights.
Oh my goodness.
You feel like V3 sometimes breaks the fourth wall. Really
Hey,
now?
you look.
You don't
What's
say.
that?
It looks like a place for bugs.
I mean,
Maybe it's always
Danganronpa in
been
general
a
breaks the
collector.
fourth wall all the time.
Maybe. Why
They do
the
that so
music get
often.
So ominous.
I don't know.
But yeah,
Oh,
V3
this guy
definitely takes that
looks
to a new
scary.
level.
He's so big and muscular. Excuse me?
Thank you.
What?
Oh, thank you. For what?
Thank you?
Sorry.
Oh, sorry for scaring. Gonta scary looking? Most people not want to talk to Gonta when meeting for first time.
Gentlemen.
Oh,
That is very strange. So, like gentlemen, Gonta say thank you. Thank you for talking to Gonta. I mean,
okay.
I kind of remembered there was someone in the demo that said their name, but I didn't really know too much about it because I skipped most of the dialogue. I just wanted to get through with it really quick.
Hey, what's up, Sour Neon? Welcome.
Thank you for being so
Yeah, don't worry
polite.
about it. It's all
He
okay.
looks scary, but he doesn't seem very scary at all.
We're kind of getting near the end of the stream, probably, but it's
Oh,
all
right.
good.
Gonta need to make
Don't
introduction.
feel bad.
Were you raised by
We
gorillas?
can all agree Doki Doki did it better. Oh, you mean breaking the walls in that game? Oh, they
Seriously,
certainly
what is
did.
all this Gonta crap?
In many
Want
ways.
to become gentlemen.
What?
Becoming true gentlemen, Gonta's goal.
You know, in a way, you could say Doki Doki broke the fifth wall, right? Because you remember when we played that? Not only did they talk to me, but they also talked to you guys on the stream too. They're like, "Oh, hey, you're streaming this? Who gave you permission to stream this game?" And they're like talking to like the chat to like, oh, does this guy like always stream games or something like that? I forget what the line was, but that was hilarious. I love that. Because they actually knew that I was recording the game in OBS and streaming it. And they were like talking to the audience like, hey, you should scold this guy for playing this game right now on stream. I should probably watch that back at some point. Because, yeah, that was great. Oh, man. You had to go to Miami for your grandma? Hopefully for a good reason. You know, I don't know the reason why you had to travel to Miami for your grandma. Sometimes there's good reasons, sometimes there's bad reasons. So, I hope it was a good reason. You know, sincerely do. There's a lot of troubles in this world these days. So I hope nothing bad happens. She's fine? Alright, thankfully. I'm glad to hear that, Sour. If they showed the creator's face in V3, it would have been a surprise. Like, you mean the creator of the game's face? To be honest, I probably wouldn't have recognized it because I don't know what his face looks like. Okay, let's go hear the rest of that. Go into a conversation here.
Yeah, what the heck is going on here?
Oh, she just had a baby. Oh, okay.
So you're Gonta.
That's fine
That's
then.
a really cute name.
Yeah, we're gonna hear it 15,000 times before this game's over.
Well, I'm glad it's good news. Oh,
Really?
baby cat.
Thank you.
Aw, that's adorable.
Aw, you're actually pretty nice. Silly me for being so
Was it just
scared at
one
first.
kitten, or was there like
It's
a bunch?
weird, but at least he's less scary than some of these other people.
Yeah.
Oh, going to scary looking, huh?
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. That's not what I...
No, it's okay. Going to used to it. Going to cold scary since he was kid.
Aw,
Since
poor
you
little
were a
Gonta.
kid, huh?
Kid Gonta bigger than other kids.
Wow, 8
Other
of them?
kids scared of
That's a
Gonta.
full litter.
So kid Gonta play alone. That how Gonta come to like bugs. But when Gonta really
I think I
focused,
really
he
love
was
doing the
easily
voice for
distracted.
Gonta. It's just such
One
a
day
silly thing
Gonta
to
go
do.
to forest to find bugs, end up lost.
That sounds rough. Were they able to find you right away?
Yeah, took 10 years. Okay, so
Yeah, right away, huh?
Oh, okay.
Ah. Wow, that was funny. Made it like...
10 years?
I was pausing it multiple times apparently.
But Gonta
I have to stop
Your
doing
family
that.
took care of
Yeah, I'm moving the
Gonta, and he
keyboard
was
so I'm
raised
not
by
right next to
gorillas.
it.
I see. I'm glad they
Trying
were
to get
nice
comfortable.
people.
They were nice girls,
Not
actually.
people.
Oh, wolves.
Wolves.
Okay.
That was close.
Wolves, that's an interesting change.
The Romulus
It's more like,
and Remus.
Romulus and Remus.
Yeah, Romulus and Remus. Oh, not people, wolves.
Huh?
Wolves?
But they really nice. Because of Forest family, going to learn to speak bug and animal.
Yeah, that's true. They use a lot of the same voices.
As thanks, Gonta wanted to show
Yasuhira's
Forest
voice.
family what a great gentleman Gonta is.
How is becoming a gentleman going to thank them for that?
I don't know, he could advocate on their behalf.
You know what is funny? Some of the voices sound a lot different than the others. Some of the voice actors, in my opinion, I don't know, maybe they're trying to, like, because they're doing such, like, a more varied character from, like, the first one. Some of them you could recognize really well, and some of them's not so much. Like, Gonta, actually, I don't really recognize as Yasuhiro, so they did a pretty good job at, doing, like, a completely different voice. Though, some of the characters might be, like, more similar to another character, so it doesn't call for, like, a completely different voice.
As a human
So,
representative.
I'm not trying to insult the
This
voice
place
actors
strange,
themselves,
huh?
necessarily.
Lots of plants, but no bugs.
I want to be careful about that.
Wait, that's weird. Really? I suppose it's understandable that there are no animals, but no insects? That's strange. Not even one bug.
You mean
You like bugs too?
amazing?
Hey! What your favorite bug?
I can kind of hear it
What do
now.
you like about them?
But yeah, they do.
No, I wasn't
they do a
saying
good
that
job
I
at
like
distinguishing
bugs or
it.
anything.
Wait.
Then you hate bugs. What?
Oh no, Shuichi.
Hello, some guy.
You hate bugs?
That's not true.
You don't hate bugs, you love them, right, Shuichi?
Okay.
Yeah, of course I do. I love bugs.
Wait, hold on a second here.
Thank goodness.
Oh, okay.
I have to pause
That's
this. I want to see if I'm right about this. I'm looking at your name, 2B1T. Is this? Oh no, it's 2B. Okay, I was gonna say, is that the oldest anarchy miner? What's the name of it? Anarchy server in Minecraft? But no, that's 2B2T. I got mixed up. Sorry, my bad.
No bad person.
I was
like
gonna make
bugs.
that reference, but I'm like, wait, I don't think that's exactly right.
Okay.
Well,
What does 2B1T
That's
refer to
exciting.
then?
an odd twist at the end, but I'm glad no one got horribly mangled and beaten to a pulp.
Reminds me of the
So
guy's
scary.
videos who does those. I don't know if anyone's ever seen that. The guy who makes the videos about
Honestly, I
the
can't
2B2T
stand bugs either, but it might be
2B2T
best to
server.
hide that. No, I like bugs except for
Like
spiders.
Fit MC, I think it is.
And like.
That's how like
flighty
every
bugs.
video of his begins. 2B2T, the
Whoa.
oldest
Hi.
anarchy server in Minecraft.
You're not a student, are you?
Is this a ninja statue?
You're right.
It looks like one, but why is it here?
Seriously, there are so many odd things. Do you
Okay,
have
well
an
anyway, we saw the
iPhone
end
right
of
now?
the going to hangout. Let's see if there's anything else I want to pull up real quick. Especially Kaito's voice, who's the wait, hold, we saw Kaito on the screen just a little while ago. I thought we did anyway. There he is. This is the voice of Hifumi? I would never have guessed it.
Don't worry about it.
Well, that was very deep. No walls you can't get over, so I better not hear you complaining and grumbling and all that crap.
Oh, 2B1T is an acronym from your middle school? But it also looks like 2-bit. Oh yeah, you're right about that. It does look like 2-bit. I didn't even get that. You know, because I immediately jumped to that, because I watched that guy's videos at some points. I always remember that intro, because he says it in like every freaking video.
I think now.
So like, it's like becomes a meme on his like comments. They always mention that. I want to hear Kaito now. Where is he? Probably meet him like maybe the episode before this or so. I find that hard to believe, but I think you're telling me the truth. 'Cause why would you lie? I trust you. It's just kind of surprising to believe here. Where did we meet Kaito? Oh, here we go. It was in this part.
Listen up.
Quit complaining.
Hello,
and grumbling,
Samantha. Welcome,
or it'll
welcome.
turn into a bad habit.
Yeah.
Besides, this cage is nothing compared to the vast.
I need him to say like a good line or two. They usually do it. Yeah, probably here.
Oops, I haven't introduced myself yet. My bad.
I'm Kaito Momota, luminary of the stars. Even crying children adore the ultimate astronaut.
What?
You know what? Yeah. I can kind of make it out a little bit. But yeah, that is I wouldn't guess it myself. Just hearing them back to back. Even then I wouldn't get it, I don't think. But since you pointed it out, I do recognize that now.
I haven't introduced myself yet. My bad.
I'm Kaito Momota.
You know what reminds me of it? There are parts where Hifumi does that like deep and serious voice. He's like, because he's doing that nerdy voice. He's like, I am the ultimate fanfic writer. Like trying to sound all tough or whatever. And that's what it kind of reminds me of. But otherwise, I would never connected the two. Yeah, that's awesome.
Luminary of the stars. Even crying children adore the ultimate astronaut.
Yeah, that's awesome. Sour Neon Sour. My day was pretty good. Got to relax a bit, which was nice. And I got to plan for this, which I've been wanting to do for a while, and I'm glad I'm finally getting this done now. Alright, so there's some parts that I kind of want to go back and watch, but I don't remember where they are exactly. That's kind of the oh, here we go. Yeah. The platforming part. Thankfully I named it something that made sense.
Alright, so we're picking up after the end.
I remember when they had you do this. Such a good troll.
Oh God.
Oh, sorry, didn't mean for things to get that.
Oh, a
wrong.
lot of Hell's Kitchen?
For now, just
I don't think I watched Hell's Kitchen, but I had a phase where I watched through.
It doesn't have an effect on whether characters.
What's the
live or
other
die,
show he
does it?
did?
I'm assuming
I
it doesn't.
doubt it.
Not that
The
it
show where he
matters.
went to different like restaurants and hotels and
I
kind of
didn't get to
reviewed
save
them.
before this.
I did see that
Can I
one.
save now? Probably
Good
not.
job.
Let's make this look a little bit better. It's on
What?
low quality for some reason.
Follow me, okay?
Hey everybody, follow Freeman.
Oh God,
And
this is a trap.
Looks like it. There's a Monokuma.
Rantaro is Hajime. Really?
I mean, like the floor panel.
Oh.
yeah.
Oh.
Everyone, be careful.
That didn't take long at all. I had to get some speed. Oh God.
So I think the secret is you don't jump for this one, and you have to jump for the second one or something.
Damn it.
Oh.
Maybe it's the other way around.
Oh.
Yeah, I guess it's the other way around.
Well. Oh my God.
Fine. I couldn't do it.
I'll fucking do it.
This may not go so well.
Okay, Mew.
I can't really get up a lot of speed. Whoa. Oh. Oh.
What?
What just happened?
I think they just like kill themselves
I
automatically.
didn't see it.
No,
No,
they
no,
just
stay,
went back.
stay. Oh my god, they're slippery.
I love how slippery they are.
Kinda like
This is
playing
like
on
Mario
ice
3
in a
on
video game.
steroids.
Oh, he's in the
In
middle.
Mario 3, you had ice levels in it, which is very, very slippery.
get over
A lot of
this?
other platformers too.
I guess like fake jump and let it go. And then...
The secret is you didn't have to jump at all. Eventually, I think I figured that out. Alright, this is awesome. I spoke over it, and I probably speak over it in the episode itself, but Angie gets kills like Sayonara.
How do I get over this?
I guess like fake jump and let it go. And then...
Oh,
What?
I love that.
I want you to experience this. Just
It's 12:47 where you are. It's 1:49 where I am. So yeah, it's pretty late. Fond memories. Oh yeah, this is the best. I love.
See?
What, they fell down in the back? What happened there?
And then you
Oh, so I went back a little bit. So they're trying to get momentum. Oh, I think I gave it to Emily to try to do.
Oh, you can wait there. Look, I think that part doesn't. Oh, whoa, you had to cross. How'd that work?
Oh, Emily figured it out.
Oh, those are
no.
bombs. Here, you can have
no.
it back. I've killed
3
like 5 people.
Oh man.
I killed. Oh god, no.
Fun with this. Alley-oop.
Oh,
Aw, Kokishi and Gonta, such a good combo.
I like how they can die.
The
when
best
you're
of
not
friends in this
controlling
game.
them. Well, that was
My favorite was the Bayonara.
Let's try that again. I'm assuming you'll pick up from the beginning.
All right, so don't jump over the fire.
Well, what? I read your line.
What?
That's my reaction too. Oh, hey, we're back here. That's nice of them.
Yeah, I did see someone saying that you could clear it, and I think eventually I did watch a video on
consciousness.
someone actually accomplishing it, because I was never going to be able to do it.
Feeling all right?
You're awake. Are you all right?
East Coast is the canon
I'm
time
fine, but
zone.
What about everyone else? I looked around and
Kokichi
saw the
sacrificed
others
Gonta.
scampered.
Wait a minute. I know, I thought that was appropriate too, that they were the
Yo.
last two there.
You all enjoyed it as much as I did, didn't you?
Everyone sat in stunned silence. A sobering sadness filled the air.
How's the different time zones in different places of the world?
I wanted to try again.
Jeez, this is quite.
You mean how
the
time
party
zones
you
work?
Sad sacks are throwing for yourselves.
Monokuma.
I mean, it depends on if you believe in the flat earth or
And
not, I
rust.
guess. Oh, well, since the world is round, I guess maybe you're a bit on the younger side, Sour, but since the world is round, you know, it's daytime in different parts of the world at different times, so, you know, clocks are adjusted accordingly to try to match up to, you know, having noon be, you know, solar noon time is when the sun is directly overhead. And so areas that are like west of you will be like an hour behind. Areas to the east are usually an hour ahead. And you have the international time zone that's in the Pacific. Somewhere. Not revealing your time? That's good. Yeah. If you don't want to reveal personal information about yourself, I encourage that. It's always a good idea to be protective. You're 16? Oh, okay. Wait, were you asking me how the time zones work? I wasn't too sure. Hopefully I gave a decent explanation. I mean, I'm not really an expert to like explain it. But yeah, essentially since, you know, it's the further you are on the planet, like in one direction, east or west, you know, the sun's going to be up at a different part of the sky, essentially. So that's kind of what it goes by. Don't we have universal atomic time? You're thinking of like Unix time or something, right? That like all computers go by a certain time, and I think it goes by the Greenwich Mean Time, if I am getting this correct. And so computers do have a universal time they go by. Although often, like on your personal computer, it'll be adjusted for your personal time zone, because obviously that makes more sense for you. We need to explain why daylight savings time is still a thing? Yes. That is a good question. Oh, you're asking like in a Canada versus US? America? It could be one time in America. It'd be one time in Canada. Well, actually, it's different times in various parts of America. I guess we get a little bit of a history lesson. See, here's my strong points here. Not Danganronpa, especially the gameplay of it. Let's look at a map. So here we have a map of the United States. And it shows the different time zones. Can I make this full screen? There we go. So, yeah, the further east you are in the United States, this doesn't actually show the time. Okay, well, I think the US Eastern time zone, it's +5 Greenwich Mean Time, or maybe it's +4. And then this would be, you know, 5 or 6. This would be 7 or 8. and so on and so forth, if I'm saying these numbers correctly, which I kind of doubt. So yeah, it's kind of like may I look at the world? May that make more sense? Especially if you live somewhere else. How do I get out to here? Here we go. Is this depicting what I think it's depicting? Yeah, and of course in some countries, like, want to be a bit different. They have like the entire country in one time zone. Like apparently China decides, even though we're a huge country that spans all this length, we're just going to be in one time zone. You know, they could probably be in like 3 or 4 different ones. Yeah, the UK, Greenwich Mean Time, it's based on, well, I mean, the whole UK is in it, at least. Yeah, pretty much the whole UK. Because I know Northern Ireland looks like it falls a bit outside, but they probably include it in this one. And they include Iceland in it too, even though they're way over. Yeah, it's kind of funny the way things work. Oh, who went to sleep? Oh, Persona had to go to sleep? Oh, sorry, Persona. Have a good night. But yeah, so essentially, they have the US back here, and Canada too if you're in it, at least as part of Canada. Figure out where you are on the map, you don't have to say it out loud. And this is how far behind you are, you know, Greenwich time, which is in the UK. So 5, 6, 7, and 8. Can you imagine if they try to divide the time zones by minutes? That'd be an awful cluster. You know what? I don't know if this is true. Here, let's look this up. We're doing like weird shit tonight. Weird time zones. I think there are some time zones that are like off by half an hour or something. What does it say? The one international border where stepping 1 foot over the mountain means you step 3.5 hours back in time. So like there is weird stuff like that out there. Does it tell you where it is? You can cross over into Afghanistan and set your clock back 3.5 hours. Yeah, that is so there are some time zones that are off on like half hours and stuff. Most of them are sensible and like, oh, we're only going to change it by like an hour for like each one. Yeah, and what does that say? Hold on. There's something in Australia that looks weird. I want to zoom in on this. Won't let me. At least it's 9.5 hours. Yeah, there's a place in Australia, this time zone. There's 10, 9.5 hours, and 8. And what does this say? This is like 8 3/4, I think. What the hell? Yeah, what are they doing there in Australia right now? You have Tenko's disgust face. Yeah, that is bizarre. Let me see, are there any others that are off on like weird things like that? Iran is 3.5 hours. That's probably what they're talking about with like stepping over some mountain in Afghanistan. 3.5, 4.5. Then Pakistan is 5. Yeah, I don't think that anyone said it by like directly a minute, but they have break it up in like half hours. And I guess like this looks like a quarter to me. A quarter hour. That is just really bizarre. Yeah, kind of. People have made that joke before that if you go over the international timeline, you would you know, be going back a day or something in time. Kind of. Essentially they're telling time a bit differently. We don't have anything too crazy in the US, except there's some parts of the country here, and maybe there's some other countries as well, where they change the time by going back or forward an hour, once in the fall and once in the spring. So I think it was a few weeks ago, we all set our clocks ahead 1 hour because it's considered daylight savings time. And it's just what we do for a reason. It's had something to do in the past about trying to have the most daylight hours during you know, working hours, essentially, trying to sync that up. But I don't really know how effective that is. I don't really know the point of it. So it's kind of silly. Something cool, which also, like, this is something I probably didn't learn till later in life as well. But you may notice that during the summer and winter, the days are different lengths, right? So you're probably like, oh yeah, the days in general are longer during the summertime, and they're shorter during the winter time. And I was kind of aware of this as a child as well, of course, because it's something you just kind of pick up on, obviously. But what you may not realize is as you go higher in latitude, or if you like went all the way south as well, if you go to somewhere like Iceland or Scotland even, it's even more extreme at these latitudes as opposed to like places closer to the equator, like around here. So what happens is if you're, right in the middle of summertime in Scotland, which one time I went to Scotland and it was in the middle of summertime, it's bright until like 10 o'clock at night. And it's crazy because there's only like 4 hours of actual nighttime, up in the Highlands or so, like around here in Scotland, which, we were traveling from kind of like Edinburgh, and we went like kind of like all the way up here on some of the islands up there. And it was crazy just how much daytime there was during the summer. Of course, if you go during the winter, you get like only 4 or 5 hours of actual daytime, and it's almost all nighttime, which would be a terrible time to visit. Anyway, just some little fun facts, a little a little lesson about geography and time zones and stuff. We should do like a general purpose podcast for this sort of thing. Just to have fun, I guess. You get used to the sunlight and don't adjust the clock. Yeah, it really is weird. I don't know why we do this. Like, I know you're kind of joking around about it, bit guy, but it is weird how we do that. In a way, it makes sense, because you think about...
Exhausted.
There we go, hitting the spacebar again accidentally. Made it sound creepy. Because when you think about it, there was a time when we didn't have electricity, or it wasn't as prevalent as it was today, so you couldn't light up places as well as we can now, and as easily and as cheaply. So, if you have a factory or, even just working outside farming or whatever, you kind of want to have your hours of work overlay with the hours it's actually daytime. So, like, in the winter here, when it's, kind of in the middle of winter, December, January, it'll be dark already by like 4 o'clock or so. And I guess they decided, well, why don't we have it? So I guess when it's technically 4 o'clock, instead it's more like, actually 3 o'clock, what 3 o'clock would be instead. So I think that's the reasoning behind it. It's kind of silly now because it's obviously a bit outdated. We have electricity to light our days, but
Poor things. I feel sorry for you.
I think a lot of places do want to get rid of it, as a matter of fact. I think some places maybe succeeded in that.
I bet
I wouldn't be surprised if at some point they do that here as well. Wait, what am I watching right now? No, I know I'm watching Danganronpa, but was there a specific clip I was looking for? Because now I don't remember what that was. Oh, we're watching the platforming, that's right. I think they make us do it a second time, right? So let's watch the second attempt. Here we go. I think I completely forgot what we were doing.
No. Oh, God.
Oh, that's a good question. I believe AM stands for antemeridium, which ante, I believe it's Latin for before. And meridian, I think, I'll double check, because again, meridian, I believe, refers to like when the sun is up in the top of the sky. I could be wrong. Meridian is a half of an imaginary great circle on the Earth's surface. Yeah, I think it refers to when the sun is overhead, so antemeridian is before noon. Post-meridian, I think? Let's see. Am I right? Let's look it up. Yeah, antemeridium, and then post-meridium. So before midday and after midday. It's just a matter of understanding Latin. Which is actually the case in a lot of things, that we still use it. Yeah, Latin and Greek are the roots for so many systems. Absolutely. Thanks, Rome. Yeah, I mean, unironically, not that, it's kind of like the scene from, I don't know if people have seen it, it's an older movie now, Monty Python, and the Life of Brian. Yeah, they talk about Rome and, how Rome, basically conquered all these lands, and, there's like these resistance groups, the Judean People's Front. The People's Front of Judea is actually joking around about that on JP stream the other day, when he kind of a similar issue. Rome did a lot of things that are, they conquered people, destroyed many kingdoms, but they also spread a lot of culture and united a lot of ideas that still permeate the world today. That said, I'm glad our number system's Arabian, not Roman. Yes. We really have to thank the Arabian nations for that one, or the people, because, look at the Final Fantasy title names if you want to know how confusing that would be, just for one. Or like back before we had, the turn of the millennium, at the end of movies, they'd have the credits. And, it started to get a bit simplified because you have MM would be the year 2000, right? So it's kind of simple. MMI, 2001, so on and so forth. MMV is 2005. But before that, for, how would you depict, like say 1995 or like 1998, let's say, it'd be MCM L oh wait LX oh wait no because you have to do that before. See, I don't even know how to do it. It's just so confusing. Let me look that up because I can't even recite it. Roman numeral for what was I saying? 1998. Let's do 1998. MCMXCVIII. That's how you depict the year 1998 in Roman numerals, essentially. So it'd be XC, which it actually be, if you were to do, here, this is going to be even long, 1988. MCMLXXVII. Imagine having to write that down every time you wanted to depict the year. That'd be a lot of fun. Of course, it's a bit more simpler now because you don't have to do all this crap to show that it's, pre-2000. Yeah, digits were very, very helpful. This might be out there, but if we go all the way back in history, what was the date when the world was made? Oh, man. There'd be no way to tell the date. Like, we just completely got distracted from Danganronpa. Oh, Kyo, you like the Monty Python movies too? Good taste, man. Yeah, those are good stuff. Billions of years. Because you have to get to, like, the Big Bang, and then even then there's, like, millions and billions of years probably between when that happened and then when you start to have, like, this actual solar system form. And from that, you had, like, planets forming out of... I don't know, man. This is beyond my pay grade. Billions of years ago, as a rough estimate, we'll just say. But it is fun. Maybe we'll have a stream where we just talk about random topics like that if you want, Sour. Holy Grail was always your favorite? Yeah, I saw the, was it Holy Grail? I kind of mixed them up. Is Holy Grail the ones that's depicted in Spamalot? Because I'm trying to remember. I saw Spamalot in, at the theater, actually. I think it is. I think they're the same one. Yeah, it's an adaptation of Holy Grail. Okay, yeah. I thought so. Yeah, that's a good one, too. The one with the bunny. Yeah, that's what it is. Random topics, family. But I do want to finish this before we get too much later. So what was I doing here? I think I already showed that off, did I?
They did.
Wait, what?
Yep.
How could they?
Oh, how did I get on this video? Wrong video. I'm like, wait, what happened there? There we go.
Maybe this will be easier on, like... No, it's not too much easier. Yeah, it's so weird to control.
The Knights who say neat. Neat.
I don't know if that does anything. Okay.
Also, something about this song reminds me of like 9 Inch Nails.
Fire part.
I don't think I mentioned this actual video, but it has like kind of like industrial vibe to it. I think it's like kind of around here.
I don't know if that does anything.
Yeah, like right there.
Okay.
It's kind of like that extra sound effect. It reminds me of the song.
The fire part.
I can't actually mention that song. It's a profane name. Actually, the name is called Closer. It's the lyrics inside the song that are very inappropriate. Though oddly, it would go well with Danganronpa, to be
I
fair.
just had time to do my best and was like immediately dead.
That didn't go so well.
Oh my god,
Let's see.
almost everyone died. What?
On my side.
Oh, his body kind of. Is that Monokuma thing bad?
I would assume it's pretty bad. I'm not sure.
I think that's a bomb, like most things in this game,
Sacrifice.
or this mini game. There's one where I think we. I don't know if you even get to this, but I think I saw it in the video where there's one that like goes like super speedy at you.
All right.
Oh boy.
I hate the running.
And go.
Oh, and I think there's some characters that can't make this
then.
jump because they're too
That would be a
tall.
bad time to go. I thought we
I know
should
Ryoma
to
can
go by
because,
at
well.
Now.
Oh God.
Oh yeah, I never saw that
He's
Sam
small,
stream because
though.
I was
He
late to
might
it.
not hit the ceiling like the other character did.
I'm still curious what that was, Maddie. Yeah, this minigame is like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Or like, what was that game? They actually re-released it.
Well, that was
Ghouls and Ghoulies or whatever.
so much for
Ghosts
that
and
idea.
Goblins.
Are we
Yeah,
doing this again?
Something like that.
When I finally woke up, searing pain coursed throughout my.
Okay, so that was a fun experimental platformer they introduced in this game, which I definitely wasn't expecting. Ooh, I know. Friendship fails? When did that happen? I want to see the part where we have the trial, of course, and you have the stunning twist in that one. I'm trying to think if there's anything else between this, though. That'd be good to see. I wonder if it's before or after the break here. It's probably before, but let me just go to make sure.
No one cared.
I feel like he did speak.
He's so Shuichi, what is going on, man?
Do something already.
Don't blame us.
Seriously.
Your tongue-tied silence speaks volumes. I fucking knew you were the culprit.
No,
Is
you
this what we're
didn't.
playing as Shuichi or Kaede?
None of that is possible.
I really didn't want to be Shuichi or even a male in general.
No, we
just so
didn't
you
yet.
Shut up, Tenko, because you know she's gonna go off about degenerate males
Shuichi was
again.
with me the whole time we were
Oh
on
god, yeah,
lookout.
Tenko is so annoying with that.
Except,
When are you suggesting Shuichi killed Rantaro? Were you really together the whole time?
No.
well, no,
Huh?
but
When does it happen in this trial? Is there a third part to this trial? 'Cause how long is this? I forget. Oh, maybe it's here? When do they switch over in the trial? I guess it's later than I thought. Oh, here. We're playing Shuichi in this scene. I think. I have to go for the
First
night?
wide
Alright,
argument.
Samantha. Thanks for stopping by.
same keyword.
Hopefully you have yourself a good night.
Great.
Well, I can't actually remember where it is in the trial.
There has to be something else we can discuss.
No,
Wait.
I've
really?
known for a long time.
Oh, is this it?
do
You
know?
do?
Yeah, I think this might be it.
Long time?
Huh?
Wait, was it her? And she was tricking.
Yeah, it is really
us?
late right now. It's after 2 where I am.
Flash on the camera.
But I do want to finish this, so and it's a Friday, so I don't mind staying up late. If any of you guys have to go to sleep,
a
though,
second, I
yeah,
have to
feel free to
pause
take
and say,
off.
what the
I
hell's
wouldn't
going
blame
on?
any of you.
I don't know. Did she have a split personality?
That'd
And
be
we
a
only saw one
twist.
side?
Oh boy.
That'd be really weird, though. And I don't know. I mean, the only other one is Miyu, but or did I don't know.
Or
Yeah, this was such a
Shuichi,
good
and
surprise.
That's why she's like suddenly
And,
like, oh shit.
you know,
it
everyone
was
in the
him
chat-
And it was him.
Or, not the chat, but in the comments at the time, they did a good job of keeping this a secret from me. Because no one spoiled this. And I'm so glad, because it was such a huge twist to actually have
Then
in the
why would he
game.
reveal that? And
I don't
well, let's see what's going on.
You're
here.
trying to stay up,
I
Maddie?
can't figure it out.
Aw,
Right, Shuichi.
that's sweet of you.
Oh. So
But you don't have
it
to
seems
stay
like
up
she's
forever. It's
blaming
okay.
him.
The culprit of this incident is...
Me!
Shuichi? What? I'm so confused.
But I think she was the one who said.
It is something that's cool they do in this game, is they do give you the choice to, like, pick who you think the suspect is. Kind of before it's been officially confirmed, which they never did in the first 2 games, if I remember correctly.
It.
Like, this is the first time they gave us a choice. We're like, I'm really not positive who it is. Like, I think it might actually be us, but I don't know for sure.
Wasn't she the one who set that one? Because it was lower. And she put on all that tape.
Yep, that was us.
Maybe it was her.
was it us? What?
No doubt about it.
This
Really?
is so weird.
Yeah, this is really cool.
What in the world is going on here?
Wait. That's why it's my class trial?
I guess that's why it's our class trial. You just like die right away.
Well, this is as far as it goes.
What?
What's going on?
Was like a whole like false narrator like thing going on where like we planned to kill the
Pretty
mastermind,
much.
but we didn't tell Shuichi, and
don't know.
it didn't tell us either.
I couldn't get to the mastermind. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm sorry, Rantaro.
Well, that's why I didn't see this coming, I guess.
Sorry, Shuichi.
Yeah, just a quick aside. There were some people here. I'm not gonna go through the comments because I don't want to like. I'm not like out to like actually expose people. Be like, oh yeah, like look at this person. But I do remember there were people who were kind of like, oh, like I found your reaction to this part disappointing. When like this actually was a twist to me. Like I don't know if they were trying to imply like, oh, I think you knew it was gonna happen or whatever. But they were just kind of like, oh, I found your reaction disappointing. It's like some people react more. And it's funny because some of you guys point out here like, oh, like I'm glad you don't always like yell and scream and stuff. And yeah, I don't have a reaction where I'm gonna like yell and scream about like, oh my god, like Kayane did it. But I was genuinely taken aback here. I think if you kind of like am used to me from watching other videos, you can tell that I'm taken aback. One of the fact is how I'm being quiet here and I'm not talking over it. Like I'm actually kind of like, whoa.
Stayed silent this whole time because you realized it already, right? But you can't do that. It may be the end of me, but I want my wish to. I'm giving it to you, Shuichi.
It's just
From
like
now
Metal
on,
Gear 2.
You're going to carry on my wish.
No, really? Is that what's
You're
going on
to
here?
protect Everyone.
That's so weird.
I have to play as someone
This is very
else.
confusing because if you're playing a side
Bye.
character, then when you have seen your character kill. Oh, have you played this game before, Sour Neon, or seen Danganronpa?
That's why he.
I kind of assumed you did, but if you've never seen this game, yeah, apologies. There are going to be spoilers in it about it, so hopefully you don't mind. We're playing as the protagonist in the trial. They always stand in front of where Monokuma in the
Oh my
portrait
God,
standing.
I'm
It's
like,
changing.
Interesting, I
narrator,
never
like,
noticed
bit
that.
by bit.
I don't know what to say.
I won't let your wish go ungranted.
Whoa.
Yeah, I would say the fact that I'm silent for that long should be a clue to people. It's like, yeah, I don't react in the way that like screaming and carrying on about things. I tend to just be kind of like taken aback when I'm surprised by something, and kind of just like silent and just like watching like, oh, what's gonna happen next? Because I'm curious.
Is the culprit.
What? This is seriously happening?
And yeah, I was in a lot of disbelief here too, as you could probably
Oh my
tell from the
God,
tone.
This is so crazy.
Kaede did it?
Wait, that's not possible. Right, Kaede?
I didn't think so.
I really never saw this coming. Oh my
But
God.
how? Now you're not gonna talk, bitch. Please.
Did you really?
What?
Just kidding.
What?
What?
Just kidding.
I love how they do this too. To try to fake out even more.
Did you guys really think I'm the culprit?
What the hell is going on? I'm so confused.
Come on, guys. Like I could.
I don't really know why she messes around with you so
This
much
game
here.
is mind fucking me hard right now.
I think it's something about like she wants Shuichi to solve the case to like
I mean, it doesn't make
grow in
sense.
confidence
I mean,
or something.
She crawled through the
But it was really
fence and did
weird.
that, and we just didn't see that.
Or she had set up a Rube Goldberg
She's-
with the
oh.
the shot put, because she did grab one in the warehouse.
So she like pulled it through the like vent and it rolled over.
when she was
like we thought?
sweeping randomly, she swept it in there.
Oh shit!
Remember, she was like sweeping, and they're like, "What are you doing?" She's like, "Nothing." Super.
After that,
creepy
we
like.
went to the library, and that's the first time I even
Yeah,
saw his
that's
body.
that's pretty much it.
So that
Maddie.
wouldn't even be a lie.
It was to,
I never
you know,
met up with Rantaro. I never
give
had a
Shuichi
chance
like an
to meet him.
accomplishment. So
She set up the books in that
he would
way
have confidence.
too.
Mm-hmm.
Although when I looked at the books,
Yeah,
it didn't look like
they
it would work that
didn't-
way.
they didn't look
Unless
like that at all.
it also like bounced off something and then it used like the ladder or some other shit.
Oh
that
god,
we didn't
it was
see.
like super
So it wasn't
complicated.
examining close enough.
I think eventually they do show you like an overhead view or something. But yeah, that's the main part I wanted to show. Just like the kind of surprise that I had there, which it might be not be like the surprise some people are used to. Because I know some people would say like, oh, like they're Danganronpa, compilation videos of people reacting to stuff, and I'm like, I don't think I've ever actually watched one, but I'm like, I can tell exactly what kind of compilations they're gonna be, like the reactions people will have. It'll be something like really dramatic, and I'm not gonna like say everyone that does those things is like exaggerating intentionally, although I think it's probably a factor in it. But yeah, I've never been one to like overreact to something like that, like a surprise in a game. Like stuff that I will like react to and like get giddy about is probably like when there's game bugs, something silly like that happens, or something ridiculous like, oh yeah, we had sex with the corpse of a dead body. That was, you know, the mastermind of the last game. Like, yeah, that made me like cracked up in laughter. But I usually don't react to too many different things like this.
Do you think I'm even strong enough to throw that shot?
You don't have to.
My hands are only strong enough to play piano.
Gundam Tanaka. Yes. Oh yeah, here's where they show the like how it actually played out.
The books were stacked in rows so that the shot wouldn't.
And I kind of want to find like if there's a part where we call that out, because I don't remember where it would be though. Where like that seems like really far fetched and actually land right on him with perfect accuracy. Because of how difficult that would actually be.
So elaborate.
I'm just curious if we do or not. We may not actually say it here.
Exactly.
I know. I've been serious.
He was gone? Had to have been at just the right time to kill Rentaro.
Yeah, how would she know?
Ran out of the classroom.
It had to be when the alarm went off. Then he would be distracted to walk over, and then.
And this is kind of like the part where I was kind of like mentioning earlier, where like they do keep this information from you, so it kind of like pulls the rug from underneath you in the trial because you don't know that this actually happened, where she threw the ball in the thing. Like I think the wording they probably gonna play it right here, so let's just watch it.
That's me now.
Shuichi sprinted out of the classroom
Here we
with
go.
the determination of a true ultimate detective. Shut up.
And I dropped everything I was carrying or something like that, she says.
I dropped everything I was holding and ran it. Why were you holding it?
God.
So that was the cop-out that they had. And you hear me reacting right there like, oh, that's their excuse.
Wait, was it an accident?
Oh,
somehow?
that's so funny.
But the grate's not even open.
Well, we've seen a lot of unreliable stuff so far from her perspective.
I guess.
But the way she worded it, I dropped everything I was holding and ran after Shuichi. It reminds me of the Doki Doki Literature Club. And so you really left her hanging, didn't you? Yeah.
I'm right, aren't I, Kaede?
The closing arguments in V3 seem longer than in 1 and 2. The closing arguments, that refers to...
Can't believe it.
And that smile.
You mean the, when you're
Did she
making
tell him
the...
to go down there?
Remind me, Fantron, because I'm forgetting. I thought the closing arguments refers to when you're setting up the manga depiction of events. Is that something else
He
you
asked
mean?
her not to tell anyone, but I guess she told someone.
We did hang out with him.
Oh no. That seems even more evil.
I know.
Where is that part of the game? Oh, here it
We're
is.
trying to fence.
Like this part, you mean?
After the announcement,
Bye.
some of us decided to form groups to plan our next move.
And yeah, I think Maddie's also correct, where each part of the game just got longer
Bye
with
forever.
each game, regardless.
You remember where it was? I guess it was the first playing.
Maybe
It
relatively
got
this
wrong,
got
but
longer
started
than other
over again.
parts.
Library
Yeah, the pictures.
showed signs of youth.
I think he might be right. I feel like, yeah, it did take me longer to solve these in V3. And it might be because they gave you more stuff to put in there. And you know, one of the things is, like, it's cool the way they do it. And I always liked the effect that they had here. But it also kind of like, you're impatient, right? Because you want to see what happens. So they're telling you this like long series of events that you already figured out. It's like, oh yeah, I kind of know this happens. I just want to get to it already. Like, let's see the execution and all that stuff. And I want to hear, because a lot of times also, it's not just the execution. You want to see the reasoning why. Like, why did this happen? Because you always have the character give you their reasoning after this as to why they committed it. Oh, I want to say this, Sour Neon, I always appreciate the sentiment. But no, if you have to save up money for other things, or, you know, just in general, if you're a younger person, which you said you were, right? You're 16 or so? Yeah, don't feel like you have to, like, donate anything or, you know, indebted in any way. It's definitely something that is a nice thing that people do, but I do not expect that whatsoever. And I would always, always, always advise people, look after yourself first and, you know, attend to your own needs, which are probably much more important than, you know, anything you'd be giving me the money for. So, you know, don't worry about that. You know, I would never want someone to feel pressured into doing that sort of thing. And it's, you know, nothing to feel bad about in any way. You know, I hope you get your new laptop. I hope it's an awesome one. And I'm sure, you know, after you get your laptop, you'll probably need that money for a whole bunch of other things. Believe me, you're 16. You might have some idea, But believe me, you have no full idea of how much you're going to need your money later in life. And, you know, as you are, like, whether you have a job or not, I can almost guarantee you're not making enough money to, you know, attend to all those needs that you're going to have. So trust me on it. I appreciate your sentiment. That means a lot to me. And that's all you need, man. That's all you need is just to be here. You know, like the videos if you want. Share them with your friends if you want. I just appreciate you being here. It's very much appreciated. It's like the Snyder Cut, where you already know this, and you just want to get on with it. Yeah, you know, I heard a little bit about that, Fantron. I think you might have mentioned it, or maybe someone else did, about the Snyder Cut. And then I kind of like looked into it after the fact, because I heard someone else talking about it. And they were like, oh, it's like this many hours long. I'm like, whoa, like that is incredible. Like, I can't believe they had a movie that long. I forget what it was, like 5 hours or something? Maybe it's 4 hours? I don't know. But it's not incredibly long anyway.
That's right. The shot put ball.
Oh, hey, welcome back, Ishi. Yeah, we're still streaming somehow. You know, so we got into like other tangents while we were streaming this. It's just kind of funny. But yeah, we're gonna keep going until we finish Danganronpa V3. I'm not too sure how, like, I know Persona gave me at least one moment that's kind of like in the middle of the game. And there might be a few other parts where I look at it, I'm like, oh, I definitely want to watch that one. Like, I kind of feel bad. We actually didn't watch that many parts from Danganronpa 1 or 2. I kind of just like went through the beginning and the ends of those games to kind of like get my reaction to certain parts. Like, there's so many other parts I probably could get them to. But the thing is, my memory, like, I can't remember that all on my own. Like, what's in what part.
Why didn't she tell us in her interview?
Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed it. That is awesome.
How could she?
It's like the Lord of the Rings for me, right? They had the extended cuts of those movies, and they came out to be like about 3.5 hours to 4 hours each. But I had no problem watching them
Wiggly's not there.
because I just love them so much.
No, it doesn't look nearly as cute there.
What happened? Wiggling?
Wiggly's not there.
Oh, wiggling as the
No, it doesn't look nearly as
blackened
cute there.
shadow or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, and there's one time when I watched all those movies in a row. You know, me, my cousin, and I think my uncle,
Impossible
some other
for a
family
half wall
members.
in between.
Like, it was after the movies were all out already on DVD. And like one day we all went over to, I guess it was probably my uncle's house, and we all just like sat through and watched all
If
three of them,
Shuichi had
you know,
seen
one
that,
after
that
the other.
definitely should have
I think
been
we
some
took
sort of
breaks,
thing
you know,
like,
to have like dinner and stuff like
what?
that, and whatever else it may have been. But it was fun.
The culprit also tampered with the hidden camera linked to the security sensor. I was responsible for setting up the other cameras.
Why am I watching this again? I was watching this to because of Fantron mentioning it. I'm like, wait, there's nothing actually in this to react to. Because we already know what happened. Alright. See, that's me being, like, oblivious. Because I'm not really thinking. I'm thinking about 100 other things at the same time. So the execution. I'm trying to think of some other funny parts. What happens in Vegas? Oh, wait, is this when we... Yeah, this is kind of weird. Because they had the casino thing, right?
Well,
I'm assuming that's what this refers to. Or maybe not. Oh, here we go. Oh! I remember parts from this game I should definitely show. Oh, that's right. The Love Hotel. I forgot about that. Oh, that might be stuff we have to watch too. Now I remember. Because that's all in this weird area of the game.
That's weird.
It was kind of cool that they had this. Like this other minigame area you can come to and play these other little things.
Areas. Wait, can we not
I like
actually
this.
go inside this?
Of course, this part was really awkward at the hotel.
Oh.
2 guests, 2 hours. Oh, that sounds interesting.
I just love the reaction.
I wonder if
2
this will
guests,
become
2
important.
hours.
Shuichi, I did not expect this of you.
Wait, it says Animal Hotel.
Seriously, like 2 hours. I only need 2 minutes.
That makes it even more disturbing. Than
Oh, okay, Maddie, you have to go to sleep.
Wow.
Well, Maddie, it was fun having you here,
Duh.
and I totally
Yeah,
understand. You stayed up way later than I thought you would,
Guess the mono
so
kids are
congratulations
fine. I
on
don't wanna
that.
know what they're doing.
And hopefully I'll see you on the
Can't
next
actually
stream
go
we
in, it
do.
looks like.
Oh,
You
you
might,
can click on
I'll
it
probably
and
mention it on Discord, Maddie. I'm gonna make an announcement at the end of the stream
No,
about
you
something,
can.
and
Or
I guess it's a bit of a
For
tease
some reason, I
now,
didn't think to click on it.
but I'm gonna
What
announce
is this building? I'm not
something
sure I
I'm doing in
like the
terms of videos
invocation.
coming up soon. Videos
That is
and
it.
or
Okay.
streams, we'll say.
No Monokumas anywhere?
Oh, you got impatient with the game and spoiled yourself? I will admit, like, yeah, when you're playing the game, you can get very impatient.
Ooh.
And it's very tempting
This looks more promising.
to just want to keep playing and playing and see what happens. It's very hard. I would have to say it's very hard doing this as a Let's Play because, you know, you record, and since you have to record certain bits because you can't always just record a whole bunch in a row. You know, sometimes you're limited by hard disk space and other concerns because you can't just keep playing and recording. So, like, there are times where I'm like, oh, I'm recording this, but I want to play more, but we can't play more, and you have to hold it off for later. How dare I do this? No, I will tell to you on Discord, Maddie. So don't feel like you have to stay up later. I'm trying not to encourage you. Get your sleep, Maddie. Come on, it's healthy. One day, I hope to have Mr. Beast money and use it to help everyone who is nice to me. Oh, that's a nice thought, Sour Neon. Yeah, I kind of feel the same way too. Like, if I had all the money that Mr. Beast have, I'd love to do like the same kind of thing.
Whoa,
and like
this is
use it
awesome.
to like help out people and, you know, surprise people with it who probably need it.
What
That'd
is
be a
this
great
place?
thing.
Is this like a casino?
Dangan Vegas.
It does say casino. Yeah. That's pretty awesome.
Oh god.
Oh boy, here they come. Yeah, this stuff is kind of cool. I don't think they show the
in front of him. Whoa,
There's
where'd you get
Kaito.
that amount of coins? I hit the jackpot. I got this much from just one coin.
Yeah, Kaito's now the luckiest, or the ultimate lucky student. I think the stuff at the Love Hotel happens later, if I remember correctly. I wonder when we do that. Oh, alright, so I guess we named it Love Hotel. This is probably where it starts, so let's go see this one.
Alright everyone, the moment is here that I'm sure you've all been waiting for, eagerly. So, do you have any comments before we
Yeah, I
begin?
think Maki was the first one we got too, which is kind of
Yeah,
funny given
I
that
think you
she has
captured my
that
spirit
relationship
right now.
with Kaito later on.
Dot dot.
What about Maki's face?
That face, you know,
This looks
we
so
loaded up the
disgusted.
game and we immediately had this face staring at us and like, oh, that seems
Particularly
appropriate
Maki.
enough. So, yeah, I don't know how this is possibly going to go.
I can't remember what her,
I'm,
yeah, it's weird the way it's set up, her ideal. I don't
very,
remember what that
very
was.
Skeptical about how good of a time we could possibly have together, considering.
Actually, didn't she, I forget her storyline, didn't she have like a boyfriend before? Like at the orphanage she had a boyfriend that she'd look after the children with or something like that? Maybe I'm making that up, I don't remember.
Yeah, just the way she kind of hates us every time, but apparently this is like her dream fantasy, so maybe she doesn't realize it's us, which I guess it's also kind of creepy, but whatever. Every time I come here, which this is the first time, so I don't know why I said it like that. I
Yeah,
play the
another
role
weird
of their
thing about
ideal,
Danganronpa.
like some shared fantasy.
Like the whole way this is supposed to work.
Maki's ideal fantasy, I wonder what that could be like.
Hey,
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Yeah? Hey.
jeez.
I still don't know anything, even after we've been together for over 10 years.
What? What is this about? 10 years?
What's wrong?
Right before you entered elementary school, you came to the orphanage, remember?
Oh, this is interesting.
I think somehow this is actually one of the most normal ones too.
Yes,
These
I
get
remember.
really weird later. Oh, people
see.
talk about this. Let's see.
Maki and I are friends from the orphanage.
Which of these did you dislike the most?
Wait, is this about to turn into Final
we might
Fantasy
see them
VIII?
soon enough.
Oh god. I forgot I was
I'll
supposed
have to
be
think
doing
about it
voice.
for a second.
Why are
Phantom
you
says
looking
Kyo
at
and
me
Miu.
like that? Is it something I said?
No.
I think
Ah,
Kyo might have been
no,
mine
it's-
too.
It's nothing.
Because I remember what it is now. Rope,
I
right?
don't know why you're making that face.
Yeah.
I don't get you.
I don't remember Muse. I wonder if I got it.
Yeah, what I'm assuming is going on here is that she thinks we're someone else, which
Right.
is kind of creepy.
If I had to
some
guess.
like fantasy, I mean,
Because I
some
don't
fantasy,
remember.
some
Muse is probably
Final
involved in
Fantasy
being
type
called like a
situation
pig or
where
something. And
maybe
like,
we did all
oh,
know
call
each
me
other beforehand,
derogatory
too.
names because that's what I really
Is that-
enjoy.
I mean, anything is.
I kinda
on
remember
tape.
that
This is
about her.
Danganronpa.
Because
It's like,
Kokichi
why are
would
you making that
make
face?
fun of her and
That's
mock
not your
her.
face.
And then
That's
she
a
would
totally
get
different
all
face.
sweaty
Do
over
you
it. It
think
was
that
like,
you
what?
should? What?
I don't remember Kokichi's either. I don't know if I got it. Oh no, he like,
Did I see
he's just weird. He
something?
wanted to like play like hide and
Maki's
seek and shit.
blushing.
Like he wanted to mess
Happened?
around with us.
I didn't know
Play
you thought
cops and
about things
robbers
like
or
that.
something like that.
This whole time, I never noticed.
Oh. Huh? Things like that.
Hey,
You're the worst. You're the worst ever.
What? Where did this come from?
what is it?
What are you trying to get me to say?
Muse was not very legal.
Nothing. We barely
Oh.
said anything to you.
It's all
Well-
because you said that when we played house. The younger kids are copying.
Oh, Muse was about having a baby with Shuichi. I don't remember it for some
House,
reason.
huh?
We may not have gotten that one. I don't
This is
think we
very
got them all, to be
strange.
fair.
I said something. What was that?
You're usually so unreliable, but then you had to say that all of a sudden. What a pain.
Sounds like someone else I
I
know.
know. You said you didn't want to play house anymore, but instead start a real family.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't remember if this is me kind of like filling in the gaps in my mind incorrectly because I don't really remember, or if this was because obviously Maki has the backstory, which we probably didn't know at this point. Yeah, 'cause in chapter 2, you still didn't know about Maki's actual backstory. She probably, what I'm remembering, and this could be wrong, you guys can probably correct me, is that she had a boyfriend at the orphanage she used to work at, or that she used to go to, that eventually, you know, they trained her to become an assassin. And like one point they were kind of like looking after the younger kids and trying to take care of them. And I don't remember something happened with that, like the boyfriend died or something in like one of the missions, or something happened where they split. I can't remember the details of it. Or maybe it's just her fantasy and I'm like just filling that in with like her past in the orphanage. I can't quite recall. Oh, is this about Miyu again? She was trying to force... Oh, she's trying to force Shuichi to get her pregnant. For a second I read that she was trying to get Shuichi pregnant. I'm like, Yeah, somehow this Danganronpa characters don't know how babies are made.
We had said, you know, whatever.
Between that thing with Junko and
version
this.
may be.
When did you start thinking about that? I never even noticed it before.
Huh? I said what?
What are you trying to pull?
That means you and I. Well, you must have said that seriously, knowing the type of guy you are. You don't lie, and you would never do anything to make someone sad. I already know that. I wasn't with you for this long just for your looks.
Oh.
Aw, that's a shame.
That's why
I kind of remember,
I
I kind of think that, in a way, this person that she imagines is also very much like
learning a lot
Kaito.
about her right now.
That could be me just
which is
also
definitely
kind of
good.
making that connection, which isn't really there.
Maki, what's wrong?
Hey,
Give me your hand.
My hand? Like this?
But we do know that she ends up falling in love with Kaito anyway, so it would make
Maki
sense that
squeezed her hand
that
around
kind of
mine
would be
as
her
trying to
ideal.
develop
Someone
it.
like him anyway.
this is definitely strange. When I think about you, when I hold your hand, when I touch you, I'm happy, but I'm scared. I'm
Oh, that's
satisfied
what it was.
so
Thank you,
little,
Ishii.
But at the same time,
Yeah, thank you for
more.
summing that up in the correct way for me. I appreciate that.
This is the first time I've ever.
But I think,
felt
yeah,
this way.
with her friend, she would play house and that sort of thing. So that's kind of where
I felt
it
Maki's
seems to be
hands tighten around
established.
mine.
Hey, Shuichi.
Oh, what? She did call us Shuichi.
Uh-oh.
That's weird.
There's still a lot I don't understand, but I'm certain about some things. I don't want to let you go. I'll stay by your side forever, close enough to hold your hand.
And it's why this all happens in Chapter 2. Because, I mean, not only is Maki always, like, very standoffish, even in the later parts of the game, but, like, Chapters 1 and 2, she absolutely, like, hates you. She, like, wants nothing to do with anyone, pretty much.
I want to do that. That's what it means to love, right?
Unless she just used our name instead of whoever she was actually talking about?
Could be, to keep it, like, secret.
Yeah, I know we definitely
That
get
would
Kyo's
make
at
a lot
one
of
point.
sense.
I'll have to show that off. Did we do a bunch in a row? No, I don't think we did.
After you said you wanted to start a family,
I think there's some
thought
point when we
about it.
recorded a bunch in a row.
You're my friend from the orphanage.
But it's probably
You've
later
always
in the
been
game.
there for me. That's normal, but not at the same time. You think about me. I think about you too. We stayed together after all this time. This is probably just a miracle, but miracles turn to false hope eventually.
Maki stared into my eyes.
It is funny, though, because this actually does reveal a lot of Maki's backstory that you wouldn't know for some time later in the game. And I think because I didn't really know how exactly this all functioned yet at this point in the game, I wasn't really sure what importance to give this. But this pretty much does reveal almost everything about her, other than the fact that, you know, she was working as an assassin. It, like, pretty much explains almost her whole backstory with,
Gaze was
you know,
so
working
serious,
at,
so
being at the
resolute.
orphanage and that sort
I
of
felt it
thing.
in my bones.
I don't want to lose anything. You or this feeling. That's why I want you to promise me.
Not just a marriage proposal,
Whoa.
but something that lets me feel more.
A promise between men. Or I guess a man and a woman, in this case.
I always love referencing that. I think that was the one in,
Maki had made her decision. I needed to make mine.
She
Was
wants
it
to make a
Mondo
pinky
and
promise, but
Kiyotaka?
Not with pinkies.
I took a breath to prepare my heart and nodded with a smile. Oh, well.
Oh no.
Yeah, in
Maybe
this
it
case,
just
you do
fades
black
black
over
and then
the
we're
I
done.
relevant
guess so,
part.
but we did it?
Uh-oh. What is that? Oh, it's a horse.
I guess we, yeah, we made that pinky promise.
We did.
That's exactly what they did. They just got in bed and just put their pinkies together and made a pinky promise. It's exactly what just happened. Just
That's
there.
right, kids. Nothing else.
We acquired a new theme, the Love Suite.
All right, so let's see here. Since you guys did like remind me of the Kyo one, I do want to find that if I can. So you probably will try to end this scene, but I do want to find that as at least one last thing. I would have thought I'd label it because you probably did a whole bunch in a row, but Love Break. Oh, there we go.
All right, everyone, we're ready to head back to the
Is he the
Love
first
Shack
one we got?
and
He
see
is.
what we have
Okay.
waiting for
Terrific.
us. Or I guess I should say, who will be our next?
A man.
Yes. Oh
That's
my
what
God,
happens
it's
between a
Kyo.
man and a woman, Cerise. And don't you dare say otherwise.
Then again, you said a man, right?
Well, I guess a boy, but still.
But do we know that for sure with Kyo? Remember all these weird hints?
Yeah, I kind of remember that too. And, I mean, I remember suspecting that there was stuff with Kyo. I'm like, is Kyo actually a woman and or she's trying to like disguise herself to be a man to, I don't know, throw us off the trail? Because, I mean, remember, you did have the whole thing with, Shihiro back in the first game. So it wouldn't be a first time for Danganronpa. And there were certain things that Kyo said that were weird at different points. And then, you know, later on in Kyo's trial, which maybe I should show that part too, knowing what's going to happen with Kyo. Actually, this is chapter 3, so this is probably like shortly before we had that happen anyway. Yeah. There's stuff with Kyo. We'll just say that much. Oh, what happened? Ishii was sharing a story here. I remember saying I thought Kyo was creepy, and the fandom told me to stop victim blaming because of their not confirmed theories? See, I wouldn't even understand. Well, first of all, I don't like just kind of dismissing someone's argument that way entirely, especially when you're talking about a video game. There's no video games that are video game characters who are victims. Like, they're fully eligible to be debated on because you're not actually harming anyone by talking about a video game character and discussing the ins and outs of it. So I always found that very silly. And I would tell a fan that to their face. But also, how was Kyo the victim when he's the one murdering? Like, what, he murdered 99 people or whatever? Because he wanted to murder 100 and he came up just short. So that is a very weird thing to say. That's why I don't interact with the Danganronpa fan anymore. I don't think you're missing out on anything, Ishii. Quite personally, if I may say so. I like individuals. I like a lot of people who enjoyed Danganronpa, and most of the people that I met who were commenting on the videos and were excited to talk about the game were cool, the majority. But there were also quite a number of people who were less than ideal, we'll just say. How about that? So I'll sum it up that way.
Maybe we'll get some kind of clue here.
Without getting too personal.
Every time I come here, I play the role of their ideals. Like
You mistaken Kyo for a girl? I don't blame you. I thought they were like a
fancy?
girl in disguise for the longest time.
I'm a little scared of him, but I won't deny that I'm curious.
Oh, a little
I thought there's a
bi-curious,
potential.
Shuichi.
Shuichi. So you've come to me because you finally understand, yes?
Huh?
Huh? What exactly do I understand? I suppose I'll have to feel around.
Oh, there's a theory that Kyo's sister is
What was all the
manipulative?
interest you showed in me merely
But didn't he do
lie?
all the murdering after she died? Because
Whether
he
it
wanted
is
her to
true
have
or
friends?
false is
So that would have
irrelevant
all
to me.
happened after she died and, wasn't an influence on him
That
anymore,
passion you
apparently.
showed me, I fell victim to its beauty.
Unless, like, somehow she was an influence
So
from
as you
beyond the
wish,
grave.
I will accompany you, but
Which,
for a single...
alright, also, technically speaking, none of this even happened. In the in-game world, none of that even happened anyway, so it's kind of silly to even... Like, in the end of it all, it doesn't really matter.
But as I said before,
There will never be a time where I'm not gonna get into it again, but that's one of the other problems with Danganronpa V3.
You're all right with that, yes?
I mean, yeah, actually, I guess you could say they're all right. That Kyo is a victim. Essentially, everyone in this game is a victim of the brainwashing that they have put on them. Assuming that's what the case is, which even some people are like, maybe that's not true either. Because the whole game is something that could be debated and argued, what actually happened. There's no real definitive argument about what's true in the game.
Wait a minute. So in Kyo's fantasy, I approach him and he responds to my advances? That's an interesting fantasy, but I don't know if I can do this.
Whatever is the matter?
If you're suddenly apprehensive, you can always run away.
No.
No, I'm not planning on running away.
I do want to see the previews, because I think we do a couple of them in a
I
row.
wouldn't blame you. Rather, it is I who would be at fault.
Yeah, we get
After all,
Kokichis.
I'm only responding
just
to
the
your
two?
feelings out of simple
Yeah, I guess we only had 2
curiosity.
keys. Okay.
What do you mean?
I do want to see if
may
we get
seem
Muse, apparently,
frightening
since
at
it's supposed to be so
first,
messed up.
But I will tell you this. You will
It's a good
enjoy
thing a lot
it.
of this Love Hotel business isn't canon. Yeah.
What?
That's probably for the best.
What are you planning, Kyo?
Do not worry.
Don't worry, it's only frightening at first. This sounds so scary. Kyo's voice sounded almost sultry as he pulled a bundle of red rope from underneath the bed. Shuichi, run! What is that for? I, of course, already had a good
And this is
idea
very
what
much
it
how I
was
feel
for.
about most
I made
games.
my way to the exit.
I can find
Kyo
most
had been
games
anticipating
entertaining.
that. He grabbed my arm
And I
with
can
his
enjoy
slender
talking about them to
fingers.
some degree, but
Kyo's
I don't
grip
get
was
like that
surprisingly firm, and he guided
immersed
my
in them that
body
I
to
feel
the
the
bed
need
as I fell
to,
backward.
Say,
talk about it
Where are
endlessly
you
and
going?
try to
You're
flesh
in
out the
my
story
control.
fully in these
Just
different ways. And, discussions and
Wait,
arguments and
hold on a minute. I
in
didn't
some
know we'd go
cases,
this
I guess,
far.
harassment online
You said that I
in
could
like
run
places
if I
like
wanted,
Reddit or
right?
whatever,
I see.
or
Yes.
Discord or wherever they take
I
place.
did indeed say that, but I never said I wouldn't stop you.
Huh?
What?
Ah, yes.
In any event, let's revisit the topic of your interest
Oh,
in me.
Jesus.
As I said, all aspects of humanity, even the ugliest, are beautiful. You took an interest in me, spent time with me. What sort of beauty will you show me as I toy with you?
God, so
That is what I wish to know.
distressing.
How are you faring throughout all this?
These
You
are
didn't
not
say
words you want to
anything.
hear
know, it's pretty
with someone
awesome.
you're stuck in a room with.
I had to be two
Run,
people
Shuichi, run.
in another game that were having sex. It was so awkward.
Oh, come on. What game
What
was
happened?
that? And how long ago was
I
it?
don't remember.
Oh.
which one
Maybe
it was.
Soul Set, right? There's a lot of
Oh yeah,
Talk
maybe.
about
a
Soul
lot of
Set, that's
sexual
right.
scenes there. And,
And then you just faded to black when it
all
was
the ones
your
with the
turn.
guys just faded to black.
So lame.
But you had to go into all the detail as they're
Ugh.
getting in certain places and whatnot.
Yeah, for
Well,
some
except
reason,
for
all
one guy that
the
I was actually voicing.
all the girl on girl
That's
sex
true.
scenes
Yeah,
were
that's
all
the one I
like
think,
very
right? It's like-
intricately detailed in Soul Set.
Both.
But all the ones
and
with
I was like, what?
the boy
This is
or
really
guy and
annoying.
girl,
But hey, we got more characters.
for
in this
whatever
game, by the way.
reason, they all seem
Yo,
to
what are you
just
gonna
fade to
do?
black.
Perhaps you explain to me,
So it's just really funny.
He sounds really happy about this. You needn't understand all at once.
Wait,
I will
what?
teach.
Are you serious, Ishii? Ishii says that the fandom's gotten so bad to the point if someone ships Toko and Byakuya, they get called an abuse supporter? I mean, first of all, for anyone in the Danganronpa fan base who, is extreme like this and may be watching, you don't have to ship Byakuya and Toko. That's in the frickin' game. That's in the fucking game. It's canon. Like, you don't even have to make that up. It's not even some people kind of making up their own fanfic, which I know people do, and I don't care for it, but I also don't care about it. I'm going to argue about it forever. But why would you be upset about that? It's in the game itself. Be angry with the Danganronpa writers if you think it's terrible.
You.
I don't get it.
Thoroughly.
Like, with the amount of messed up stuff that's in the game itself, why would you get angry about that?
Never mind. You don't have to explain.
Yeah, it's
I
weird.
have to accept this role, no matter what it is.
It's really sad in a way. It is really sad that a lot of people do say this. That they feel like the Danganronpa fandom is bad and, terrible. And even I was like, I never say this, but I feel like there's a significant portion of this fan base which could be really toxic. And I hate saying that word. I always have hated that word. I feel like it's so overused, but in the case of Danganronpa, I would actually use it. Like, that's how far it goes sometimes. Yeah, I mean, I really don't want to bitch about it because I don't really care about it, but there's probably no series I've done where I've got as many complaints or, you know, people telling me I've done something wrong and, oh, I'm terrible for doing this, than when I played Danganronpa. And believe me, there are a lot of games that I played terribly, and I probably did stuff wrong and, like, made incorrect assumptions and stuff like this. Like, believe me, I played games a lot worse than Danganronpa. But Danganronpa definitely got the most people who, like, would get pissed off at me while playing it. And, you know, for saying or thinking certain things. It was always kind of silly. And I always like to poke fun at the people, too, sometimes. But other times I'm like, I don't know, I probably shouldn't stir the hive. Because I really probably don't want to deal with these people. But sometimes I can't help it.
But this could get dangerous. How do I get out of this?
Make up your mind already.
Why would anyone want to ship Byakuya and Toko? I mean, apparently the writers of the game did. It's in the game itself. Like, I don't know why you would need to ship them, is, like, my argument, because it's an actual thing in the game.
To be honest, I had no choice in
I guess it's kind of like saying, like, why would anyone want to ship Bella and, you know, fucking Edward? Because, like, it's in the novel itself. Like, it actually happens. So it's like, you don't need to do it. It just exists. It's like Romeo and
Is
Juliet.
this really
Why are you
happening or
shipping
not?
them?
I forget.
It's really happening, but we're not gonna have any memory.
I mean, technically,
Or at least
Romeo
they
and
don't have
Juliet,
any memory of
they
it.
were a very harmful
Shuichi kinda
relationship, if you know how it
remembers
turned
a
out.
little bit. At least we know. Maybe they have a slight recollection too. I don't actually know though. I can feel my worries dissolving, my mind going blank.
Well, now
Whoa.
I will open.
What are you doing?
I'm not doing anything. I'm not holding the controller.
I think my controller died on me.
Or maybe you had the fast forward button still on.
I am not holding anything.
I think it still plays. Watch. We get back from this.
That was odd.
Does it?
Plug the controller. Is it gonna still skip? Let's see. Yeah, it's what's going on? Here, I'm gonna unplug.
This is when we had like the busted
What the
Monokuma.
hell? What a
Forgot
time
about
for
that.
to happen too. What is it? Morning already?
I am a witness that he was not pressing any buttons.
See,
Told you.
I was
You
defended.
didn't believe me at first, though.
But then I looked.
Yeah, I know. But the
So we had to reload this.
World of
And what did he say at the end there? Oh boy, went too far.
I will open the door to a world of pleasure you have yet to experience.
Oh boy.
okay. Gulp indeed. I swallowed a ragged breath and relaxed. A cord of deep red rope swinging from his fist. Kyo glided forward and.
And the
So
end.
we didn't
Dot,
really
dot,
miss
dot.
that much. It was
Yeah, I
just
think we missed a few
hilarious,
voice
the timing
lines.
of that.
Mm-hmm.
That happens every now and then.
all-
Wise
yeah.
controllers. They're a
So there we
plague on
go.
the earth. I guess we might as well watch
I'm
Kokichi
scared
since we did it.
Gontas.
I can imagine this is a bug or something, or maybe a gorilla.
Oh.
I don't know. Was he actually raised by gorillas, or am I just like inserting the
I
Tarzan?
don't know,
It was
he says- He
wolves.
says forest family.
I like how I like watch this in an order where I can actually remember it, because it's like, oh, we just had that conversation with Gonta. It was wolves, he said. Romulus and Remus. Oh
In
man.
a forest fan, that's right.
But I don't know if
Yeah, I'm trying to imagine what Gonta would imagine as his love, and it's scary.
that's wolves.
It's really scary. We'll just say that
It's
much.
Romulus and Remus and Gonta.
Well, anyway, this should be interesting.
How long is this?
Every time I come here, I play their
Another
idea.
like
Yes, we
7
know,
minutes or
Shuichi.
so.
Kokichi's fantasy, I can only imagine how insane this will get.
We'll try to speed it up a little bit.
It's been a while since
Because
I've
it
been in
is
trouble
late.
like
It's
this.
almost 3 o'clock
Trouble.
here. Jesus.
Trapping me in a place like this. That's
But I
very
know
late
for someone like
Mr.
Cerise, it
Detective.
probably doesn't matter, right?
I'm
What time is it
suspecting
near
his fantasy.
where you are,
Am I supposed to be
Cerise?
chasing him? But I won't tell you where I hid the stolen
I always
gem.
forget
Torture
how
won't
far
work
off
either,
you
know.
are
Wait.
in hours.
I'm not going to torture you. What exactly do you think a detective does? You're planning on tying and roughing up my body, aren't you?
I should probably get rid
That's
of
why
it.
there's a bed, huh? Also, now we're doing it the opposite way, it sounds
Yeah.
like. We've switched roles.
Well, I went from one
No,
way to the
he's
other.
got it all
Role
wrong.
playing though.
He's pretty bad at it.
The submissive
But
to the
Isn't that
dominant.
what happens to a phantom thief when they're caught? Oh no.
Phantom Thief?
Phantom thief.
This isn't Persona
But
5. What are you
know,
talking
If
about?
you're into some crazy kinks, even I won't be able to keep
Oh,
up.
it's nearly 8 p.m. for you?
I
Oh,
still
wow.
got it wrong.
Then when we actually end the stream, it might be
No,
almost
wait a minute.
nighttime.
We should
Or like
be
actually
arguing. We
bedtime
remember
for you,
that way.
Cerise. That's funny.
I'm in Kokichi's fantasy.
Well, that's a
I'm gonna play
first.
along. Alright, so Kokichi, he's a phantom thief, huh?
Hey,
I'm not gonna do anything to you.
Yeah, it'd
Fair
normally
enough.
be time for me to
Not a
wake up.
problem.
And like
Trying to
almost
rile me
like
up
almost
to
time
give
for me to
yourself a
wake
chance
up,
to
I
escape?
guess. And
No
normally
thanks,
time for
Kokichi.
you to go to
did I
sleep.
get caught?
Oh, figured it out already, huh? Jeez, I was willing to let you do whatever you want to me, since I love you, Shuichi.
Oh.
Wow.
But wow, you even researched my name. My identity is bare naked for your eyes
I forget
only.
that. Wow.
Kokichi? Did you just
I
call
love
me
that.
Shuichi?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, looking up your name was a piece of cake. So I'm not a different person here. I'm me and Kokichi is Kokichi. But that's how it was for the others too. You just
Yeah,
noticed
but
that
he
now.
doesn't know.
Yeah.
He doesn't remember.
I guess he doesn't, but he never commented on it last time when I thought it was really weird when Maki called it Shuichi.
Mm-hmm.
I know I'm supposed to be his ideal, but even when he tells me he loves me, I can't help but think he means the opposite. If you're not gonna do anything, then maybe I will. Before my mind even has a chance to process it, Kokichi's grin was upon me. Hey! I stepped back reflexively. I had no idea what he was capable of. No need to be so scared. What do you think I was gonna do to you?
Anything?
I'm simply being cautious. We
I don't know what
aren't
we want
exactly
from you.
friends, Kokichi. Are we? This whole situation is too strange for me to get my bearings.
We're supposed to be his ideal.
Having this kind of conversation only makes it even harder to know why I'm here. Jeez, don't be so cold to me. You've been chasing after me for so long. The stealing part doesn't excite me as much as being pursued by you know?
Oh, man.
Don't you feel the same, Shuichi? You weren't bored playing with me, were you?
Jeez.
Well, I wouldn't say. Well, I don't care what you think anyway. Because you just do as you please, don't you, Kokichi? Are you mad because I toyed with you?
These conversations,
I'm always
man.
thinking about you. You're always trying your best to catch me. I really have to give my all to win.
They always try to portray them in two different ways.
You seem to be rather enjoying this for a cornered criminal.
Yeah.
Because the game's not over yet.
Shuichi.
Hey, Shuichi, what would you do if I told you that I wanted you to catch me?
Huh? It's true.
There's a transmitter on my body, so my friends probably have this place surrounded already.
What the
Looks
hell?
like you'll be the one
His
getting all
lies
tied
are
and
so
worked up,
good.
Shuichi.
Oh,
We already have been through that.
no.
That's not possible, right? It couldn't be. I was taken off guard by Kokichi's words, but then I remembered our roles.
Wait.
Kokichi, your lies won't work on me.
Aw, you're not shaken up at all. I thought you would be more excited. That's too bad. I really wanted your eyes to be on me.
Oh, it's such a romantic at
I
heart.
didn't care about how I felt.
That was a lie. You know, since I'm a liar.
Come on, I
course.
should figure it out by now.
When I said I wanted you to catch me, that was definitely not a lie.
Oh.
What do you mean?
It means you can do whatever you want to me.
Aw, okay, Sour
Cute
Neon.
voice.
Yeah, no worries. I understand you have to probably get some sleep now. It's late for me too, believe me. It's way past my bedtime.
Kokichi moved towards me. For every step he took, I took
Oh,
one
and thank
back
you very
from my
much for your
seat,
kind
took
words
the
as
bed.
always. That's very
And
cool
that's
of
when he
you.
had us right where he wanted
And you know
us.
what? The same to you too.
Oh.
You're a
Kokichi
very
wasn't
cool
saying at all.
person,
Pushed me
Neon.
hard onto the bed.
And I hope you have a very good weekend. So take care of yourself.
Just kidding.
And I hope to see you again before too long.
I can never tell when you're lying or when you're not. What? Kokichi didn't answer as he sprinted towards the exit. Oh,
Kokichi, stop right there.
Oh.
tag. I tried to give chase, but my knees were weak as I tumbled off the bed. We are mortal enemies in this fantasy, but still, Kokichi couldn't be leaving.
Now he
I
wants
found
to
myself wishing he
chase,
would stay
remember?
Before I smothered the thought.
That was pretty fun. See ya, Shuichi. I'll think of a more exciting game for next time.
Oh, come on, Shoot. You can't just let him run away. It's what he wants.
Oh man.
I want you to
He
chase
likes
him.
toying with people, obviously. Kokichi turned his back to me with a flourish and placed his hand on the door. No sex involved this time.
Not so bad.
Not sure whether to be
Yeah, it's
disappointed
so
or what.
late.
No.
Okay, so I guess... Oh, I did the
We'll see
wrong
what his
thing
comment
again.
is on this one. First, let's see Monokuma be silent.
Oh yeah, I think he does
What,
comment
this
on it
morning
eventually,
already?
doesn't he?
Last night with Kokichi. Was that a dream? I can't even figure out my dreams. Sounds about right.
No, it doesn't really say much. Okay.
Hey everyone, how's it going? We're back with
Did
a
we
new
do more of
episode
them?
Danganronpa
No, I guess
V3,
that's it.
and-
Alright, let me see here. Get the big overview so it's easier to read. There's another secret passage. Oh, this is for the other trial, of course. Where were we? Right around here. Ryoma's lab. Oh wait, no, this is still trial 2. Wait, further back than I thought. Oh no, that's not the Mew. That's with me with Kibo. Okay. The cult problem. That's a love break. Okay, whoa, we're further ahead than I thought. Cool. It's your bedtime hour too, Fantron? Oh, okay. Well, if you need to go get yourself some sleep, by all means, go ahead. We got like half the playlist to go through, so I'm just kind of skimming through it. I said I was gonna watch the Oh, this is what Persona wanted. Is Persona still here, by the way? Persona might have go to sleep. I can't remember now if they already left. I'm gonna play it though regardless. Hopefully this is... I don't think there's just timestamp, but I think I know what they wanted. So I'm gonna try to do it correctly. Because I'm pretty sure I know exactly what they're talking about. Oh, wait, was in the... Oh! Yeah, it's because how we end it. It happens... Okay.
Hello
Here
everyone,
we
and
go.
welcome back to some more Danganronpa V3. Where
Hello.
last left
It's
off,
right at the
we were
beginning, I
getting
remember
into
now.
Investigation, I think. Did we talk to everyone here? Let me see if this sounds familiar.
The
I'm
vibe's
just
a
gonna
little
read
low.
it to myself. Yeah, I think
2
it's
a.m.
the
Mountain
same.
Time? Oh,
I
wow.
talked to everyone here before. I think we just have
Almost
to go to the next
3
area to
Eastern time.
investigate.
Well,
Is this?
It's been a few days since we did this before, but I'm
Okay.
pretty sure that we'd already talked to everyone.
Yeah, we
here.
talked to them all.
We
Come
just
on,
have to go to
try.
the other room to investigate,
we go.
Right?
Proud
we
of
have
you.
to go back to investigate Angie's.
Here we go.
Oh, but first, when I came to the hallway, a scene more surprising than I could ever imagine unfolded.
How could it be more surprising?
This is great.
I've already seen another death. Oh my
What?
god!
No.
Kokichi! You fucker.
Oh.
Oh my god, you little shit.
I just love how, yeah, I do
was gonna
immediately
say, like,
translate from
wait,
like, oh,
maybe he's
Kokichi, you
faking
fucker.
it. Kokichi. God?
No.
Kokichi. You fucker.
Oh.
Oh
Yeah, the
my
timing
God,
for that
you
was
little
perfect.
shit. What a troll.
That was
I gonna
good.
say,
I did like
was
that they did
wait,
that in the
maybe
game.
he's faking it, but before
That
I
was a
could.
good fake out. Because I'm
Did
just
I
like lamenting,
surprise
like,
you?
no, Kokichi, and it just I'm saying that you just, it's like, ah, you fucker. How could you?
Gonna scream and cry in
That was
terror.
good.
What
That was a really good recommendation
What are
by
you
Persona.
doing?
I think he went to sleep though, so sadly didn't get
Oh,
to see it.
sorry.
But maybe he'll watch it back
I'm
after the
just a little
fact.
lightheaded from the blood loss. Yeah, this is real blood.
why?
Okay, so
What? Wait, I forgot. He rubbed himself with real blood.
what are you doing?
What
I
happened?
got curious about something, so I decided to search the empty room next door. Then, suddenly,
Oh
I-
no, he did seriously get hurt.
The floorboard. You stepped through the
You
floorboard.
idiot!
That got me good.
He got a
Because of
gash
this,
on his head. And he was so
took
so
some
committed to the
hard.
act of lying. He still did that to fake us out. That is
If you're gonna lose
dedication.
Consciousness. Do it after
Wow.
you tell us everything.
Sorry.
Yeah, I
my
probably
bad.
should have suspected that too,
I
Fantron.
guess there was no crosspiece supporting this floorboard.
You gotta admire that dedication he had, though. That is funny. All right. So, I think we'll watch, you know, the great reveal that we have with Kiyotaka. It's probably at the end of this half here. When does it happen exactly? Let's just kind of skim
So
through
this
here.
is how each blackened must have felt. What an intriguing experience this is.
I think this is before his freak
Are
out. 'Cause
you
he starts
admitting to it?
talking weird.
An intriguing experience?
But if I am the culprit,
Mm,
get around in the dark.
That makes
try to
sense.
look for like a part where he's talking. And he starts maybe here. He starts breaking out the sister act.
Alas.
This one's taking a while to
You give
load.
up
Let me.
already.
I'll do this. Pick a bit rate that'll stick to you,
The
hopefully.
trick I put so much work into is just wasted effort now.
I don't know. His voice is starting to get more feminine here, so I'm trying to tell if he's doing that thing where he's like talking with his sister and varying back and forth from it yet. Maybe it's. Oh, this looks like it might be it.
What I will not.
Yeah, here we
I
go.
seem to be losing it.
Mhm.
What is
Oh my god, he's vibrating.
all?
Oh no.
What are you all? You what? What are? I will not fear. I
What?
will not back down.
Oh no.
I like how
Wait,
Kyo's other
is it
personality
here?
agrees with himself.
Calm yourself.
It's sister.
Their words are all hollow. There is no meaning to any.
Oh goodness.
Good lord. I love Shuichi's his reaction face to this.
All hollow.
It's so appropriate. But yeah, you always know it's about to get real when a character starts freaking out like that and starts talking in a weird voice. That's like the moment you know in every Danganronpa trial, it's just about to get real.
There's no meaning to any.
Oh
They
goodness.
start having like a psychotic breakdown or their alternate
What?
personality starts coming out.
Ignorant children a lesson.
Oh no, indeed.
You're right.
Kokichi's one of the main three
Completely
assholes,
insane.
that's right.
Mm-hmm.
Just like that
Yeah,
one
I guess
Resident
that's,
Evil game.
you know, we were trying to think about the name from them before, right,
Oh.
Fantron? We're like, antagonist, rival. I think, yeah, the asshole of the game. I think that's the title for it that should officially be. The protagonist, the support character and the asshole.
Sister and himself.
That's right.
Yeah,
I like
was
that.
weird.
Well, I always knew there was something up with that.
Clear at all.
It's full of doubts, of mysteries, of a dense, impenetrable fog!
All right.
Nothing is clear at all!
No reason to yell, they'll hear you. Another rebuttal.
No. All right. Hold on a second here. That was weird. All right, I think we got it fixed. Hopefully you guys can hear me now. They had like the audio guide or something. All right, let's go.
Oh no, not again.
I like how, yeah, we had a pause on a great face, didn't we?
Angie was attacked in the empty room
That'll
first.
probably be.
Probably that one.
And then carried
I'd hope
into the
by now.
research lab? Impossible! Impossible!
Yeah, I think that's a good point. Oddly, Kyo in the chat says, I don't like the way they made Kyo like such a weird and bizarre villain, because it went from being, you know, this interesting premise of a murder, and I think I made this rant before you got here. I was talking about a lot of the stuff that I didn't like that ended up happening in some of the Danganronpa games, and one of the things I mentioned was, you know, kind of this case here, where they made it very obvious that it was Kyo, right? Kind of just from what you see before the trial takes place. Like, he would be your prime suspect in a normal scenario, but since it's a Danganronpa game, and you're kind of used from the other trials that there's going to be some kind of twist, my thinking was, and I think probably a lot of other people that played the game were like, it's probably not going to be Kyo because he's such an obvious pick for this, right? If you're going to say it was any culprit, it would be Kyo who committed this act. Because as a matter of fact, when they kill Tenko, he's like right there next to her when it happens, so he should be the prime suspect. But since it's a Danganronpa game, you're like, no, it had to be someone else that they somehow set up in advance, and they somehow tricked us, and they want us to think it's Kyo, and he's the red herring. But no, it turns out to be him, and his motive is like really, really silly. But yeah, it's kind of a shame.
That's nothing but a delusion! You intend to poison our minds with your delusions?
How about you?
It's no delusion.
Speaking of delusions,
Angie's two external
I think the
forces
rest
tell
of it takes place later.
After she was struck in the empty room,
Oh.
she was carried to the...
Let's see. This is when the sister comes back.
Why is everyone looking at me like I am? Why? Why
Uh-oh.
are they? Why is it? Calm yourself, Korekio.
here we go.
Yes.
If I was to play another part like this, where like you had the weird freakout try, it would have been like the Mikan one in Danganronpa 2. That's very similar
Well, I mean,
to
this is all good advice,
Right.
but I think this is kind of giving it away when you say this out loud like that.
Look at their horrid faces. This sorry lot is not worth agonizing over. You're right. Yeah, you're right.
I think the really weird scene happens in the post-trial, like the villain spilling his gut scene. That's what I kind of call
See
it.
that other part?
Maybe they're not seeing that.
Ah, did it again.
Oh, they are seeing.
Okay, never mind.
How come no one else can see that? Or, like, why were they so confused?
Oh, I love
I don't
that.
know.
All right, there are some parts where Mew is just like says like the absolute best line possible. It's like he's talking to someone. He's just talking to himself, you idiots. And why the hell is he wearing lipstick anyway?
Or like, why were they so
Oh,
confused?
I need to. How do I get this back? Can't unfull screen it. There we go. Need
All right,
to
everyone, how's it
refresh.
going? We're back at the second half of the trial.
All right, so
All right, everyone, we're back again. We're ready
wait,
to see
what was the thumbnail
how
for
the
this? Oh,
execution
it's
plays
Mew
itself out.
freaking out in the next one.
So let's jump right into this.
Oh God! All right,
Of course,
here
first
we
we're gonna
go.
Have the is inside.
Of course.
Oh, I did like.
Answer would be
If I had to congratulate myself
no.
again, I like the voice I did for Kia.
because I have no need to escape this place. The one I love is inside.
It's the voice I'll start talking in if I start to have a psychotic
Inside.
breakdown. Trust me.
Don't look at me. I'm not his
That's how
lover.
you know.
Mew.
That's how you know to start
Calm
running away,
down.
guys.
No one would want a disgusting shit-stuffed bitch like you anyway.
Oh.
What the what?
Kersploosh. Wow, how disturbing. Kyo, who is it? Who is this person you love?
Hey, is it really one of us?
When I say inside, I do not mean inside this academy.
You see,
Oh no, Happy
I mean,
Kokichi is right behind him.
Inside me. Right. I figured this is where this was going. Yes, the one I love lives inside me. My dearest sister.
Sister?
Don't look at me. I'm not his sister.
We know Mew.
Right?
Well, duh.
Jeez.
If he were his sister, he would have killed himself already.
Your sister.
Okay, I
Did
will,
you say she was your lover?
because I talk crap about the games. I could also give it props when it definitely deserves it. I think Danganronpa V3 had some of the best character interactions with one another. Like a lot of these interactions, especially between Kokichi and Miyu. That might be like one of the highlights, like Kokichi and Miyu. There's a lot of good stuff with the character interactions in this game, and I think they kind of like the best like relationships with one another in this game more than the other games.
Whatever is the matter?
Just to be fair to
It
it,
is
like
not
I do
that
want to
difficult.
congratulate it when I can,
My sister is
and like
my
acknowledge
mother.
where I think it
But is
succeeded.
she really your sister if she's in you? Like
I
what?
loved her so
Oh boy.
dearly, and she loved me so
Well, here we go. Hashtag
What the
incest
hell?
is wincest.
the fact that we were
No
siblings
physical
made
connection.
nothing
Why does it say that?
I guess they made no physical connection there, is what they're trying to tell us.
Okay.
Just so everyone knows, there's not anything going on right there, right now.
There's no pinkies
forbidden love.
This is pretty funny
uh,
they put that there.
making a pinky promise with one another.
I
We'll
guess
just
for
say.
the reading.
Just so everyone knows, there's no copulation going on right now. They're just hugging really closely.
Oh, how I long for my sister's warmth. The only time I felt
That's a line and a half.
how I long for my
They're just hugging really closely.
oh, how I long for my sister's warmth. The only time I felt
It's such a great wording too.
when I was enveloped in my sister's warmth.
Oh, Yuki, you came in at just the right time.
For my beloved
Yeah,
sister.
I'm surprised it's still going on
Of
too.
course, I think the funniest thing about this is the rating is still M after all. Anyway,
Maybe in Japan
believe.
it's different.
I don't
Yeah.
know. I thought that was the way for.
I always thought this was something funny that, people would tell me about Danganronpa. They're like, oh, one of the reasons why they had the pink blood, people told me at first, is that they had to do it to, get around the censorship or whatever in Japan. Like, they didn't want to have a high rating. But as far as I know, the game in the US and I guess Europe and other, Western, even like Australia, like Western-oriented states, essentially, or countries, I think it was rated M or adult or whatever the equivalent rating was, for pretty much all those regions. Essentially that you have to be 17 or 18 and older to play it. I don't know if it was lower in Japan or not. Maybe it was, but it's just kind of funny because they did all this stuff, I guess, to try to like censor the game in different ways, and I guess it didn't work for most countries, which is kind of funny in a way. I regret coming on here at this time. I hope I don't dream about this now. I'm sorry, Yuki. I apologize. I can't apologize enough.
For every region, because people made a point of saying that the pink blood was initially to try to reduce the rating being bumped up, but it did get bumped up anyway. But they just kept it for stylish reasons. I don't know about this game though.
Or also,
I always love how, like, I'll pause to explain something, and then, like, me in the past is just about to explain it at the same moment.
so I know that
funny.
like Japan really started cracking down
Like I said, I don't know how, but I'm very consistent in this regard, it seems.
child pornography in like in manga and stuff. So if he's underage, they might have also done it.
Considering all the other stuff they do in Danganronpa, yeah, I'm not sure how well they handle
Oh, so
that,
it might
I'll
be
just say.
questionable?
Especially
Yeah.
in Ultra Spare
Even though
Girls.
they usually are supposed to be over 18, because they've been like
I don't
mind
know how
wiped
old
to
he
be older
is.
than they're supposed to be.
Or how old he was when she died.
Well,
or
anyway.
whatever. Anyway, moving on.
Yeah, this is already disturbing. Let's move on. That is why for my beloved sister I had to. You had to escape from here, right? No, I had to kill for her.
Huh?
Oh,
What?
okay.
Sister.
Wait,
Obviously.
was he trying to
Sister
do
was very
her in the
sickly.
seance and not Angie?
Maybe? I don't know. She was always in and out of the
Oh
hospital.
yeah, the
ever
pink
since she was
blood
a
is cool,
child.
stylish-wise.
Because
I
of
do
that, she didn't
agree
have
with
any
that,
friends.
Kia.
She always seemed so lonely.
Not this Kyo. It's the Kyo in chat.
Even if I could be her little brother.
Kyo in chat is
I
much
would
better
love her.
than the actual
Couldn't
Kyo.
be her friend.
In the game, anyway.
So I thought I'd find her some friends.
Maybe there's other Kyos out
friends
there in
for my
other
dear deceased sister.
manga or
Oh,
anime that
I
are much
see.
better than this, I hope.
You
Deceased.
understand.
My sister is now a ghost. So her friend should be a ghost too.
Wait, does
right?
that mean that he's killed almost
Makes
100
sense.
people?
Yeah, that means he's been murdering quite a bit.
He's
I
a
suppose.
serial
Can't say the
killer.
Exact number.
For my beloved sister.
For sister's sake, I've killed many to send her 100 friends. They were all wonderful people, worthy of being sister's friends.
I think they make a funny joke here,
What?
if
But,
I
like,
remember
what if you had
correctly.
accidentally killed Kokichi? Or not accidentally, but like, what if Kokichi had gone in there? Would you think him to be friends with your sister?
Maybe then he wouldn't have let him die. He'd be like, I'll hold off for now. This is too impossible to understand. Too impossible.
Sister.
Sister is very happy. Yes, Korakayo, I am very happy. Thanks to you, I'm not lonely. I don't know what I should be doing for that.
Could it be?
This is why I don't do
Who's the
female
version of
voices.
Kyo is.
I am Korekio's older sister.
Thank you for looking after my little brother.
What?
What the hell?
Oh
After I
man,
lost after my little brother.
I've always loved this. Like the I don't know what you describe this as, but it's like the weird freaky ass Kaito face. Like it's such a weird and disturbing art depiction of him that they do here. But it's really cool.
What?
What the hell? After I lost my beloved sister, I was so distraught, I nearly went mad.
Nearly.
Nearly. That's
Oh,
a good thing you didn't go completely off the deep end. Obviously. But sister.
That's a
came
good
to
touch
save
too.
me.
All right, yeah. Props to the writing again. Korakio here being like, "Oh, after I lost my sister, I nearly went mad." It's like, yeah, okay, nearly.
That's a good thing you
Sure.
didn't go completely off the deep end. Obviously. But sister came to save me.
I am pleased.
She visited me during one of my seances and stayed inside me.
Sister.
Now I can
Oh
see
yeah,
her whenever
Danganronpa
I
3 had
want.
red blood. That's a weird
I'm
choice.
never lonely.
Korekio.
That's wonderful, Karakio. Your love made the impossible possible.
Serious?
Are you serious?
Yeah, it kind of sounds sweet at first, like, oh, your brother cares about who your friends are and is trying to make sure you have good friends. And oh wait, no, he's killing people to make sure you have good friends. Oh, that changes the context a little
This
bit.
really a spirit.
Told you.
He's just delusional.
Oh yeah, Kaito
Was a
hated
sad
the
girl who can't even believe in the power of
paranormal too. I
love.
forgot about that.
Ew.
Either way, he's totally out of his mind. I mean, he killed for a dead chick.
Well,
He said
A
you killed
related
one
dead
already,
chick.
Right? So it wasn't just the two you killed here.
What was that?
What?
you know.
I guess it would have been
Seems like
97
he was
other
already
people.
crazy before he got here.
Because
You didn't kill to escape from here. That wasn't your purpose from the get-go. You just wanted to slaughter a bunch, huh?
unacceptable.
Do not make me out to be some bloodthirsty, indiscriminate killer. I only kill girls who I think
Yeah, I
are
think
worthy
here we
of
go.
being
This is gonna be a
sisters'
good line
friends.
after this
But
too.
Angie
course.
wasn't planned, and Tenko was random.
Yeah, I guess you just got lucky with the way it worked out.
Huh?
It's an awful big coincidence. Only girls. I see. Wait, did he? I think he did say the medium should be a girl. Maybe he did that.
Maki is a lesbian,
Oh,
not
that's what
into
he said.
incest.
So we were deciding who should be the medium.
Wait, how do we invoke Maki
Yeah,
into this?
there.
I don't think she'd want to be a part of the
Before that,
situation.
let's choose a spiritual medium. It would work
Sure, it's
best
nothing to
for
do with
girl.
the scene.
Aha. Now we see.
I mean, I don't think you'd even
So
need to
it
be.
worked best for the girl.
I don't think being a lesbian or not is even
I
relevant to
spent my
that.
time evaluating all the girls here.
Wonderful.
And besides Maki and Miu, they were all worthy. All worthy of being sisters' friends.
Besides Maki and Miyu, I love
Alrighty.
that.
Why you?
Hey, how come I'm not included? I mean, not like I care.
Then
Then the second victim could have been me.
It could have been Himiko, it was close.
Tenko.
I really
died
like that part. The part where it's like, yeah, not Maki and definitely not Miyu.
Then I'll do it. I can't think of. Oh, oops, that's still her. I can't think of anyone but me that.
Imagine if
Andy's scared
Yasuhiro had a
she'll win.
horrifying face like those two.
No, I'll do it.
Did he?
Excellent.
I thought he did have a weird.
Himiko
Oh no,
would
he
have been
didn't.
great.
Okay, never mind. Yeah,
But
you're right.
Tenko volunteering made me so happy.
That would be funny though.
Her noble, earnest heart made
He did
her
have like a
perfect
terrified
friend.
face, but
for
yeah,
a
it didn't look as
sister.
weird as that. It didn't
She
have that
even
weird, like,
infiltrated
stylish
the
look to
student
it.
council to protect Himiko. Huh? Infiltrate? Really? But how did you? It was obvious.
Oh
to
yeah,
me.
and I like how
I'd studied many people.
also they also do with
Yes,
Kokichi's
she stood
face where it goes
against
like
the darkness of
completely
the school
black,
all by herself.
like he's Monokuma
All
or
for her
something.
beloved friend.
Beautiful.
I was so touched by that. Wonderful. She was a perfect friend for a sister.
Great.
I can't understand why you didn't like her, Himiko. Aw. Though, I was planning on having you become sister's friend too.
So
Eventually.
creepy.
way.
What? You do all that for?
That's not very
Wow.
gentlemanly.
You did all that just to kill. For you to go that far, that's pretty impressive. You were interested in the caged child, just so you could use it to kill someone, right?
Yeah, that should have been
You didn't
Kokichi's
just use
true
it as
ultimate
apologists, of course.
identity.
What's more than that?
So I think, what do they eventually call him in the end? The
I
ultimate
wanted to
liar?
kill for a sister.
Because
I cannot
obviously,
deny
I think
that
they
overpowering
reveal it
feeling.
later on. We're like, oh, he's not really the
Now, there's
ultimate
this one again.
mastermind. He was the
Kaido, are you
ultimate,
okay?
or
You're looking
I think it
kinda
was
pale.
supreme leader. They used to call him,
Don't worry
but he's
about
really
it.
like the
Let's just
ultimate
focus on Kyo
prankster
right now.
or something like that.
Allow me to
Is the reveal later in the
explain,
game?
though. I did not.
But
plan
it should have
to
been the
kill both of
ultimate
them.
troll. I
Yeah,
feel
we
like they
know
was
that
more
already.
appropriate.
I knew I would have plenty of chances after escaping this place.
However,
But Angie walked in on me preparing, and I ended up killing her a different way. So I figured, I may as well kill someone else too. After all, it would be a shame to just waste the seance trick I had prepared.
Yeah, look at Kokichi right there too.
You're talking
It's
like
not the face I was talking of, but it's like it's kind of like the Joker or something there with his smile.
It would be a shame to just waste the seance trick I had prepared.
what is that?
You're talking like you killed her just because you could.
It's pretty much why. No, not just because I could. I was sending another friend to Sister.
So thoughtful.
Korikyo, you're such a thoughtful little brother. It was so bad to get so greedy.
Oh dear.
You're right. Because of that, now I can't send
Such a
100
weirdo.
friends to Sister.
Yeah, I know he said to
You
say
understand
sister that
now?
way.
Those
I don't
were
remember
the
why.
circumstances of Korikyo's crime.
Maybe he said that way like one time
I do
before
not
and I
understand.
kept imitating it.
That is all too impossible for me to understand.
Why?
That's right. Killing 2 friends for your dead sister?
But how?
That's wrong. That's so wrong. Oh, don't get so worked up. There's something I learned after Sister's death.
Do not worry.
That's all good, Yuki. I appreciate you for stopping by during the
Only
night.
changes a person's
And
form.
I want you to have yourself a good
The soul
weekend,
lives
so
on
take
as
care.
a ghost.
We will be
That's
doing
right.
more streams.
Even though I'm a ghost now, I am
Soon
always
with-
by Korikyo's side.
Sister.
Games to me
Ah,
you'll find
thank you,
interesting. I'm not
sister.
sure what you're
I
into,
love
but
you.
I'm gonna make an announcement after tonight
Cut it out
about
already.
that.
What was that?
I don't understand anything you're saying. Nothing is making sense. It's not fair. Why did Angie and Tenko have to die for something so unfair?
Yeah, this is where
Such a shame.
Himiko kind of
Because
breaks
death is
down,
unfair.
which makes sense. I mean, it was
All deaths are unfair.
2 of the people
deaths.
she was closest to.
Why do you think news stations get such high ratings when
Man,
they
this
report
guy takes
about
forever to die.
death?
Where's
Because
his
everyone
execution?
likes unfair deaths.
Maybe.
Well, if you look at it like that, this whole killing game embodies that philosophy, right? Gifted high school
Here,
students forced to play a
speed up
killing
a
game.
little bit.
Man, if people were watching this, they would get a kick.
Yeah,
out of
that's
it.
the crazy thing too,
If people were watching
Kyo.
this.
I
Knock off the
agree.
bullshit.
Kyo
Only
would have
sick
gotten
fucks
away
enjoy
with it.
watching this.
So it was
Oh, no.
kind of weird he
Hell
went
yeah.
about that.
If I wasn't in this killing game, I would have so much fun watching.
So then,
It's funny, like the perfect murder that occurred in between like all 3 of the games was an accidental one that the person totally would have gotten away with if they didn't go ahead and commit another murder afterwards. It's pretty funny to think
Sure,
about.
this killing game is yet shrouded in mystery. But my role in it is over. I have finished my explanation to you. Friends,
sister.
I think I shall go and see her now. My beloved sister.
Sister.
I was unable to send her 100 friends, but at least I can see her again now.
Korikyo.
It's all right, sweet Korikyo. Come to me.
Oh.
Looks like you're already
Such a
prepared.
creep.
Now then, let's get started.
Punishment
The
time!
moment
All
you've
right,
been
here we
waiting
go.
for.
This is a funny
Punishment time?
punishment, so I definitely wanted to watch it.
My beloved sister. At long last, I'll finally get to see you again.
That's right.
Yes, from now on, no one will try to stop us. We can be together without having to hide our love from others.
Wait.
Yeah,
you
just
can't
get on with it.
accept this.
Monokuma said it.
Like I said, there's no such thing as a death. that
Sometimes
can
like
be
the
accepted.
crazies because they seem similar to the Joker.
Why do you think so
Yeah.
many different cultures?
Who would the
have female
crazies
rights?
be in each game? It is funny
Why do you
because
think rumors of
in
waste
this
of
game,
dead never cease.
it's kind of like
The living must find a
Kokichi is
reason,
both the
however
asshole, as we
forced,
put it,
to accept
and the
death when it
crazy at the
happens.
same time. Then you have other
How you come
crazies
to
too,
terms
like
with death also determines how you live.
Korekio,
What was that?
What?
Mikan, the way she becomes in Chapter
That was the
3.
answer I reached. How about you? How will you live a life that faces
Who would be
death?
the crazy in the first game? Well, I guess Toko. But that's more of her opposite personality.
For the ultimate
The
anthropologist,
genocide Jill.
Korekio Shinjubuji. How do you say that?
I mean, she's weird in a different way
Korekio
when she's normal
Shinjubuji.
Toko, I guess.
I will watch over you all as a ghost. As your friend, I will watch over you. How heartening. It won't be just me and Korekio. All those who died will be watching. I'll be watching to see how you face the death of your friends.
Humanity is beautiful.
I'll be watching
Sure you will.
forever and ever and ever.
Punishment time!
Alright, I'll
Let's
slow
get
this down
everything
when we
we
get to the
got.
actual punishment,
Poor Kaito.
so we
Still
can
suffering.
enjoy it.
Whoa, fancy.
Bye-bye.
Later.
So I was going to go willingly with the way he was talking
What
about
was
that.
sound?
I don't know.
Oh,
Wow, this is fancy. Oh no. The two
The
monocuts,
cultural melting pot.
they're right nearby a very dangerous area.
But what about Mono?
Oh yeah, because they kill one of those cubs in
Yeah,
each
what
of the
about
trials
him?
too.
Oh,
I
there he
forgot
is.
about that.
Oh no.
Oh,
or
is
the
he gonna get
punishments.
offed now?
I don't know. I'm worried. Are they
Yeah,
plotting against
almost
him?
all the punishments. Like, I guess it's more about the anticipation, like, oh, what's gonna happen? But they're all pretty silly. There's like a few gruesome ones, but it's not really many of them. Most of them are just so
Whoa.
ridiculous.
This is a really complicated one. Yeah, Monodam just seems to be watching.
I think they kill him. This is when Monodam dies, maybe?
Oh. Wait, he's committing suicide.
Oh,
yeah, he just like
no.
rushes in for some reason. I don't remember that. Oh, the was for Monodam dying, not for
That's sad.
Kyo, by the way. In case you guys didn't know. There's some behind the scenes information for you.
Ugh. This is creepy looking.
But he's about to
wait.
get trolled.
Oh, Monokuma's
Oh boy.
putting it into this. Salt. So much salt.
Oh man. Totally trolled in death.
Well, I guess so much for that
It's
idea.
a harsh fate. That's a pretty looking scene.
But what about Monodam?
I guess he's gone.
Yeah, I always felt like worse for the
That's
some of the
sad.
mono cubs at times. I don't think the
Well,
first
what?
ones. The first one was kind of weird, and obnoxious.
No, Monodam, why?
I think Leon's punishment was frightening in a lot of ways because it was one of the more realistic ones. Like that's something that
What
could actually
the-
happen to you.
To think, my cute.
And you know, I'm not really sure if it was like intentional. They just kind of made them wackier and wackier. But I mean, it probably was. But I feel like keeping them more grounded like that, in a way, is a lot more frightening than the later ones. Because they just get so silly. It's like, oh, well, okay, but it's just so ridiculous. This would never happen. So there's no real fear in it. Like, what was the other one with Mondo? He's in a weird like globe thing, and he's spinning around on his motorcycle, and he gets melted into butter somehow. Like, it's just kind of silly. The one with Celeste when she's being set on fire, and then the fire truck hits her. It's kind of more about like irony than anything. And they're just kind of like weird like that. And the one with Leon is just so scary because it's like, oh yeah, like a dude being tied to a wall, and then just a baseball pitching machine just like pummeling him until death. It's like, damn. That's just really gruesome because it's something that could actually happen to you.
Child would commit suicide? No, it's so cute.
So messed up,
So
man.
freaking-
Alright. Well, that was the main point of that one. So, I don't know. I guess, you know, one thing I could do is watch the end of Danganronpa V3. I might actually veto that in my own mind, like make an executive decision not to. Because I know there's things about the end trial that just annoy me. So I feel like that'd be kind of silly to just kind of reminisce on. Because it's like, yeah, this is the way that Danganronpa V3 ended, and I kind of was disappointed by it. And I could talk about it more, but I kind of already talked about it in this stream as well, like earlier on in the middle of it. So I feel like it's kind of silly to rewatch it again. Let me see if there's any other note I could end it on. Because it seems like a bummer of a way to end it. It's like, oh yeah, here's the ending of V3. Wasn't really thrilled with it. So maybe I could find some other part. Let's see here. Oh, I know something I could show off on here. I have to remember where it happens. Oh, the Kibo roll. I remember that too. That was funny. Yeah, let's watch the Kibo roll. When does that happen in the video? Did they make a timestamp to it?
Key boys
Nah, I
over
didn't.
there. Oh, there's something there, which I didn't notice.
What?
Was that
How-
new?
What?
Maybe it's new.
How?
Where's the Kibo roll? I love
Maybe I
that.
didn't notice it. It's been a long time.
Was it here?
Why is an alarm system here of all places? You know, what's exactly holding us in check?
Oh, here we
over
go. It's shortly after this.
Let's
What?
give it a try.
Let's not.
There can,
Alright, so
Kibo?
Kibo wanted to test his humanity,
Please,
in a
why?
sense,
If the press comes to
by seeing if he can get
detect
crushed by this
Aw.
crusher, which is supposed to not
what will
crush
happen
him.
If it detects me?
It's like he's trying to test his own humanity to a degree.
Mm.
Yeah, I just said that try.
Here, let's now. If you would be so kind, start it up.
Start her up.
Convinced by Kibo's enthusiasm, I press the button. And then, well, if he's not a person, that's not a murder, is it?
Oh.
Oh boy.
That looks hilarious.
Let's see that
It's
again.
not a person, that's
Yeah,
not
it's
a
something
murder.
about like the it's like the 5 frames of animation per second. That just makes it look
Is
even funnier. He just
Oh.
slowly rolls
Oh,
out.
boy.
That looks
Oh,
hilarious.
I love that. I think I played it again at the end of the video. Yeah,
Oh, roll.
I think I do it in slow motion too.
Oh, I wish we could see it again, but we can't like rewind in this.
Here we go.
But I guess we could see
Hitman's
it.
next. Why is that?
So
So long.
So long.
That's funny.
Farewell.
Oh, there we go. Slow motion keyboard roll. Or should we play it 3 times? Oh, there we go. I'll zoom in slow motion. So dramatic. I like how I'm laughing at my own edit. As like small of a thing as it is. Alright. So, yeah, that was probably one of the last things I want to show for this. Oh, wait, there's one other thing. Which, I want to talk about this a little bit, because there's like an alternate theory I had for Danganronpa V3.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back
towards
to
the end of the game, obviously trying to piece together what's actually going on in this game. And I want to see if we get to the part where I talked about I think it was over here.
Oh.
What are you doing?
Kaito! Don't shout, stupid. Kokichi will hear us.
Well, you
Maybe it's
shouted
over here, because I kind of on the same dialogue for a while
The
here.
window's kind of big.
Tomorrow, it was Maki's idea.
About something.
What?
Here we go.
Kaito's been...
So, as I always like to do, I kind of try to formulate my own idea of what's going on in the game. Sometimes it's close to what actually happened, sometimes it's not. Like, I remember when we got it in Danganronpa, the first one, we pretty much guessed it was going to be something related to Junko. I forget exactly, like, how we predicted it was going to go. I thought it was more along the fact that there's going to be, like, Junko and, Mikuro. I thought they looked exactly alike, and that they were just, like, identical twins. And that was going to be the explanation behind a bunch of things, but it was a little bit different. We kind of had, like, the idea of it. So sometimes we come up with theories, sometimes they're close, sometimes they're not. This is one that wasn't very close, but I thought it was, like, a really good idea at the time. And, in a way, I kind of think, like, it would have been a cool alternate ending to Danganronpa instead of what ends up happening, but I'll let it play out and let you guys see it. Or hear it.
Hold on, I'm just thinking about something.
What?
Kaito's been sick this whole time.
Right.
And we just found there's a disease.
Uh-huh.
So what if Kaito's not really immune to it?
Shit.
And it actually is...
Because I should give some more context to this. The reasoning that I had here is in one of the flashback lights, they told you about a disease that was ravaging the planet. And the 16 people that they chose for this mission were immune to the disease. And this is where you learn that Kaito is sick with something. So I made the connection that Kaito was actually infected with the disease and he wasn't immune to it, which would mean he was an imposter. Which I think is what I'm going to say, essentially.
He, like, snuck in, but he's also dying from the disease.
Oh, shit.
Oh, crap. It actually might be him.
Also, I guess this would kind of make Danganronpa and an early version of Among Us, if my version of events was correct, where Kaito's actually an imposter that was sabotaging the students on this spaceship, trying to escape Earth or whatever it was.
But why has he been on our side this whole time? Just, like, screw around? I mean, I guess it's a possibility.
Maybe he
I thought it'd been really cool, because, yeah, it, like,
Oh, no.
contradicts everything you thought to
Turn
this
him
point
back
about
to
Kaito
his-
trying to help you out here.
I'm rethinking my plans here. Crap. Alright, well, let's...
And also because at this point in the game, Kokichi takes Kaito hostage, and all the stuff going on with Monokuma comes to an end, right? Because Monokuma, like, he's not being controlled anymore. I forget the reason why in the actual game Monokuma's not being controlled. Like, maybe there's a reason why Tsumugi couldn't reach it at this point. I don't know why she wouldn't be able to. Like, I do know that Kokichi got the controller for the Electra... What is it? The Exisouls. Yeah, the Exisouls. So he was able to control the Exisouls, but... like, it seemed like she'd still be able to control Monokuma himself at this point, so I was thinking, since Monokuma's not being controlled, it must have been him who was the mastermind.
Honestly,
I don't know, I'm just realizing these things now. I think it's because I was probably upset last episode.
The developers ran out of ideas to end the game, so they made the fourth wall break. So they thought it would be a good idea. Yeah, that might be it. I actually kind of thought that myself to a degree. I don't know, I think it might just be me reaching, but it's a plausible theory, right? Maybe the developers were going with this idea about, oh, like, maybe it'll be this spaceship or something, then at the same time they're kind of like, I don't know, it's kind of like a stupid idea. It's like, what if we completely flip it on its head by the end of it, so it's not actually true? Like, maybe that was like kind of like their last resort because they didn't like the way the game was going? I'm not sure. I always thought it was weird the way they ended the game, though, so it could hold water.
Yeah, of course. I'm Kaito
Shut
Momota,
up.
luminary of the stars.
Stop talking so
Even if the
loudly.
world has ended and humanity has gone extinct, I can't give up.
It'd be a crappy story if the hero gave up so easily.
And I think because in a way it makes so much sense, right? If Kaito was here trying to like build up your hope so much, only to crush it in the end in despair, like in a way that would be very much in the legacy of Junko.
Yeah, that's right, Kaito.
Don't you worry. I'll do something about all this. That's a promise. All you guys are working so hard, so I can't just sit back and relax.
I think that's probably all I say about it. I'm trying to think if I talked about it any more other than this one part here.
That's what I'm worried about.
Right.
But yeah, the stuff all about the disease and stuff that ended up being a red herring and kind of like unrelated things. So, and again, that's kind of why I was annoyed by the ending of Danganronpa V3. It's because I kind of built up these series in my head and I kind of like tried to argue about them logically, only to in the end be told, oh, well, none of that stuff that you thought about really mattered because it was all a script that was written by the writers of the Danganronpa V3 show. So it was all just red herring essentially. Like in a way, and I will say this, people want to say like stuff like, oh, well, the whole fictional part of the game shouldn't really matter because like what happens in the context of the game itself was what's important, and whether it's fiction or not shouldn't matter because I mean it's a video game, so it was fiction regardless. If there actually was like, if they made like a fictional villain in the context of Danganronpa V3, the like in-game show, where it wasn't contingent on, you know, Samugi and essentially like the writers of the show kind of trying to screw everyone over, that would have been, I think, a little bit more decent to me. Like, what if, like I kind of said, Kaito was scripted to be the villain of the show who betrays you in the end? That would have been kind of cool if they actually pulled that off, but they really didn't. And maybe they would have done that, right? Because I think they make a point where they show the flashback lights are giving people these memories. And it's kind of like programming them to do what's going to come next in the scripting of the show, essentially, in a lot of ways. So maybe if they gave like Kaito his flashback light and Kokichi's flashback light, they would have done something completely different, for all we know. And I think that's about it. Because like I said, I could play back like the last part here, but it's just going to be me being annoyed at the game. I feel like it's a sour note to end the stream on. So I think I'm actually going to end this one here, even though we kind of skip out on the actual ending of Danganronpa V3, and even though I watched all the other ones, I think I'll leave it on this note instead, because I know that, I kind of know the reaction I have to, the ending of the game, and I kind of know my reaction right now to, the ending probably won't be any better. Like, I'll probably still be like, yeah, I still don't really like it. I really wish they'd stop using Junko as a villain. Yeah, if they made Danganronpa, I don't know what they would call it, 4, which I feel like they can't do because in the context of Danganronpa V3, there already was a Danganronpa 4 and it's kind of like already been scripted out. Like, they'd have to reboot the game at this point. They cannot use Junko as another villain. They just can't. I would see absolutely no reason to play that. Especially with what they did with Danganronpa V3. It should just kill off the Danganronpa storyline up to this point. And, you know, from what you guys tell me, in the anime, they finished off, like, the official storyline that they had going on there, so it came to, like, full circle or whatever. So there's no reason to continue that. Whatever they would do would have to be completely fresh. Kind of like what they should have done with Danganronpa V3 in the first place. Except not harken back to the other games, even if it's, you know, an asterisk. Not really, not quite, because it's, like, in a different universe in-game from what the actual Danganronpa universe was prior to this. I honestly don't know how they could reuse Junko again, or the other elements that they had in these past games. I think it would have to be fresh. And that actually would give me hope, you know, ironically enough, that actually would give me hope that it could be better than all the other Danganronpa games were to come. I think they're constantly held back by the fact that they keep reusing elements of the prior games. I think they would have such a stronger series if they kept reinventing themselves each time from scratch, kind of like Final Fantasy or something. They reuse elements of the game. They could reuse the, you know, the whole game mechanics. Like, they don't have to change much about the trials themselves, although I would like it if they kind of change certain things about them, which I'm not going to get fully into now. They could reuse the whole element of investigation, you know, free time, investigation, murder, trial, like that stuff, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But the whole story elements that are in Danganronpa have to be changed. I'd say V3 should have been non-canon from the franchise. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's initially what my thoughts were before playing V3, is that's what it was going to be. And they, like I said, asterisk. They kind of like fake you out, and they kind of incorporate it in some way where, well, I really feel like they were trying to be cute about the whole thing. They're like, oh, what if we kind of play around with it, where like, we make it about Danganronpa and like the past games, but at the same time, it's not really the same universe as Danganronpa. And to me, it was just kind of just stupid, like the way they did that. But like I said, I don't want to get into that argument, because I already had it multiple times, in fact. So we're going to end this one here. In conclusion, since this is a whole Danganronpa retrospective, you guys might be wondering, what are your overall thoughts on Danganronpa? I kind of already gave them in the that midpoint rant that we had, I think at the end of the second game or so. There's a lot that I like about Danganronpa. I think the premise still has yet to see its peak. I think they could go much higher, and they could take it up to a much higher quality. I think it has a lot of potential, like the meme I used to have with the visual novel review or podcast we did. But I feel like they've been held back in a lot of ways by the storyline that they established in the first game. And I feel like if they can move away from that, they can make an incredibly strong entry into the series if they make another one. Or like several series, in fact. Alright, Kyo, have a good night. Oh, and I almost forgot. So let's end this one off with my little bit of announcement that I was going to make. You know what? Where's that Persona 5 music? Let's set a little bit of mood music to this. Because I did want to give you guys an announcement on what we're doing next. It's not Persona 5. I'm not trying to psych you guys out, because you might think, oh, Persona 5? No. It's not Persona 5 Royal. It's not Persona 5 Strikers. But I am pleased to announce that starting this weekend, might be either Saturday night or Sunday night, I will be starting a playthrough, or a streaming playthrough I should say, of Persona 4! Yeah, it is finally upon us! I know, guys, I promised you this, back when I ended Persona 5, back in, it was kind of like the end of last year. I don't know if it was like around November or December or so. I was saying, yeah, we definitely will do more Persona eventually, but I'm not sure when that's going to be, because I want to take a little bit of a break from it. And I would say we've had a little bit of a break. It's been about 4 or 5 months, and I'm about ready to start playing Persona again. So we're going to continue with Persona 4. I have it on Steam. I tested it out a little bit, so it should work in OBS. I was not sure how it was going to be at first, because sometimes OBS complains about games. So I started up the game. I saw a little bit of a cutscene. I will admit to stuff where I'm spoiled. So I do know that there's going to be Igor in the game, or Igor, I don't know how it's pronounced. But once I started seeing the cutscene, I hit, Alt F4 to stop it, because I mostly wanted to test out to see if the game would work. I didn't want to actually see what's happening. So I just played a little bit of the cutscene. It looks like it's going to work. It should be good. And, we'll see how it goes then on Saturday or Sunday night. I mean, keep tuned to my Discord, or keep checking on YouTube to see when that announcement goes up about the new stream. Because it should be, any night now. Tomorrow or the day after, essentially. Actually, today or the day after, because it's already technically Saturday. We're 3 3/4 hours into this day. So later today, I guess, maybe we'll see if there's a new stream going here. Personally, they should just end the franchise, because there's nothing they could give. That's where I would disagree with you, Fantron. I think there's a lot more they could do with the premise. Now, maybe they would call it something else, to be fair. Because I don't think it has to be Danganronpa. It's kind of like how they have Phoenix Wright. It's kind of similar in feel, where you have, cases you have to investigate, trials that you go through where you present evidence. They could very much call it a different game, and I'd be alright with that too. Because essentially what I'm thinking of, it would be something that's pretty much a different franchise. Because it'd be all new characters, it'd be an all new storyline, completely separate from the other ones. That's why I kind of said like Final Fantasy. If you guys don't remember, because now they kind of do it where there are sequels to Final Fantasy games. At one point, Final Fantasy was a separate entry each time. It was like one cast of characters in one game, a whole new cast of characters with a new story in another new cast of characters with a new story in another game. And that was the cool thing about Final Fantasy. You never knew what you were getting. It would be a different storyline with some different villains, and it was always cool and refreshing to see. It'd be more like the Star Wars sequels. Oh, you mean if they did another Danganronpa? I don't think it necessarily has to be. I think if what they would do if they kept doing the same storyline, which, I mean, they might do. I'm trying not to be too optimistic about the whole thing. I think if they did do another Danganronpa game, there's a fair chance they would just kind of reuse the same storyline and still bring in Junko and all that stuff. And if I think they did that, yeah, it would be like the Star Wars sequels, where they're continually milking the same franchise for far more than it's worth, like way past its mileage. If they did something completely new, I think they could surpass what they've done in the past. I truly believe that. I will give them that much credit, even though I kind of make fun of them sometimes. But that's all for this stream. That's all for Danganronpa. Like I said, we're beginning more Persona, so we're gonna see how that is. I'm looking forward to it because a lot of people said good things about Persona 4. So we'll see then, right? I don't think I've ever... Well, actually, I probably heard the last time I played this, but it's just an extended version of this song, which is kind of cool. Isn't there an upcoming game by the Danganronpa team revolving around a killing game that stopped halfway through? And now the survivors have to find out what happened? I don't actually know about that. Maybe there was a plan for it eventually. If you guys want to talk about that, I don't know if you're on the Discord, Kyo, but we do have a Discord, which... Do I have it linked in the description? Sometimes I remember to link it, sometimes I don't, so that's what I'm kind of checking real quick. Oh, what's this? I ended a stream marker. I didn't mean to do that. I was trying to find the timestamp to it. Or the link. Trying to see. Because there might be a link to the Discord. I'm playing myself here. Yeah, there's a link to the Discord in the description. If you want to join the Discord if you're not there already, feel free to post about that on there later. Because I will check that out. Because I do find that interesting, but I am going to sign out for now. It's just about 4 o'clock here. So hopefully you don't blame me too much. As always, guys, thank you very much for coming out here. And especially to everyone who stayed up through the entire stream. You guys are champs. Because of how late it freaking is. And anyone else that stopped by for as long as you could, that is great too. I cannot knock you for that in the least, because this went beyond my expectations. It is just about 5.5 hours apparently. So, you guys take care of yourselves. Have a good night. Later.